Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Shi Xiong. Chapter 326-350. In Backland, Winter County, inside the quiet church. Leonard Mitchell sat on the sofa, his eyes slightly narrowed, his feet resting on the coffee table, as if making up for a night of wakefulness with a brief nap. Yet, he muttered softly, "Old man, what does His Grace the Archbishop want from me?" A soft snort sounded, and Pallas Zoroast's aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. "There's no need to use your little schemes to test me. An archbishop can't discover me, let alone." Before the old man could finish his sentence, just as Leonard was about to press for more, a knock came at the door. Taking a deep breath, Leonard put on his black trench coat and red gloves, then followed the clergyman who had knocked on the door to the depths of the black monastery. The pure black double doors, inscribed with the symbol of darkness, silently opened, and a chilling wind that seemed to permeate the soul blew out, swirling in the corridor. Leonard couldn't help but shiver, instinctively lowering his head and saying respectfully, "Archbishop Randolph, Nighthawk Leonard awaits your instructions." A gentle, mellow voice came from inside the door, rather out of place with the chilling wind flowing around. "Please enter." Leonard walked into the double doors with some apprehension, seeing a room that was impeccably clean to an unusual degree, and seeing Archbishop Randolph Carter behind the desk, who had darker skin and profound features, leaning more towards the appearance of a Byron native. He had sparse hair, a rather long and thin face, and a somewhat cold demeanor, but not the gloomy, uncomfortable type. Rather, it was the kind that directly embodied the essence of a graveyard at night. At this moment, Leonard seemed to see countless spirits surrounding the archbishop, making his surroundings dim and layered, as if a whole world was hidden within. Hastily lowering his head, rumors that had circulated since he arrived at the cathedral flashed through Leonard's mind. This newly promoted archbishop was personally ordered by the Pope to be transferred back from the southern continent after Ince Zangwill's defection from the church. Originally, he was merely a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. According to the old man, the Beander characteristic from Ince Zangwill's failed advancement should have been inherited by Randolph Carter, who then successfully advanced to a demigod, thus taking over the archbishop position left vacant by Ince Zangwill's defection. Randolph Carter's light gray eyes scrutinized Leonard for a moment. He nodded slightly, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and slowly said, "Congratulations, you have officially become a red glove. May the goddess bless you." "Praise the goddess, it is my honor." Leonard raised his right hand and tapped 4 times clockwise. Randolph Carter did not say more, getting straight to the point. "According to your own request, I have placed you in Backland's Soast team. He is a soul assurer and possesses his own mystical item. I have also instructed someone to prepare the Beander weapon you need. One of the main culprits of the Tingen tragedy, Ranner Woos, has died in Backland, but Military Intelligence 9, as the executing party, is unwilling to disclose the specific details to the church. You were also involved in the Tingen incident. After you arrive in Backland, your main task is to assist Soast in investigating Ranner Woos's cause of death, while also collecting some clues. Be careful not to conflict with Military Intelligence 9. Backland, Ranner Woos." Leonard's fists had unknowingly clenched. He had no objections to this and immediately agreed. "Yes, Archbishop Randolph. This will be the beginning of my revenge," he silently added in his heart. Dash 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 dash. In the forsaken land of the gods, city of silver, lightning flashed rapidly in the sky. In the room belonging to the Council of Six, on the upper part of the round tower, Lovia stood by the window, looking down at the scattered candlelight in the darkness, her expression gentle and somewhat lost in thought. Derek sat in the furthest corner from this shepherd elder, looking quite wary. He had only been allowed to enter after receiving the chief's summons, but he hadn't expected to see only Elder Lovia instead of the chief. After an unknown period of such silence, a faint knocking sound finally drifted in. "Your Excellency, the chief." Lovia turned gracefully and asked with a smile. The door opened silently without a breeze. Standing outside was Colin Iliad, the demon hunter. He wore a brown coat, a leather belt studded with hidden compartments around his waist, and held the hand of a somewhat timid little boy. Derek had seen him before. It was Jack, the little boy from outside the forsaken land of the gods, who had been rescued during the previous exploration of the true Creator's temple. Colin nodded to the two without any apparent change in demeanor. He has been in the dungeon at the bottom of the round tower for 7 days, undergoing the baptism of the crown of glory. The corruption he suffered has been completely purified. Saying this, he took out a map that had been painstakingly explored by countless people over thousands of years of dark history in the City of Silver, spread it on the round table, and said to the little boy, "You can now tell us what you know about the areas beyond the cursed land, and the approximate pathway you took after entering this cursed land." Due to the strange face that had previously been parasitic on his chest, although he had not received systematic training, Jack had managed to grasp the giant language. As he stammered his story, a world full of vitality, completely different from this desolate continent, unfolded before their eyes. Even the experienced Colin Iliad was slightly moved. A moment later, looking at the marks made on the map, he waved his hand and said to the round tower guard who had entered, "Take him to Effie for another check-up and to soothe his emotions." After the room returned to silence, Colin Iliad looked at Derek and Lovia, whose expressions varied, and lightly tapped the table with his finger. "Derek, you should focus on advancing to Sequence 7 during this period. In about 2 months, I will lead the team again, following the clues Jack provided, to find that pathway, identify the ruined city along the pathway, and conduct a cleanup. I hope we can have more gains this time." Lovia, who had already risen to leave, glanced at the stiffly seated Derek, her eyes flickering for a moment before she departed. After Lovia left, Derek's tense body relaxed. Looking at the chief, he spoke the words he had deliberated for a long time. "Chief, I know a way to obtain the Sequence 3 Silver Knight potion formula. This way, our City of Silver's highest combat power will reach Sequence 3, and we will be more confident in exploring the Giant King's court." Silver Knight. A hint of surprise flashed in Colin Iliad's eyes. He asked in a steady voice, "What do you need?" Derek was stunned, not expecting the chief to ask for no details. The carefully prepared speech was stuck in his throat, so he instinctively raised his right hand, scratched the back of his head, and weakly added, I want a private compartment. Dash 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 dash. Backland West District, Kings Avenue No. 2, Kingdom Museum. Although it was clearly a weekday, when Klein arrived, there was already a long queue at the entrance. After waiting for a long time, Klein, wearing a semi-high silk top hat and a double-breasted woolen long coat, finally got his ticket and followed the people in front, entering the museum step by step. His current public identity was a private detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery, so visiting the Russell Memorial Hall would not arouse suspicion. Therefore, he did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts. Although he had a sense of unease ever since he heard that a note had been stolen from the Kingdom Museum, Klein still felt somewhat unwilling to not see it for himself. And even if there was nothing, at least he could see the treasured Russell's diary, which would be a gain in itself. Listening to the guide's explanation, Klein looked at what was either gold-plated or entirely made of gold, the first modern flush toilet. Based on his understanding of the Emperor's flamboyant personality, he leaned towards the latter possibility. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his empty wallet in his pocket. He had just paid off his £3,000 debt to Marich yesterday, and now he was back to square one overnight. Sighing in his heart, Klein looked around, intending to search for clues and observe the security situation here, when the corner of his eye caught sight of a woman over 1.7 meters tall. This lady had waist-length chestnut hair and an excellent figure, neither fat nor thin. She was wearing a girlish yellow-tiered dress but sported an old-fashioned black soft hat with fine mesh veiling her face. What a strange outfit. This thought flashed through his mind, and Klein muttered to himself, his gaze moving on to other display cases. Unfortunately, even if Russell's diary was on display, he could at most only see the first page. He clicked his tongue in regret, when suddenly a familiar plea sounded in Klein's ear. Was it the sun? He was stunned for a moment, glanced at the dense crowd around him, and spoke to a guard in a top hat who was maintaining order. "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" "Upstairs." "No, upstairs is the office area. You go straight along this path, then turn left, and you'll see it." The female guide politely pointed the way. Taking this opportunity, Klein figured out the spatial relationship between the restroom and the main exhibition halls, and he initially sketched a rough layout map in his mind. As soon as he arrived at the restroom, Klein immediately set up a wall of spirituality and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, Klein spread his spirituality, lighting up the crimson star representing Son Derek, and raised an eyebrow as he watched the prayer scene. That chief of the City of Silver agreed to the trade. Is Derek that efficient, or did something happen in between? Was it that exploration of the temple? Thoughts drifted through his mind, and Klein shook his head, intending to throw this question to Mr. Emperor. Anyway, he was just an intermediary in this transaction, earning a commission was enough. As for how to trade, he wouldn't bother himself with it. Having made up his mind, Klein condensed Derek's prayer scene into a ball of light and threw it into the crimson star representing Mr. Emperor. Dash 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 dash. At the border of West District and Empress Borough, Williams Street No. 8, the Pound family ancestral home. Aaron stood in the basement, his eyes quickly stained golden as he looked at the grayish-white stone door. The mark of darkness emitted a faint glow, resonating with the sealing power left by Ms. Ariana in the Blood Emperor's ruins. His gaze passed through the narrow passage, looking directly at a bloody double door standing deep within the ruins. Fresh blood seemed to still cling to this door, reflecting the firelight and constantly sliding downwards. As if sensing someone spying, with a creaking sound, the bloody door immediately opened, revealing 3 black high-backed chairs. Their entire bodies were not purely deep black, but had dark red colors in their patterns, as if interwoven with iron and blood. On the high-backed chair directly facing the door sat a man of normal size, with 3 faces appearing on his head, all showing strange smiles. After confirming that the Red Angel evil spirit was still obediently staying in the ruins, Aaron did not provoke it further. Just as he was about to teleport away, a prayer scene enveloped in a rich grayish-white mist suddenly appeared before his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Aaron stroked his chin and prayed in a low voice. "Mr. Fool, please tell the sun that I do not need those few holy sealed artifacts of the City of Silver. I only want a Beander characteristic of a Silver Knight. As for the authenticity of the potion formula, if that chief agrees to the trade, I can pay for the formula and ritual first, and then deliver the Beander characteristic after he successfully advances himself. Additionally, as compensation, I am willing to pay an additional holy sealed artifact at the sequence 4 level. The specific pathway it corresponds to can be chosen by the City of Silver itself. Even if the Silver Knight potion formula was extraordinary for the City of Silver, the value of a sequence 3 formula could never compare to the corresponding Beander characteristic, which is why Aaron proposed the compensation plan. It feels like Mr. Fool has become my messenger. Aaron muttered to himself, patiently waiting for Derek's reply. City of Silver, top floor of the round tower. Derek pushed open the door and walked out of a nearby compartment. Meeting the chief's gaze, he carefully repeated Mr. Emperor's conditions, then looked at the chief with some apprehension. Colin Iliad was silent for a moment, his eyes dark as he looked at Derek, and said in a low voice. I need to convene all the elders currently in the city for this matter. Even I cannot arbitrarily dispose of a sequence 3 Beander characteristic. If it is to be used, then it must be explained to the other elders, and the corresponding consequences must be borne. Looking at the somewhat flustered Derek, Colin's voice softened as he added. Don't worry, I won't mention you at the Elder Council, but you must remember one thing. As a chief, one must have the decisiveness to make temporary decisions and the courage to bear the corresponding responsibilities. The most taboo thing is that you must never try to escape punishment just because you believe it is good for the City of Silver. Perhaps you are right this time, but you cannot guarantee that you will be right every time. This is a lesson learned with blood and tears, summarized and passed down by every chief throughout the City of Silver's thousands of years. Looking at the bewildered Derek, Colin waved his hand and finally said, "Tomorrow, I will tell you the resolution of the Elder Council." Although he was a bit disappointed that he didn't get a Sequence 3 Silver Knight potion formula today, Klein still conveyed the demon hunter Colin's idea to Mr. Emperor. After doing all this, Klein quickly sank his consciousness back to the real world. After all, he was still in the Kingdom Museum. Although he didn't think the Machinery Hivemind members on guard would pay special attention to the washroom, it was still better to be careful. Feigning a slight stomachache, Klein walked out of the washroom as if nothing had happened, but his peripheral vision kept an eye on his surroundings. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Klein circled around and returned to the exhibition hall he had just left. He found that the woman in the somewhat unconventional attire had already left. Just as Klein was still searching for items related to bookmarks, his spirituality stirred, and his eyes instantly froze, staring blankly in a certain direction. Not far away, in front of a transparent glass display case, Benson, with his thinning hair, skillfully protected his sister and his wallet, following the crowd and the guide to the next display case. Suddenly, as if by telepathy, they simultaneously turned their heads, only to see the bustling crowd. Melissa withdrew her gaze and quietly said to her brother, "The church must have recommended a very good job for you, Benson. Once you're settled, you must hurry and find a sister-in-law." Benson looked at the mature-acting Melissa, feeling a bit helpless. Ever since Klein died, she seemed to have matured overnight, so much so that it pained him. Because he knew his sister liked machinery, Benson specifically brought her to visit the Russell Memorial Hall today, hoping to help her relax. Looking at Melissa, Benson asked in a low, worried voice, "What about you? Don't do anything foolish. You're the only family I have left." Melissa suddenly looked up, her stubborn eyes just like when she had resolutely decided to leave Tingen. Someone has to do something, don't they? Because he knew Melissa had already advanced to Sequence 8 archaeologist, and her spiritual intuition was enhanced, Klein carefully used the magician's ability to create illusions to subtly follow behind them to avoid being discovered. Unconsciously, Klein followed the flow of people out of the Kingdom Museum and silently sat in the last row of a public carriage, watching Benson trying to cheer up his sister, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. As the afterglow of the sunset spilled down, Benson took Melissa to 46 Bach Street in the North District. This place was not far from St. Samuel's Church and was a rather high-quality residence. Although he didn't know why the church arranged such a house for him and his sister, Bishop Electra didn't explain much, so Benson could only attribute it to the goddess's grace. Klein stood quietly in the shadows across the street, the gloom in his heart dissipating completely after this afternoon's companionship, and even his spirituality became much more active. Silently noting down the address, Klein felt a sense of reluctance but forced himself to turn around, sighing in his heart. Being targeted by the true creator, I should not get involved with the people and affairs of Tingen. There is a certain risk of exposure. And once exposed, with the madness of the Aurora Order, they definitely won't let Benson and Melissa go. The Rorstad Archipelago, northeast of the Berserk Sea, Alavi Island. It was originally a primitive island with many Beander creatures and no human inhabitants. After the age of hunting ended, the Loan Kingdom used it as a place of exile for certain criminals, gradually giving Alavi Island villages and towns. When the islands further east were discovered and colonized one by one, this place, relying on the convenience of its shipping lanes and its rich natural resources, attracted many new immigrants, developing relatively prosperous port cities. This city was mainly populated by Loan immigrants, and its food style was not much different from the eastern coast of the kingdom. Coupled with its rich natural resources and its position at a key point on a safe shipping lane, it had always been an area controlled by the Levitt family. Therefore, Admiral Emlyn Levitt, the supreme naval commander of the Central Sonia Sea, often inspected the Alavi naval base. After all, this way, he wouldn't need to stay in the naval headquarters of the Central Sonia Sea, Byam, the city of generosity. He could avoid Sea King Arn Kotman, and also avoid George Nigan, the governor of the Rorstad archipelago, who represented the interests of the royal family, thus having much less restraint in his actions. At the Alavi governor's mansion, Emlyn Levitt, dressed in a dark blue naval admiral's uniform, paused slightly while flipping through a telegram. He half turned his head and cast his gaze towards a young man in a swallowtail formal suit. The other party had neatly combed golden hair, a slightly high hairline, and light blue eyes. His appearance was refined and scholarly. Within his azure eyes seemed to hide an undeniable and unchallengeable authority. Emlyn Levitt folded the telegram in his hand and said indifferently, "Lurian, send a telegram to the main officers of the First Fleet, telling them not to conflict with the fleet of the Vice Admiral of the Moon. If necessary, they can actively cooperate." "Yes, Admiral." The blonde secretary Lurian did not ask for the reason and put the document, which Emlyn had already marked in red, into his black briefcase. "You can leave. Tell Austin Levitt that I have something to do tonight, so he doesn't need to come looking for me." Lurian's expression became even more respectful. After saluting, he quietly left the study with muffled footsteps. Emlyn slowly rose and paced to the window, looking at the night sky. His voice was deep and solemn as he said, "Few people should know about my secret return to Alavi Island, and it doesn't seem to be the time on the invitation yet, Duke Aaron." As the deep voice echoed, in the corner of the room, colors suddenly became rich and mottled, and Aaron, with a smile on his lips, appeared, looking at the weavers on the window, and replied briskly, "In this world, often, what you consider a secret may not be a secret in the eyes of others. What's more important is what choice you make. Also, the magic mirror Rhodes told me about you being on Alavi Island tonight." Aaron silently added a sentence in his heart and slowly walked towards Emlyn Levitt, his aura rising steadily until it was on par with him. Listening to the pointed words, Emlyn Levitt's expression remained unchanged, but his azure eyes narrowed slightly. After leaving Admiral Emlyn's room, the blonde secretary Lurian had just approached a lounge when he saw the door open and a middle-aged man, who had seemingly been waiting, walked out. This man had black hair and blue eyes, and his facial features bore 5 or 6 similarities to Emlyn, only his forehead was higher, his eye bags were slightly swollen, and the corners of his mouth had not yet drooped. He was Emlyn Levitt's youngest brother, Austin Levitt, the governor of Alavi Island. As soon as he saw Lurian, Austin immediately leaned closer and said in a low voice, "Take me to see the Admiral. I have something to discuss with him." This was arranged beforehand. Lurian saluted first and replied sincerely, "Governor, the Admiral has important matters to attend to tonight. He specifically instructed me to ask you to schedule another time." Frowning slightly, Austin Levitt watched Lurian's retreating back, his expression gradually turning cold, and he shook his head with a very small movement. Dash 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 dash. Outside Green Cemetery, in a secluded grove, the crimson moonlight spilled into a not-so-deep tomb. Inside the tomb, there were no rotting corpses or bones. The bottom was strewn with pieces of white feathers stained with pale yellow grease. Patrick Brain, dressed in a black robe, stood indifferently by the tomb. A white feather floated up and landed in his hand. It seems he has been resurrected and is searching for past memories. This tomb contained the former head of the numinous Episcopate's man-made death faction in Backland, who was also an Undying. It was precisely because he needed to enter the tomb to resurrect that he appointed Patrick Brain to take over his work. Suddenly, water-like patterns rippled across the ground, and a chilling aura spread with them, causing the bonfire's light to dim slightly. Immediately after, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes emerged from the void, surrounded by black, segmented tentacles haphazardly entwined around it. One of the tentacles stretched out and handed over an envelope permeated with the aura of death. Patrick Brain glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed slightly. He immediately put away the letter and looked at the several numinous episcopate believers dressed in black robes, saying in a low voice, "A distinguished guest is visiting, I need to return to the main altar. I'll leave things here to you. Remember, be clean and leave no traces." As his voice fell, his figure merged into the mottled world of an oil painting, leaving only the silent, corpse-like black-robed figures, the several people bound on the ground, and a few corpses. Feeling the bone-chilling coldness emanating from the Azak copper whistle in his arms slowly receding, Klein tentatively peered out from the treetop, looking at the relatively open and flat area not far away. Tonight, he had come specifically to Green Cemetery to test the negative effects of the Azak copper whistle on corpses. He hadn't expected the copper whistle to react abnormally as soon as he approached the cemetery. It seems that the terrifying fellow who caused the Azak copper whistle's anomaly has left. It was indeed spirit dance, a ritual magic that even ordinary people can participate in. Klein shifted his gaze towards the black-robed man, who was the only one not performing the spirit dance, standing like a corpse by the tomb and chanting incantations. His spiritual intuition told him that this person was the only one among them who posed a threat to him. Accompanied by the strange, spirit dance, and the eerie chanting, the several corpses on the ground suddenly crawled up and raised their heads, revealing their pale white teeth, along with bits of rotten flesh stuck between their teeth and blood dripping from their mouths. Just as the black-robed man was about to continue manipulating them, he suddenly felt his thoughts slow down, making it difficult to control his body. In his suddenly enlarged pupils, a figure emerging from flames was reflected. With the magician's flame jump and the assistance of the all-black eye, Klein almost instantly killed this numinous episcopate member, who was likely around sequence 6 or 7. But this also reached his limit. Outside the gray fog space, at his current level, he could only use the all-black eye once at most. However, the remaining black-robed figures were nothing but small fry to him. Putting away the all-black eye, Klein held the Azak copper whistle and a matchbox in one hand, while continuously lighting and flicking out matches with the other, throwing them onto the ground. During this process, he retreated in an arc. The pale-faced, foul-smelling corpses rushed over, their vacant eyes fixed on the ancient and exquisite copper whistle in Klein's hand. As Klein retreated, he puffed out his cheeks, aimed at the corpses, and used air bullets. Puff! A portion of each corpse's head shattered, and rotten liquid continuously dripped from inside. However, this was not a fatal wound for them. Their thumping run only paused slightly before resuming. Seeing this, Klein took a step back and snapped his fingers. Pop! A bright flame rose from the ground, enveloping the corpse and igniting its outer garment. Thump! 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 The corpse charged through the flames, continuing forward like a mad bull. Pop! 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 Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly, causing one crimson flame after another to rise from the ground. The corpses charged through these flames without feeling pain, their bodies gradually starting to burn, and the intensity increased, giving a bizarre sensation of candles melting. The corpses seemed to have finally exhausted all their strength, no longer struggling, and rapidly melted away in the slightly greenish flames, turning into ashes and wax. They are stronger than all the zombies and wraiths I've encountered before. They're not as strong as Mr. Azak's descendants. If it weren't for me, they would all die here today. After dealing with the remaining black-robed figures, Klein shook his head and walked through the woods towards the open area. The unconstrained crowd initially scattered, but as they ran, finding themselves alone, they timidly stopped, returned to their original spot, and huddled together. Having just experienced the awakening of corpses and the biting of flesh, they truly dared not flee alone in the deep night. This would make them feel a chill down their necks. In the brief, heart-pounding silence, they were astonished to see a clown, dressed in flamboyant clothes and painted with red, yellow, and white grease paint, emerge from the woods. This was an illusion directly created by Klein. The newly freed individuals exchanged glances, and someone blurted out, excuse me, how should we address you?" Klein smiled and deliberately misled the other party, replying in a low voice, "I am merely a gatekeeper of hell. As he spoke, a mist suddenly enveloped him, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Of course, these were all illusions. A gatekeeper of hell. The rescued people repeated the words in low voices, each with their own thoughts for a moment. However, after a bone-chilling cold wind blew through, they trembled again, helped up their companions, and left the place without daring to look back. Moments later, amidst the swaying tree shadows, Klein's figure reappeared. This active portrayal of a magician was quite successful, and feeling satisfied with the changes in his body, he walked towards the excavated grave. First, he searched the numinous episcopate member who was clearly the leader, and finally, Klein found an exquisitely crafted copper whistle that did not appear old. Could it be that all the numinous episcopate's messengers summoning artifacts are copper whistles? What kind of tradition is this? With numerous questions flashing through his mind, Klein immediately got up and walked towards the pried-open grave. Before he even got close to the crypt, Klein felt an indescribable chill permeate his entire body. Just then, all the colors before his eyes became intensely vibrant, as if a god had splashed them with paint. The sensation was fleeting. Klein found himself far from his original position, seeing Isaac Eggers, with his bronze skin and gentle features, appear beside him. Although Klein had anticipated a reunion with Mr. Isaac when he first awoke in Tingen City, he never imagined it would be so sudden, leaving him at a loss for words. The more Klein knew, the more concerns he had. First, he couldn't ascertain how much of his strength Isaac, who was still searching for his memories, had recovered. However, the fact that he could effortlessly dispatch a pirate general and escape unscathed was enough to speak volumes. Second, Isaac was being pursued by Mi-9. Rashly contacting him could easily bring trouble to both of them, and it could also put Klein back under the scrutiny of the sealed artifact, 008. Although he had considered the possibility of using the gray fog to establish contact and conduct investigations, the inability to summon a messenger by blowing the copper whistle above the gray fog completely halted any further plans. More importantly, Klein did not yet dare, nor did he wish, to expose the secrets of the gray fog to Isaac Eggers, whose identity was not yet entirely confirmed. Isaac paid no attention to Klein's silence. A phantom door materialized behind him, and the numinous episcopate members Klein had killed earlier slowly stood up, twitching, and walked into the door. All the natural spirits in the entire graveyard vanished without a sound, making it impossible to find any clues through divination or spiritualism. After completing all this, Isaac produced a dark green finger bone, tossed it to Klein, and said gently, "Sequence 6 of the Corpse Collector pathway is called Spirit Guide. Besides being able to communicate with natural spirits and wandering specters, they can already independently enter the spirit world and recruit messengers on their own, gaining the help of certain spirit world creatures. Their strength often depends on which deceased and natural spirits they can find and command. Their most proficient skill, language of the dead, can bypass the protection of flesh and blood, elevating communication with spirits to command, or even enslavement. I have to say, your luck is indeed very good. With the cooperation of that powerful sealed artifact, this spirit guide was killed before he even had time to react. Am I right, Mr. Gatekeeper of Hell?" Listening to Mr. Isaac's slightly teasing voice, Klein felt a bit awkward. He regretted having spoken too much in front of those people earlier. He then reacted, asking in surprise, "Mr. Isaac, you were here all along." Taking the copper whistle Klein had plundered into his hand, Isaac smiled and nodded. "That's why I said you were lucky. I've been staying in Backland partly to pursue my past memories, and partly because I sensed some auras that attracted me. Haha, like that undying who just left. Also, I need to remind you, no matter which pathway, as long as one advances to demigod, their spirituality will undergo a qualitative leap. Without special methods to shield it, any prying will be detected. If I hadn't acted to conceal you, you would have been discovered by him long ago." Upon hearing Mr. Isaac's reminder, Klein suddenly realized what he had overlooked earlier and couldn't help but inwardly reflect. It seems my vigilance has dropped considerably since I killed Lenevis. After placing a simple seal on the copper whistle in his hand, Azek handed it back to Klein, adding, "This copper whistle also belonged to a numinous episcopate saint. I've already sealed it so he won't find you by following its aura. If you encounter an irresistible danger, you can throw this copper whistle out. You can focus on improving yourself during this time, and I can try to visit the places I've already recalled to awaken more memories." Holding the copper whistle, which felt much less chilling, Klein hesitated for a while before saying in a low, somewhat awkward voice, "Mr. Azek, aren't you curious why I didn't die? I often enter coffins and then reawaken. This is something I recalled earlier," Azek said with an unconcerned smile. "And in my fragmented memories, similar occurrences, though rare in others, are not without precedent. Often entered coffins and then reawaken. Often." Klein suddenly realized that the issues he worried about were not even considered problems in the eyes of true powerhouses. As expected of an undying of the death pathway. Mr. Azek said earlier that he had stayed in this sequence for a long time. The implication is that he had already advanced, otherwise, he couldn't have gone unnoticed by that undying just now. Klein thought for a moment and asked with some concern, "Mr. Azek, Ince Zangwill has a terrifying sealed artifact in his possession. Will he discover that I am Klein Moretti because of our meeting tonight?" Having just reunited with Benson and Melissa in Backland, he was very worried that Ince Zangwill would retaliate against the two people he cared about most in this world. He shouldn't have. At most, he'll think we've known each other for a long time, Azek recalled. But that grade 0 sealed artifact might perceive it. However, you don't need to worry. Why? Klein pressed. Azek suddenly remembered something, and his expression became a bit strange, as if he wanted to laugh yet felt horrified. That grade 0 sealed artifact will constantly try to write its owner to death. This should be its essence and will not change. Therefore, I don't believe it would voluntarily reveal information that could cause Ince Zangwill great trouble at such a critical moment, unless it involves an unavoidable and inexplicable situation. Seeing Mr. Azek speak with such certainty and reason, Klein exhaled, and his worries eased considerably. At Klein's request, Mr. Azek used the underworld to seal the all-black eye, reducing its negative effects. Looking at the delighted Klein, he thought for a moment and reminded him, "When you are ready to leave Backland, you can write me a letter. I have a sealed artifact here that is quite suitable for you. You should have heard its name, Creeping Hunger." Klein's eyes immediately lit up, feeling that Mr. Azek was so kind tonight. At the same time, he understood his concerns. The official forces in Backland almost all knew that Creeping Hunger was in Mr. Azek's hands. Using this sealed artifact here would be almost equivalent to inviting trouble. Dash 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 dash. Raging Sea, or the island, deep within the governor's mansion. Admiral Emlyn Levi, watching Aaron approach him, tilted his head slightly and looked out the window, gazing at the crimson moon and scattered stars in the night. After a moment of silence, he offered no explanation. He picked up the pen and paper he had prepared earlier, placed on the windowsill, and began to write briskly. Each stroke of his pen seemed to unleash golden light, the scene as solemn and sacred as if he were drafting a law. Noticing Emlyn Levi's unusual behavior, Aaron instinctively looked up at the deep night sky, and sudden thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. In the original timeline, this admiral had made a crucial change regarding whether to sign the contract due to certain reasons. This led to Cynthia's urgent consumption of the reproduction necklace powder, causing her to directly sense an anomaly in the mother tree of desire. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Admiral Emlyn Levi, bathed in the crimson moonlight. For George III to decide to replace this admiral, it at least indicates a certain conflict between him and the royal family. Under this assumption, Emlyn, also from an ancient family, wouldn't fail to leave himself a fallback. And among the official forces in LotM, the only ones who can contend with or even surpass the royal family are the three major churches. Excluding the God of Steam and Machinery Church, which is foreign and has shallow roots, the remaining choices are only the Church of Storms and the Evernight Goddess Church. And this admiral has rarely stayed at the naval headquarters in the mid-Sonia Sea, city of generosity, Byam, intentionally avoiding that Sea King, Aeon current. As Aaron pondered, Emlyn stopped his pen, picked up the page, and said to Aaron, I do not wish for our conversation tonight to be known by others. If you agree, please sign your name at the bottom. Aaron, who had once been an imperative mage, clearly knew this was a contract. He took the paper, scanned it briefly, and then wrote his name. As the last letter was completed, Aaron clearly saw the words on the paper emit golden light one by one, converging into a brilliant radiance. Enveloped in the brilliant radiance, the paper quickly faded and disappeared, as if merging with the rules of the world. Invisible dark gold mist gently swayed around him, and Aaron distinctly felt layers of indescribable restrictions added to his body. As Aaron's consciousness connected with the nation of disorder, these restrictions, integrated into his spirit and flesh, were drawn away from his body, converging towards an unknown location. Glancing at the unaware Emlyn Levi, Aaron's lips curved slightly upward, and he followed the admiral into the antechamber behind the study. Passing through intricate passages, the two arrived at a secret room. It was filled with densely packed sea charts, covered with various markings. A rough shipping lane gradually took shape, enclosed by these markings. This was a secret route with starting points spread across the northern South continent, such as the northern states, the Pass River Valley, and even the ancient forest, all converging at Pritz Harbor. And on all these maps, a single location was marked. Backland. Dash 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 dash. Northern Raging Sea, Dixa Bay, Connaught. Admiralsel, wearing a baseball cap, uncomfortably moved away from the Red Theater, detoured into a nearby alley, and arrived at a dimly lit herbal shop. His gaze swept across the room, and he suddenly froze, for the owner was an acquaintance. The owner wore a rural witch doctor's black robe, was in his 30s, with black hair and brown eyes, a very round face, and a plump physique. It was the apothecary he had met in Tingen. This guy is my junior nephew, the one my senior brother mentioned. Admiralsel stood rooted to the spot for a moment, even wondering if the contact information his unseen senior brother had given him earlier was fake. The plump apothecary Darkwill, who was sound asleep, didn't notice a customer had arrived. Instead, a round-eyed owl perched on the counter raised its head and stared intently at Admiralsel. The owl flapped its wings, and a sharp voice echoed through the small shop. Darkwill, we have a customer. Having already advanced to sequence 7 Lucky 1, and with his spirituality enhanced, Admiralsel looked at the plump owl, his brow slightly raised. Is this a Beyonder creature? Startled by the owl's sharp voice, Darkwill nearly fell off his reclining chair. Enraged, he wanted to grab the creature that had ruined his beautiful dream, but the owl nimbly dodged him. He gasped twice and roared, "You stupid bird, just you wait." Only then did he realize there seemed to be a customer standing at the door. The smile he had just forced onto his face instantly vanished when he saw the somewhat familiar face. Watching Darkwill, Admiralsel's eye twitched slightly, but he calmly said, "We meet again. I am the Life School of Thought member who wrote to you earlier. Your contact information was given to me by my senior brother, Roy King." Upon hearing the names of the Life School of Thought and his teacher, Darkwill's tense body slowly relaxed, then he suddenly raised his voice. "Senior brother." Unexpectedly meeting an acquaintance from Tingen here, Admiralsel considered his relationship with this guy for a moment, then calmly explained his identity in general terms. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and Darkwill managed a smile, but he couldn't bring himself to utter the word, "Junior Grand Uncle." He said flatteringly, "So that's how it is. I almost failed to recognize a superior. Please, come in quickly." The plump owl flapped its wings leisurely and landed on Admiralsel's shoulder, its round eyes intently fixed on the plump apothecary Darkwill. As if afraid Admiralsel wouldn't hear, it loudly said, Your body language and expression tell me that your true inner thought is, oh, this young punk is actually my junior grand uncle. Could it be that my unseen grand teacher just prefers this tender style?" As the voice fell, Darkwill's face visibly flushed, and he roared with a trembling voice. I knew I shouldn't have let you read those terrible books, you ungrateful stupid bird. I'm going to pluck all your feathers. The owl, perched on Admiral's shoulder, stared with wide, round eyes at the furious but hesitant Darkwill, and continued earnestly. Please call me Mr. Harry. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. I recently read something Emperor Russell said, a good bird chooses a tree to perch on, and a good minister chooses a lord to serve, and it greatly inspired me. Darkwill's expression instantly stiffened. He looked at the owl in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. A Beander creature that only knows how to read, automatically ignoring the somewhat heaven-defying statement, Ademisol tilted his head to look at the chubby owl on his shoulder, and asked curiously, Mr. Harry, can you tell me what books you've been reading recently? Taking his gaze off the plump apothecary Darkwill, the owl Harry replied seriously, my reading preferences depend on Darkwill's knowledge level. Unfortunately, the words he knows and can teach me are limited, so I have to read popular stories with a lower vocabulary requirement. Moreover, these are all serialized in newspapers. Watching Ademisol walk into the shop and close the door directly, the plump apothecary Darkwill's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered, I'll go buy a cookbook later, called East Byam Bird Cooking Guide. Ignoring Darkwill's mumbling, Ademisol leaned back in his recliner and said in a low voice, some people from the life school of thought have run into trouble. Roy King was secretly arrested by the LotM military because of this and is now imprisoned in the Byam governor's mansion. What? Darkwill lost control again, his eyes wide, blurting out a question. His violent movement scared the owl Harry into flying up to the rafters. He still remembered that when he was studying with his teacher, Roy King, he was always warned to be careful of official organizations, as he could either be permanently imprisoned underground, seeing neither sunlight nor women, or become a research subject, testing the dangers of certain sealed artifacts with his body, enduring various experiments, and mutating into a monster with only instincts left. But Darkwill wasn't stupid. He quickly reacted, taking 2 steps back warily, and mumbled guiltily, I can't confirm it. You can't expect me to believe whatever you say, right? Besides, why did you suddenly come looking for me? I haven't received any news. How do you know so much? You wouldn't happen to be the one who betrayed the life school of thought, would you? The latter half of the sentence, Darkwill only dared to mutter in his heart. Seeing through what the guy was thinking at a glance, Ademisol sighed and patiently explained, I am the disciple my teacher took in Tingen this year. Even your teacher only knew of my existence last month, which is why I wasn't ambushed by the LotM military. As for why I came to you, to be honest, it's because you're weak enough, inconspicuous enough, and therefore safe enough. Also, the school's important sealed artifact is with me now. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Darkwill, with a speed unbefitting his figure, rush into the back room of the herb shop, drag out a brown suitcase, and quickly stuff various clothes and neatly folded cash into it. Frozen for a moment, Ademisol's mouth twitched slightly as he reminded him, help me get an identity document too. For the next few months, we'll leave Dixie County. Don't take the waterway, go directly through Southwell County to East Tark County. Dash 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 dash. In the underground chamber of the governor's mansion on Orvie Island. Law Weaver, Emlyn Leviot looked indifferently at Aaron, who was examining numerous sea charts, and said coldly, these are the items I wanted to show you when I invited you to the dinner. I had been secretly tracking Mad Captain Connor's Victor's fleet for some time. Hey, until that deputy director of MI9, Chunas Korg, appeared. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the sea charts that covered the entire underground chamber, his brow slightly raised. He looked at the indifferent Emlyn Leviot. Now he finally understood why a mere mad captain required a demigod to personally guard and escort him. The only one who truly knew about the human trafficking being connected to the LotM royal family was that mad captain. With that pirate's strength, let alone a demigod, even a sequence 5 could easily silence him. It seemed that they had indeed done so at first, but only after discovering traces of Emlyn Leviat did they change to a demigod guard. Aaron looked at the sea charts on the wall again. This time, he no longer paid attention to the marked routes. Both the Mad Captain and Chunna's Korg had died, so as long as the Loan royal family wasn't insane, they wouldn't use these routes again. However, the slave capture locations in the southern continent were somewhat valuable. He could have Josephwell, who was guarding the West Biome colony, send people to investigate secretly. At least they might discover traces of the demonist sect. Looking at the almost brand new Loan map outside the shipping lanes, Aaron's mouth unconsciously curved slightly. No matter what happened, the Blood Emperor's secret mausoleum would always remain the same. Generously displaying the routes to him like this, it seemed that Admiral Emlyn must have discovered the approximate locations of several Blood Emperor ruins within Loan. As soon as he thought of this, Aaron's brows furrowed slightly. Given the level of security at the Blood Emperor ruins, even if it wasn't the exact location, it wasn't something a Sequence 4 could do without a sound. Could this guy have received the goddess's blessing? Pretending to still be looking at the surrounding maps, Aaron inadvertently scanned the Admiral again, confirming that he did not sense any residual aura of the goddess. His steps paused slightly, and Aaron realized that he seemed to have entered a habitual blind spot. This matter had almost the same internal logic as Chunna's Korg appearing on the Mad Captain's ship. Even if Loan's Beyonder power was strong, the number of strong individuals the royal family could truly trust and control would not be so abundant as to allow a demigod to personally guard the transportation of slave ships. This would only be done if the plan had issues or reached a critical juncture. And it's impossible for all 9 Blood Emperor mausoleums to be under angelic surveillance. It was only when George III was about to advance to Black Emperor that several angels were invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, bringing the defensive strength of the other mausoleums to such a terrifying level. Under normal circumstances, except for the few mausoleums near Backland, which might be directly observed by angels due to proximity, the other mausoleums far from Backland should only be guarded by demigod-level powerhouses. Only when attacked would they rely on the arrangements within the mausoleum, using the angel's worldwide responsive status to summon observation and power projection. Putting himself in Emlyn's shoes, he certainly wouldn't start by exploring near Backland. He would definitely explore the farthest locations first, and he wouldn't delve deep without confirmed intelligence. Thinking of this, his thoughts gradually settled, and Aaron also put away his previous indifferent attitude. If it was just about the Mad Captain, he wasn't interested at all, but if he could know the approximate locations of several Blood Emperor ruins in advance, it would be a profitable deal for him. Because his identity was rather special, if the East Tark family sent people to explore like Emlyn, the changes caused might exceed Aaron's expectations, which was why he hadn't done so before. However, a demigod like Emlyn, who was worth winning over and held a high position, was even more difficult to deal with. If this commander of the Central Sonia Sea Navy died suddenly, not only would the royal family have to explain, but the Church of Storms and the Church of Evernight Goddess would also investigate. Aaron then turned to look at Emlyn, pointing to the large blank area within Loan on the map, and said with a smile, "Admiral, compared to these routes, what interests me more is, where within Loan were those people finally sent?" Emlyn's azure eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't speak, the atmosphere in the entire underground chamber instantly became oppressive, like the calm before a storm. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "What do you know?" Ignoring the pressure that would make even ordinary demigods frown slightly, Aaron smiled and waved his hand. "Does what I know matter? What matters is what you yourself have done, and what will His Majesty the King's reaction be to your actions." Emlyn's eyes narrowed slightly, his azure eyes staring intently at Aaron's expression, as if trying to discern whether he was lying. "Where did you get that information from? Aren't you afraid of the royal family's pursuit?" Having roughly understood that Emlyn was not aware of the true nature of the slave transport, merely lucky enough to know a few slave delivery locations, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He skillfully raised his arm, revealing the faintly glowing Evernight holy emblem on his wrist, and said leisurely, "Don't beat around the bush with me, and don't try to probe my intentions. Hey, you and I both know that after the fourth epoch ended, the true masters of this world were never kings or emperors, but those lofty deities. I am very interested in the intelligence you possess. How about a trade?" Emlyn's expression suddenly became calm. Regarding Aaron's proposal, he neither responded nor refused. After a moment of contemplation, he said coldly, "I need some time to consider." "Do you need me to see you out?" Behind Emlyn was the Leviat family. Although not as deeply rooted as the Augustus family or Duke East Tark, they still held a place in the extraordinary world with complex interests, so they naturally wouldn't agree to Aaron's proposal so easily. But not directly refusing also indicated that he was indeed tempted. Not surprised by this outcome, Aaron nodded calmly, informing the admiral of the ritual to summon his messenger, Astolfo, and reminded him, "If you've thought it through, you can write a letter directly and send it to me via the messenger. Don't worry, my messenger is very strong. Even if you are being monitored, the situation you fear most will not occur. Also, I will find a reason to decline the invitation Governor Austin Leviat sent me earlier. This might alleviate some of your burden." Emlyn noted down the ritual and honorific name, nodding without any change in his expression. A colorful oil painting world appeared in the underground chamber. Just as Aaron was about to step into the spirit world, he paused, turned back, and reminded, "Once you make the right decision, I will give you a surprise. Backland, 15 Minsk Street. Bright sunlight streamed in, dispelling the chill. Klein, in a good mood, walked into the washroom, sat on the toilet, and began reading the still warm, Backland Morning Post. His fortuitous encounter with Mr. Azek last night truly gave him the confidence to continue his investigation in this city of 10,000 capitals, not to mention gaining a sealed artifact corresponding to the spirit guide. More than that, what excited Klein the most was that he had consulted Mr. Azek on how to obtain his own exclusive messenger. Although due to the potential danger of 008, Mr. Azek did not teach him the relevant knowledge at that time, he promised to explain the complete ritual steps through a letter later. To get a messenger, one must first design an accurate summoning ritual and prepare a corresponding spirit world creature contract. This belongs to a specialized field of knowledge, and messing around blindly can easily summon something bad. Therefore, Klein dared not try rashly before he was confident. But as the fool, even sending a letter required borrowing someone else's messenger, which was simply too demeaning. It was one thing that he didn't dare to contact Mr. Azek before due to various concerns, but now that he finally met him, he naturally had to consult him properly. While searching for posted detective tasks in the newspaper as usual, Klein silently thought to himself. Just then, his spiritual intuition suddenly triggered. He quickly tapped his teeth, activating spirit vision. Two thick, tall white bones appeared before him, which were the messenger's legs. The messenger stood there, its head piercing through the ceiling, but the black flames in its eye sockets were still visible. It lowered its head slightly, looking down at Klein, who was sitting on the toilet. Klein also looked up at this moment. The air instantly fell silent for 2 seconds, with only a single expletive echoing in his mind. Before he could utter those 2 words, the impolite messenger dropped a letter, then disintegrated into white bones with a whoosh, falling like a rainstorm and disappearing into the floor. The newspaper in his hand fell. Klein dazedly caught Mr. Azek's letter, and it took him a while to react. "Next time I write a letter, I'll add a section asking Mr. Azek to properly educate his messenger to be polite." Klein unfolded the letter and read Azek's reply. After retrieving several materials from above the gray fog, Klein had just prepared the ritual for summoning a spirit world creature when the room filled with the intoxicating scent of herbs and essential oils. He glanced at the room, which had cost him a full 20 soldi to clean, hesitated for a moment, then quickly gathered the materials, put on his trench coat and cap, slipped into an uninhabited alley, and swiftly entered the underground sewers. Finding a relatively dry passage, Klein looked at the somewhat dim surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. He could swear he wasn't feeling bad about the 20 solely, he was simply worried about causing an accident in his home. Even if he wasn't at risk himself, it could harm other residents and attract unnecessary trouble. I'm only sequence 7. Without Mr. Azek's help, I wouldn't be able to summon a messenger at all, so the messenger I summon cannot be too strong, or it's easy for it to backfire on me. It can't be too weak either, otherwise it might be killed by other malicious spirit world creatures at some point, leading to the loss of important letters, or it just needs to be fast enough. Klein's thoughts raced, and he soon had a definite idea. Combining the ritual process and precautions mentioned in Azek's letter, he formulated the summoning spell he desired. Considering that he wasn't sure what would ultimately be summoned, after all, it was difficult to divine the ritual's performer in advance, Klein first took out Azek's copper whistle and placed it on his chest, hoping this item from Mr. Azek could slightly deter those disobedient spirit world creatures. Amidst the scent of herbs and essential oils, illuminated by the dim candlelight, shadows flickered across his face, and the Wheel of Fortune card in his arms quietly glowed. As the ancient Hermes language echoed, ripples spread in circles, undulating through the spirit world. Deep within the spirit world, incomprehensible by common sense, in this chaotic realm, various pieces of information, apart from spirit world creatures, exist as complex abstract symbols. Even those symbolic figures have a certain possibility of coming alive, transforming into non-corporeal monsters. The silver ripples passed through the colorful, distorted color blocks and merged into a completely black, vine-covered, very Gothic-style castle. Reinette Tinecare instantly appeared at the top of the castle, her 4 golden-haired, red-eyed, strikingly beautiful heads, held by her drooping hands, simultaneously opened their eyes. Reflected in her blood-red eyes was Klein, enveloped in a thin, hazy layer of grayish-white mist. At this moment, he was continuously trying different prayer incantations, and a flickering, rippling river vaguely appeared in his arms, extending its ripples deep into the spirit world. The ritual of the Ancient Bane involves cursing oneself with the ability of incantation, and using oneself as the source to infect a segment of history. The longer the infected history, the better the ritual's effect. Even though Reinette Tinecare was severely wounded, having revived from the infected history and reborn within the spirit world, she still retained her angelic essence, making her particularly sensitive to the mists of history. After only a few seconds of observation, this former leader of the Temperance faction's body suddenly contracted. Although distance and direction are chaotic within the spirit world, as long as an accurate and clear location is provided, Reinette Tinecare can instantly appear at the altar, no matter where she is in the spirit world. And the guidance of fate made her sense Klein's summoning. Even if she hadn't fully recovered, she could easily pinpoint his location. Backland, Sherwood Burrow, underground sewers. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. After sending away a messenger who resembled a trash can, no matter how he changed the incantations, not a single spirit world creature appeared again. Unsure why this was happening, Klein stared blankly at the still burning candle flames, then took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and decided to take a risk. He took a step back and finally said, I summon in my name. Spirits wandering in the void, friendly creatures that can be commanded, unique existences willing to be my messenger. Whoosh. As his words fell, within the wall of spirituality, the wind suddenly intensified, and Klein's peaked cap nearly flew off. The candlelight flickered, expanding to the size of a human head, so pale as if it had lost all warmth. A translucent head slowly emerged as if breaking through a thin membrane. Its hair was light gold and smooth, its eyes blood red, and its appearance strikingly beautiful and dignified. What made Klein's heart pound was that the sense of oppression brought by this suddenly appearing spirit world creature far exceeded that of the bone messenger. More crucially, Azek's copper whistle, which had always been effective against spirit world creatures, had no effect whatsoever this time. The blood-red eyes completely ignored the whistle and simply stared at him, as if confirming something. I just finished chanting, and there's a response already. Could it be because of this fellow that no messenger came no matter how I changed the final directional incantation earlier? His thoughts were a jumble, and Klein's Adam's apple bobbed as he watched the head fully emerge. But what followed was not a neck, but a phantom hand grasping her hair ends. Beyond the hand was a sleeve with intricate but dark patterns. The summoned spirit world creature emerged faster and faster, soon fully appearing before Klein's eyes. "Is you summoning me?" The headless woman, dressed in a somber, elaborate black gown, stood quietly. Her four hanging heads spoke one after another, using ancient Phanepotter. Being able to communicate directly through language, this spirit world creature's level is clearly not low. Looking at its bizarre appearance, Klein's face twitched slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he still asked, "Yes, are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger?" Reinette Tinaker's skirt moved slightly, and her four golden-haired, red-eyed heads nodded simultaneously. "Can each 1 gold coin robbery 1 gold coin for 1-letter delivery." Klein's mouth twitched, almost wanting to immediately dismiss the summoning, but remembering that payment could be made upon delivery, he ultimately held back. Taking a deep breath, Klein took out the necromancer's contract he had prepared earlier. Under normal circumstances, the honorific name of Death must be used, but that Death had fallen long ago and no longer responded. Therefore, he followed Mr. Azek's suggestion, using descriptions of high-level beings in the necromancy domain or the underworld itself as substitutes, though the binding power would not be as strong. Although he felt somewhat uneasy, unsure if this could bind this mysterious spirit world creature, seeing the headless woman with no intention of leaving, her four pairs of eyes fixed on him, Klein still chose the underworld, which was closely related to Azek. The ultimate destination of all death, the hell hidden deep within the spirit world, the witness to the decay of all things, the kingdom belonging solely to death. After these four descriptions were written, the ancient Hermes script on the yellowish-brown parchment ignited one by one with eerie green flames, casting a sinister glow all around. Having completed the main text, Klein took out Azek's copper whistle, pressed it onto the parchment, and signed his current name. Sherlock Moriarty. This doesn't necessarily require a true name, as one's aura will enter the contract, and the name's purpose is merely for summoning. As long as communication with the messenger is established, modifying the corresponding name is not troublesome and can effectively avoid reverse tracking by certain rituals. Once Klein finished signing, the parchment floated up, carrying Azek's copper whistle and the dark red steel pen, and flew before the headless woman. One of the golden-haired, red-eyed heads held by the headless woman bit the round-bellied steel pen and wrote down her name. Reinette Tinaker. The eerie green flames quickly merged into a single blaze, engulfing Azek's copper whistle and the yellowish-brown parchment. A few seconds later, the parchment turned to ashes, and the copper whistle fell unchanged into Klein's outstretched palm. The four heads held by the headless woman, Reinette, simultaneously blinked, and her figure rapidly blurred, shrinking back into the pale candlelight. Reinette Tinaker. I need to ask her Rhodes about her origin later. This thought flashed through his mind, and Klein, coming back to his senses, realized that his back was already soaked with sweat. North Borough, Backland, 34 George Street. Will Ossepton tossed the freshly folded paper crane onto the table. Bright sunlight streamed in, illuminating the Backland Morning Post on the table through the paper crane. Alan Criss, a renowned practicing surgeon in Backland, has been invited by the East Tark Charity Foundation to open a charity clinic at 135 George Street, North Borough, on the 29th of this month. This is for. Jumping down from the chair, Will Ossepton muttered softly. If not for my imminent restart, after which I won't be able to interfere much with the outside world, I wouldn't have to be so circuitous. As long as that fellow isn't too reckless, even if Reinette Tinaker is not in good condition, she should still be able to save his life at a critical moment. Fate is truly too harsh on me, I have to personally worry about everything. Damn Ouroboros. Dash 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 dash. Yarnum, capital of East Tark County, Zuda Underground Hall. Red-haired, brown-eyed Varna will sat on a bronze chair deep within the hall, His eyes, flickering with fire and lightning, stared with interest at Astolf, who stood beside Aaron. After a moment, he spoke. "This is your messenger, truly extraordinary." This was not the first time he had seen this messenger. When he hunted the god of weather in Bansi Harbor, he already knew of Astolf's existence. But at that time, only his power projection had acted, and the main target was the god of weather, contaminated by the city of calamity, so he hadn't paid too much attention to Astolf, who was barely a demigod at the time. To his surprise, this spirit world creature, who wasn't even a demigod to begin with and was merely captured by Gusman while stored in the Mask of Death, was actually related to the bound god of the southern continent. "I roughly understand your idea. I can also act if necessary, but you need to consider carefully the terror of that being. The previous, bound god, is the best example." Varna will lightly tap the back of the chair, speaking in a low voice. The person, the angel, and the spirit world creature present all knew that that being referred to the Mother Tree of Desire, the deity worshipped by the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Although they were all unafraid of contamination from the cosmos due to their unique natures, they weren't so foolish as to utter the name and needlessly attract attention. Aaron mentally calculated the number of angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts he could find at the moment, and carefully said, "The barrier of the astral world won't last much longer. Once that final barrier breaks, the bound god will be completely corrupted almost instantly. If we act, whether the 7 in the astral world are willing or not, they will not sit idly by and watch the one worshipped by the Rose School of Thought continue to erode the already battered primordial one barrier. What we need to watch out for is whether that abomination, Saya, will arrive with certain things to obstruct us. Moreover, regardless of whether we succeed in the end, we cannot let the 7 deities know that we were the ones who did those things in the spirit world, so this must be done with the help of the 7 lights of the spirit world." Varna immediately fell silent, weighing the feasibility of the matter. Seeing this, Astolf instantly let out a cursing sound capable of making spirits tremble. The 7 lights are of high standing, second only to deities. They cover the highest reaches of the spirit world and are greatly connected to it. If we can persuade them, by leveraging their corresponding authorities, a combined effort can indeed temporarily shield the spirit world from the gaze of other deities. At this point, it paused before slowly adding, "That's how I managed back then, not being discovered by the 7 deities and other high-level existences peering into the spirit world." With Astolf's first-hand account, Aaron no longer hesitated. In any case, he would have to meet the 7 lights of the spirit world eventually. At worst, he could sell Klein to them, right? However, since he wasn't the great ruler above the spirit world, and somewhat worried that the other 7 lights might ignore him, the first one Aaron summoned was Orange Light, Hilarion. After all, they were old acquaintances. Whether in Byam or the Fog Sea, their collaborations had been pleasant enough, so they wouldn't ignore him. Accompanied by solemn ancient Hermes, the candlelight suddenly expanded, and light surged forth, revealing an old man in an orange robe. The old man was plump, with a short white beard, and looked quite amiable. He glanced at Aaron and Varna while on the bronze chair, finally looking at Astolf, and chuckled, nodding. "Your Highness, I can help you persuade the other 7 lights, but I suggest you speak with Red Light, El Moria personally." "You knew before I even said anything." Aaron raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing the Orange Light's gentle demeanor, he directly asked, "You seem to know what I intend to do." Orange Light, Hilarion did not hide it, and smiled candidly. The spirit world itself is woven from various pieces of information, some from the past, some from the present, and some revealing certain futures. And whether it's divination or prophecy, most methods actually utilize the spirit world, and only then rely on peeking into fate. Even if you haven't entered the spirit world, as long as the actions you are about to undertake have a great connection with us, we will sense them and make a prophecy. Somewhat similar to the visionary's authority, but achieved through the special nature of the spirit world, more like a mystical ritual, exclusive to the 7 lights. Aaron nodded, signaling the Orange Light to continue. Red Light, El Moria's honorific name is, the never-fading light of the spirit world, incarnation of endless knowledge, red of authority and will. He represents power and will. He was the one who primarily helped your messenger shield the spirit world before. I think he should be able to provide you with some good experience. Plan ahead, prepare emergency plans for various situations, ensure foolproof safety. Aaron almost instantly understood the meaning behind the orange light's words. After seeing orange light, Hilarion off, he rearranged the ritual. Then, a step later, following the steps taught by the orange light, he chanted in ancient Hermes. I pray in my name. I pray to communicate with the never-fading light of the spirit world, incarnation of endless knowledge, red of authority and will. The biggest difference between this spirit channeling ritual, reportedly from the Pure Light Brotherhood, and those commonly used by the major churches, is that one cannot pray to deities. Neither the Evernight Goddess, nor the Lord of Storms, honorific names can appear in the ritual, otherwise, it will inevitably lead to failure. From a mystical perspective, this means that the seven lights of the spirit world do not belong to or serve any deity. As words capable of communicating with nature spirits were uttered, a luminous door seemed to open before Aaron. The surroundings suddenly became silent, and pairs of inexplicable eyes from different places behind the door simultaneously gazed over, but upon sensing the strong aura of iron and blood, they one by one shifted their gaze away. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. A chilling wind suddenly swept through, and a rich, pure, yet not at all bloody red light emerged from the light door, transforming into an extremely majestic old man in a large red robe. A sense of déjà vu, like a strict old teacher. Suppressing the strange thoughts in his mind, Aaron said sincerely and respectfully. Respected Mr. El Moria, I have something I'd like to ask you. Red light, El Moria's head moved slightly, and an ethereal yet majestic voice emanated. Hilarion introduced you to me before. Indeed, seeing is believing. You don't need to be so polite, you can just call me El Moria. Please speak. Although Aaron knew that this, red light, probably knew what he wanted to ask, he still described his thoughts in detail and did not change his attitude. After all, the seven lights of the spirit world were nominally subordinate to the spirit world dominator, not his subordinates, and he was currently seeking their help. After listening to Aaron's thoughts, El Moria pondered for 2 seconds and said, Your idea indeed has a basis for realization, but as you know, the world structure in mysticism includes the spirit world, the astral world, and the real world, which we also call the material world. Aaron nodded. As a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter who had also fused with a fragment of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom, he understood this statement more deeply. In a sense, the real world is the material and concrete side of the world, also known as the surface of the world. The spirit world is the informational and destiny-oriented side of the world, commonly understood as the buffer zone between mystery and reality. The astral world, on the other hand, is the abstract and symbolic conceptual side of the world's authority. From this perspective, the Life School of Thought's advocated triple division of the world into the absolute rational world, the world of spirits, and the material world, is more like interpreting the world from the perspective of destiny. Aaron expressed his thoughts, and El Moria did not deny them. He nodded solemnly and continued to add, No matter how one interprets the essence of the world, one thing remains constant: the underlying logic of the entire world is chaotic and disordered. Therefore, the three are, to some extent, overlapping. Therefore, whether it's spirit world traversal or astral world wandering, the essence of being able to move positions in the real world is due to this reason. Understanding the words of this, red light, Aaron thoughtfully asked in return. So, you mean that the seven lights, including yourself, can help seal off information in the spirit world, but the part that overlaps with reality and the astral world needs me to figure out. After receiving an affirmative answer, Aaron's face twitched. The real world was easy to deal with, he could find a deserted area corresponding to the spirit world and directly cover it with his strengthened domain of judgment. With the blessing of the nation of disorder, he could meet the requirements. However, the astral world was still too unfamiliar to him. If he were to ask the Evernight goddess for help, the other 6 gods, even if they didn't know at the time, would likely realize afterward that there was a hidden authority interfering. The 7 gods, already internally opposed due to Adam's covert instigation, would likely accelerate the deterioration of the situation, and the goddess might not be willing to take the blame. Aaron glanced at Astolfo and asked, somewhat unconvinced. Then how did you help Astolfo escape that body back then? Seemingly knowing that Aaron would ask this question, Red Light, El Moriah did not beat around the bush and directly replied. The situation at that time was different. The existence that was peeking at and corroding the bound god wanted to completely erase the contingencies left by the bound god, giving birth to the abomination, Saya. We took advantage of Saya's forceful invasion of the spirit world, which attracted most of the attention, to use the spirit world's unique properties to peel him off and re-incubate him in the depths of the spirit world. And this time, you want to hunt a mutated angel in the spirit world. The difficulty of the two was different, so the preparations needed were naturally different. Aaron accepted this explanation. Watching Aaron fall into contemplation, El Moriah continued. This is only part of the plan. If the angel wandering in the spirit world undergoes a change, Saya will definitely be guided. Moreover, the Rose school of thought still possesses a sacred relic left by the sanguine ancestor, Lilith. Aaron nodded noncommittally. In the eyes of the sanguine, the importance of that item had already surpassed that of an ordinary angel, and it was very likely the beauty goddess characteristic held by the Mother Tree of Desire. It was also the key for the Mother Tree of Desire to corrode and control part of the Moon Pathway's authority. Well, Osepton is restarting at the end of this year, so I must hurry. Aaron sighed inwardly, discussed other potential accidents with Red Light, El Moriah, and only sent this pure light away after reaching a general agreement on the course of action. It wasn't until the Zuda Underground Hall returned to quiet that Walnerwall, seated on the high-backed chair, said in a deep voice. That sanguine sacred relic only escaped the sanguine's control at the end of the 4th epoch, after the Blood Moon Queen fell. I think you can prepare for both possibilities. There is no such thing as a flawless plan. Appropriately and preparedly leaving flaws can have a better misleading effect. After all, wouldn't it be more in line with common sense for the sanguine to deliberately provoke Saya to act for the sake of that sacred relic? You're still the one with the darkest heart, old man. Aaron couldn't help but give his ancestor a thumbs up. He thought for a moment and responded thoughtfully. This matter still needs to be discussed with those sanguine dukes. Although it's just a precaution, the risk is not small. For allies, we still need to be more generous in our dealings. Walnerwell narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, with a half-smile. Are you saying I'm not being fair? Aaron coughed dryly, directly denied it, and quickly changed the subject. If the plan succeeds, Astolfo will at least regain his angelic rank. Moreover, there seems to be one last abomination characteristic from the 3rd epoch hidden in the Divine War ruins. In that case, we can gain more initiative when we finally turn against the Augustus family. Listening to this clear arrangement, Walnerwell snorted lightly. Oh, you're even so considerate of a mere messenger. Having observed the entire process and knowing that there would be no action today, Astolfo nodded to Walnerwell, and then his figure disappeared into the spirit world. Aaron then cleared his throat and added, "Thank you for the compliment. Also, I haven't forgotten about you, young man. The Augustus family has a Sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristic in their possession. They intend to trade this characteristic to the Demonist sect, but it is currently still in Backland. I will keep an eye out for you." Although he was somewhat surprised at how Aaron knew such secret information, Walnerwell, accustomed to the young man's mysterious sources of information, did not ask further. His expression softened as he admonished. My matter is not urgent. The number of anchors is insufficient, so even if I were given a Sequence 1 characteristic now, I wouldn't be able to advance. Everything should prioritize your matters first. Take it one step at a time, don't be impatient. Be steady and sure. The revival of the Truncest remnants still depends on you. Listening to Walner Will's somewhat self-deprecating tone, Aaron's expression became solemn. Angels needed the positioning of anchors to resist the erosion of divinity and ensure the stability of their own state. Of course, special cases like Adam, who could conjure enough anchors through imagination, and Amen, who used his clones as anchors, were impossible to replicate. Apart from the angels of the Orthodox churches, only those like William I, who controlled a nation and even had his portrait printed on banknotes, would not lack anchors. How about adding Walner Will to my order codex, and sharing some anchors like other Orthodox churches do? As soon as the thought arose, Aaron dismissed it. Even if he were to do it, it couldn't be now. However, the anchor problem is also easy to solve. The particularity of the Red Priest pathway dictates that more wars and more victories can themselves become anchors in a certain sense. As this thought flashed through his mind, Aaron saw Walner Will put away his somewhat emotional expression, take out the crown of stars, and admonish. From the very first time I met you a few years ago, I knew you were definitely a troublemaker. Alas, I originally intended to leave this sealed artifact to your father, Gusmanwil, but for now, you can keep it. Aaron awkwardly accepted the crown of stars. He did not refuse Walner Will's kindness. Although the ring of concealment could summon historical void images of the crown of stars, it certainly couldn't compare to the original. This way, he could also save a slot for a historical projection. Backland, as the afterglow of the setting sun cast down, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street by public carriage. These past 2 days, the commissions he chose to accept were mostly concentrated in the North District. Through various inquiries using his detective identity, he finally confirmed that Benson was currently employed by the Air Pollution Committee, and his younger sister Melissa had joined the East Tark Charity Foundation. After confirming that his brother and sister could also live decently after coming to Backland, Klein looked at the already dark night and, no longer busy, burrowed into his covers. After an unknown period, Klein suddenly woke up, soberly and rationally aware that he was dreaming of flipping through a newspaper in the living room. This familiar feeling. He habitually feigned confusion, turning his head to look at the door, his pupils slightly contracting. If not for his clown ability, he wouldn't have been able to control his body from showing any abnormality. The door creaked open, and 2 figures in gray overcoats walked in. The leader was a man in his 40s, with soft facial features, long hair at his temples, an exaggerated standard top hat, and a black cane with a gold inlay in his hand. He had a pair of deep blue eyes that looked quite intelligent. And following behind him was a young man with black hair and green eyes, good-looking, with a romantic poetic temperament, none other than Leonard Mitchell. This guy is still the same as before, neglects his appearance, so sloppy. Klein muttered to himself, letting out a silent sigh. He pretended to be nonchalant, flipping through a magazine while casually greeting the newcomers. The leading man took off his hat, sat opposite Klein, took out his police ID, and asked casually. "Hello, Detective Sherlock. My name is Soest. This is a routine inquiry. Please answer truthfully. Before you discovered the abnormality in the East Balam Shipping Company's sewer, did you know a person named Landless? If so, how did you come to know him?" Upon hearing Captain Soest's question, Leonard, who had been pacing and examining the room, finally looked over. A fleeting sense of inexplicable familiarity flashed, and Leonard's dark green eyes immediately showed a hint of confusion. Noticing Leonard's gaze, the experienced Klein feigned a half-asleep state and recited the prepared statement. "Of course I know him. That guy was a wanted criminal with a bounty of £500. When I came to Backland from the Sea Rift County, all my savings went to rent. How could I miss a quick money-making task like a bounty?" "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." Soest cleared his throat, interrupting Klein's attempt to continue speaking. He stood up and bowed politely, pressing his hand to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water. He and a frowning Leonard disappeared directly from the room. Leonard has actually advanced to nightmare. Good thing I'm familiar with the church's interrogation procedures, and even in the dream, I kept my beard and had a good disguise, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Looking at the spot where Leonard had just stood, Klein breathed a long sigh of relief, rubbing his temples with a slight headache, knowing that this should be the Evernight Church's investigation into Lanless's death. As the first informant, Klein knew he couldn't escape the church's scrutiny and had long prepared for a dream inquiry, but he hadn't expected Leonard to be involved this time. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to sit there, not rushing to leave the dream, lost in thought for a long time. After a while, he curled his lips and murmured softly, "It's a pity it's not the captain. I really miss him. Dash 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 dash." In a hotel facing the street in Sherwood Borough, under the dim light, Captain Soest pointed to the documents on the table and said thoughtfully, "Currently, it seems that this informant provided by MI9 has no direct connection with Lanless. Perhaps, we should look from a different angle. It's just a pity that MI9 is only willing to provide the informant, and they are unwilling to share the specific details of the operation that day with us." Leonard frowned in thought, then suddenly whispered, "Captain, I'm going to the washroom first." After Soest agreed, Leonard quickly got up, went to the washroom, locked the door, and, using the sound of running water, lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, was that guy problematic just now?" You know what kind of problem I'm talking about. And is it possible that his answer was prepared in advance, and he only managed to evade our scrutiny by using a sealed artifact provided by MI9? An aged voice then sounded in his mind with a hint of displeasure. HMPH, young people nowadays are getting more and more impolite. Is that how you ask for help? Then Pale Zoroast's tone paused slightly, and he said faintly, "I can confirm that that person did not use a sealed artifact, nor did he have any residual aura of the true creator." With the old man's confirmation, Leonard nodded lightly, temporarily suppressing the strange feeling that had arisen in his heart at some unknown point. At the top of the tower in the City of Silver, Demon Hunter, Colin Iliad stood by the window, looking out at the alternating light and dark environment, gazing at the sky in the deep darkness. The shadow in the corner of the room twisted and writhed, transforming into an unreal dark figure, and a low, hoarse voice emerged. "Chief, Derek Berg has been brought. Do you need him to come in now?" Colin Iliad retracted his gaze, paced from the window to the desk, and nodded. "Let him in. You go prepare at the base of the tower first." Bowing respectfully, the shadow in the corner of the wall twisted and collapsed, swiftly disappearing, and the room door opened in response. A somewhat apprehensive Derek Berg stood at the doorway, meeting the chief's deep in vicissitudes pale blue eyes. He subconsciously wanted to scratch his head but forcibly restrained the impulse, then spoke in a low voice. "Chief, what do you need me for?" Colin Iliad glanced at the somewhat restrained Derek Berg, nodded almost imperceptibly, and then spoke steadily. "Your potion is digesting very well. You can attempt to advance to Sequence 7 in less than a month. The transaction you mentioned earlier has been discussed with the Council of Six. The City of Silver does have surplus, Silver Knight, Beander characteristics in reserve, but they were all obtained at the cost of countless lives of City of Silver residents over thousands of years. While the potion formula is precious, its value is not entirely equivalent. Therefore, in addition to the potion formula, the City of Silver also requires a replacement holy grade sealed artifact from the Sun Domain. You can inform the person who proposed the transaction that if they agree, we can complete the transaction today. Of course, as a sign of our sincerity, that sealed artifact from the Sun Domain does not need to be paid immediately." Derek's expression tightened, feeling a sense of relief as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. The City of Silver's holy grade sealed artifact was equivalent to a grade 1 sealed artifact in the outside world, and given the Silver Knights level, the sealed artifact from the Sun Domain that the chief requested only corresponded to Sequence 4. Having long since labeled Mr. Emperor as mysterious and powerful, in his mind, Derek had no doubt that the other party could produce it. After receiving the chief's approval, he immediately found an empty room and prayed in a low voice. Dash 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 dash. Klein, who was in a daze in the dream world, suddenly heard a familiar prayer. Ripples spread, and the dream world completely shattered. Uncertain whether the Evernight Goddess Church was still monitoring him, Klein pretended to have just woken up, walking sleepily to the washroom. Using the sound of running water, he quickly divined and confirmed that he was not currently being monitored. Sigh, even the church's elite red gloves are too trusting of dream inquiries. If I were that person just now, I would definitely prepare an extra psychological questionnaire to bring into the dream. As refreshing water washed over his face, Klein quickly gathered his thoughts. He wanted to see who was so impolite as to disturb Mr. Fool's rest in the middle of the night. Walking 4 steps counterclockwise, he arrived above the gray fog. Sitting at the head of the long bronze table, Klein pointed his finger at the constantly contracting and expanding crimson star, and Derek's suppressed, youthful voice immediately echoed. The City of Silver agreed. That means I'm about to get a demigod, or more accurately, a sequence 3-level potion formula, right? The corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upwards, and Klein immediately felt invigorated, throwing this image into the crimson star representing Mr. Emperor, with great anticipation. Dash 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 dash. Eleusil, the capital of the Eastern Tark Archipelago. After seeing off red light, Air Moria, Aaron returned alone to the study in the Duke's mansion. After a moment of thought, he raised his hands, assumed a praying posture, and chanted in ancient Hermes. Evernight Goddess, higher than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity, you are the Lord of Crimson, the Mother of Secrecy, and also the Empress of Calamity and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence. This time, Aaron did not perform any ritual, because he was not praying for a boon, nor did he expect a response. He was merely describing the problem described by red light, so a direct prayer was sufficient. After praying, Aaron exhaled and drew a crimson moon on his chest, patiently waiting for possible developments. After waiting for a few minutes, Aaron neither received an revelation nor did a lady in a simple linen robe appear. In a sense, this also indicated the Evernight Goddess's attitude. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt a headache. Just as he was pondering how to solve the astral world problem next, ripples spread from his wrist, and the cross statue Adam had given him in Tingen quietly appeared. This, even if Aaron didn't touch the sculpture, a gray light still surged out, and a scene immediately appeared before his eyes. In Eleusil City, in front of the church where Audrey had been engaged, a priest wearing an unusually simple white robe and a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face sat quietly in the empty square. As if sensing Aaron's gaze, he looked up, his eyes clear and innocent like a child's, his expression gentle and reserved, with a silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. Adam. This name surfaced in his mind, and Aaron's face twitched slightly. He already understood the Evernight Goddess's meaning. This, former lord of the astral world, indeed had the ability to temporarily obscure, and did not care about the hostility of the 7 deities. Although he felt that the Evernight Goddess and Adam might have reached a tacit understanding on this matter, Aaron still dared not go in person. The feeling of helplessness when he was trapped in the Bone Church in Tingen was still vivid in his mind. But Adam had already come to Eleusil, so he couldn't pretend not to see him. Aaron sighed, and as his spirituality surged, just as he was about to summon his historical void image to go in his stead, a crimson light suddenly appeared before him again. What's going on tonight? Temporarily suppressing the idea of immediately going to see Adam, Aaron, after understanding the City of Silver's demands, first conveyed his willingness to trade, and then swiftly brought back a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Sun Domain from the Nation of Disorder. It was a mottled bronze candelabrum, with extremely brilliant candlelight bound by an invisible force. This was part of Solomon's treasure that Aaron himself had collected from Lost Nguyen. However, since there was no demand for high-sequence Beander characteristics of the Sun Domain within the family, and the undead in Elven Gallows, Door of Rebirth, were extremely repulsed, coupled with the overwhelming power of the Scepter of Daybreak, it had been left in the clutter pile. He quickly set up the ritual and sacrificed this sealed artifact along with the already prepared Silver Knight potion formula to Fool Klein. Knowing that the City of Silver would only provide the Silver Knight Beander characteristic after verifying the correctness of the potion formula, which would take some time, he immediately cancelled the sacrifice and bestowal ritual, and as his spirituality surged into the ring of concealment in his hand, Aaron summoned his historical void image and directly entered a hidden state. After the historical projection gained consciousness, it immediately initiated a spirit world teleportation, stepping out into the central square. Dash 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 dash. City of Silver, top floor of the tower. After receiving a definite reply, Colin looked at the somewhat excited Derek, nodded, and motioned for him to follow, descending the spiral staircase step by step. Powerful and dangerous sealed artifacts are stored at the bottom of the tower. Follow me. Halfway down, they heard heart-wrenching cries and shouts. Hearing this sound, Derek, who had been smiling, suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning, sweat seeping from his forehead. He whispered, his expression pained and somewhat confused. "It's starting again." Colin did not turn back, nodding silently, and replied in a hoarse voice. "Yes, this is our inescapable fate." At this moment, in a hall on the middle level of the tower, members of an exploration team who had been contaminated outside were being pressed down by a tangible divine radiance, unable to move, as if burdened by a giant mountain. One by one, people, old and young, holding swords or knives, trembling, raised their weapons. This was the ancient curse that enveloped everyone in the City of Silver. They had to personally kill their blood relatives to prevent them from turning into terrifying and bizarre evil spirits after death. The cries and screams brought back painful memories buried deep in his heart. Derek suddenly clenched his fists and whispered solemnly and resolutely, "I will end this inherited fate, I definitely will." Colin, walking ahead, paused slightly but said nothing more. The crying gradually faded, leaving only the sound of footsteps on the stairs. After calming his emotions, Derek's experience of exploring in the darkness made him instinctively listen carefully, and he heard faint, sharp, mournful sobs within the footsteps. His hair bristled, and his entire body suddenly tensed, adopting a highly defensive posture. Just then, thumping sounds spread. Derek was about to pray for holy light and warn the chief when his vision suddenly brightened. The chief drew his longsword just as lightning flashed. The thumping against the wall instantly vanished, and the bottom of the tower returned to silence. This was not absolute silence, but a silence where faint footsteps could echo far and linger for a long time. In this eerie silence, Colin led Derek to a half-open room, pointed, and said, "I'll go get the corresponding sealed artifact. You can prepare here. This is the bottom of the tower, protected by a divine-grade sealed artifact." Understanding the chief's hint, Derek immediately nodded. After the chief left, he closed the door and began to pray softly to the honorific name of Fool. In a completely dark room not far away, a faint light suddenly appeared in the absolute darkness, like the reflection from a lens, and a low voice echoed, "I didn't expect this, truly interesting." After the slightly playful voice sounded, the sound of a heavy object falling followed, as if a corpse had dropped to the ground. Derek, still praying softly, inexplicably felt his hair stand on end. He subconsciously looked around but found nothing. Dash 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 dash. After receiving Aaron's sacrifice, Klein first looked at the Silver Knight potion formula and immediately gasped. A blessing from a deity. If little son were to pray for my blessing, wouldn't that expose me? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein's gaze, directed at the prayer scene, suddenly froze. Around the blurry, hard-to-see sun was entwined a transparent, illusory figure. It had hands and feet, but like a python, it twisted around the sun, its head reaching behind the sun's head. In the hazy image, it seemed to be wearing a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat, with a crystal-like monocle on its face. The sun was completely unaware of all this. When Klein almost gasped again, startled by the other party's bizarre methods. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the Grade 1 sealed artifact Aaron had just sacrificed in this mysterious gray fog space. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he began to modify the Evernight Goddess's secret prayer ritual, intending to turn it into a secret communion ritual belonging to Fool. He only needed to replace the honorific name with the 3 phrases of King of Yellow and Black, and secondly, change the symbolic emblem to the one behind the Fool's chair, a unique symbol composed of the eyeless eye, symbolizing secrecy, and the twisted lines, symbolizing change. After a while of busy work, he had a new secret communion ritual, though he didn't know if it would be effective. Taking a deep breath, with no other better option, he directly transmitted the ritual to Derek and began the secret prayer ritual. Klein immediately felt the entire mysterious space tremble slightly, and the seemingly static grayish-white fog showed obvious flowing. The crimson star corresponding to the sun then glowed brightly, emitting a tide-like illusory light. These countless lights condensed, forming the blurry figure of the sun. He was in a praying posture, eyes closed, head bowed, waiting to gradually align with the great existence and gain a wonderful spiritual experience. On his body, the transparent figure was still tightly coiled like a python, but its head was tilted back, looking upwards, and the crystal monocle was flashing faintly. At the same time, Klein used his own spirituality as a vortex, drawing the stirred power within the mysterious space, guiding it like a tide towards the bronze candelabrum sacrificed by Aaron. The slight tremor above the gray fog instantly became more pronounced. Specks of pure light intertwined, sweeping, rushing towards Klein, merging with his spirituality. The dark golden bronze candelabrum immediately bloomed with dazzling brilliance, growing brighter and denser. Golden flames surged out, forming a golden figure as tall as Klein, and a majestic aura stirred ripples within the gray fog space. The sealed artifact sacrificed by Mr. Emperor is actually this strong. As this thought just surfaced, his peripheral vision caught a terrifying scene. Within the sun figure outlined by the illusory light of the crimson star, a distorted, blurry light figure suddenly reached forward, slowly but firmly extending into the boundary of the crimson star, giving the impression of penetrating the barrier between reality and illusion. Whoosh! For the first time, the boundless grayish-white fog showed a hint of chaos. The previous, flowing, seemed to have converged into waves, into a great wind. Dash 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 dash. In the deep darkness, location unknown, a lightning bolt ripped across the sky, illuminating the vicinity. This was a plain full of ravines, where a cyan-black cyclops wandered aimlessly. Its eyes were lifeless, its face covered in signs of decay and pus, and grayish-yellow gases emanated from its body, intertwining in midair to form clouds. And at its feet, in the deepest ravine of that plain, a figure stood at the edge, looking down. Aided by the lightning, a heavy, vast grayish-white building vaguely appeared at the bottom of the ravine. The figure wore a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat, identical to the illusion Klein had seen. He raised a hand and pinched the crystal monocle, then turned his head to the left, looking into the distance. Interesting, but what a pity. He suddenly whispered, speaking in ancient Fusic. After a pause, the figure's lips curved into a smile, and he uttered a single word. Fool. Before the words finished, he had already leapt into the ravine before him. At this moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped this world. The flaming human figure emerging from the bronze lamp, after being mixed with the power of the gray fog space, merged into the paper-cut angel in the pile of sundries. Suddenly, the figure formed by the fiery gold flames grew exceptionally tall, with pair after pair of enormous, blazing white wings sprouting from its back, a full 12 pairs. And on each pair of wings, golden patterns intertwined, and feathers inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols were present. Silently, the paper-cut angel, formed entirely of light of no darkness, flashed out and overlapped with the small sun, materialized from the deep red star. Amidst the ethereal and complex sounds, brilliant and scorching light erupted. After several seconds, the gray-white mist and the mysterious space above it completely returned to tranquility, as if no one had set foot there for millennia. An endless sense of exhaustion surged from deep within his spirit body. Klein instantly felt hollowed out, confirming that the distorted, ethereal, and bizarre entity no longer entanglement the small sun's figure. He uncontrollably exhaled a sigh of relief, then materialized the before and after comparison images and threw them towards the small sun figure outlined by the crimson light, allowing him to understand it himself. Enduring the splitting headache, Klein, with the help of the all-black eye, Mr. Azek's copper whistle, and the suppression of the entire gray fog space, barely managed to reseal the Grade 1 sealed artifact of the sun pathway that Aaron had sacrificed. I need to quickly summarize the remaining magician principles and better grasp the mysterious space above the gray fog through digestion and advancement. There's no time to think about anything else. The last thought flashed through Klein's mind, whose spirituality was depleted, before his consciousness plunged into chaos. Dash 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 dash. At the bottom of the City of Silver's round tower, Derek, who was praying in a low voice, suddenly saw a gray-white mist once again fill his vision. In the center of the mist was a chair high above, and the fool sitting leisurely. Immediately after, Derek saw himself covered by a transparent, illusory figure. A figure wearing a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, and a crystal monocle on his face, was coiling around him like a python. This, just as the chill rose in his heart, a sharp pain shot through his spirit body. Derek groaned and fainted directly. At the same time, a majestic and brilliant pillar of light suddenly appeared in the dark room. Chief Colin, tall and strong, exuding even purer and denser twilight light, walked out from the pillar of light formed by the divine sealed artifact, proof of glory. His right hand was holding a mass of silvery white light, resembling a heart or a miniature sun. This was the sealed artifact corresponding to the Silver Knight, preserved by the City of Silver, which Colin had just restored into a Beander characteristic with the help of proof of glory. Streaks of light poured into Derek's body, soothing his injured spirit body. As his breathing stabilized, the twilight light receded, and a translucent small worm lay in Colin Iliad's hand. It was only thumb length, as slender as a child's pinky finger, and completely transparent, segmented into many sections by concentric rings. It had now lost its vitality and become lifeless. Colin Iliad looked at the strange small worm in his hand, frowning slightly. He raised his right hand, connecting with the proof of glory, guarding the bottom of the round tower, and the dim yellow light expanded. A figure with a split head slowly emerged. Even though it was dead, its two gray-white brain halves still seemed to squirm as if alive, trying to come together but unable to. On the severed surfaces of the brain, viscous liquid dripped down in fine threads, yet retracted upwards like maggots. The eyes, each on one side, were far apart, the bridge of the nose was split down the middle, blood-red and vivid. The left half of the mouth was agape, while the right half was tightly shut, appearing bizarre and horrifying. Amen. Colin Iliad looked at the monster's corpse, which was annihilated into dust under the shroud of twilight light, carefully put away the strange worm in his hand, and whispered with a complex tone. When he brought Derek to the bottom of the round tower today, he naturally had the intention of using Amen to probe the entity behind Derek, but things still exceeded his expectations. The entire bottom of the round tower was covered by the City of Silver's divine sealed artifact, proof of glory. As the wielder of this terrifying sealed artifact, Colin Iliad was confident that he could instantly detect and suppress any slight anomaly. Although Colin Iliad inevitably diverted his attention when using proof of glory to shatter the Beander characteristic, the fact that he only discovered the problem and rushed over when Derek showed abnormalities already indicated a lot. Silently sighing in his heart, the chief of the City of Silver did not leave the bottom of the round tower, quietly waiting for Derek to wake up. The meander characteristic of the Silver Knight had been shattered. Only by using the power of proof of glory, here could he seal and suppress it. Dash 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 dash. In Ilrosil, at the central plaza, the crimson moonlight cast a more eerie chill upon the deserted streets. In the empty alley, a colorful oil painting world emerged. Aaron's historical void projection slowly stepped out of the spirit world, the golden light in his pupils growing more intense as he surveyed the entire plaza. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. "You've come." His pupils constricted slightly, and Aaron sharply turned his head, only to see a strange figure had appeared beside him, where there had been no one before. This figure seemed to have always been there, but was always overlooked. He wore an exceptionally simple white robe, with a light gold beard covering the lower half of his face. His eyes were clear and pure like a child's, and his expression was gentle and reserved. Looking at the wary Aaron opposite him, the middle-aged man, dressed like an ordinary priest, half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and tapped 4 times in front of him. A silver cross pendant hung there. Suddenly, black stone pillars rose up all around, supporting a magnificent and enormous cathedral. In this cathedral, every pillar, every arch, every surface of the dome was inlaid with bones of different races, densely packed, their various eye sockets gazing at Aaron in the center of the cathedral. Before Adam stood 100-meter-tall cross, and upon the cross, a blurred figure stood, as if looking down on everything with pity. A vague sense of obstruction emerged, and the historical projection fluctuated for a moment before returning to calm. Aaron surveyed the familiar surroundings. Although it was only his historical projection that had come to this bone cathedral, he still dared not think too much. Silently reciting the prayers from the Revelation of Night, in his heart, Aaron avoided those pure eyes that seemed to see through everything, lowered his head slightly, and said in a low voice, "The devil monarch Farbati has completely fallen to the mother tree of desire. If the chained pathway, which is close to the abyss pathway, is also completely controlled by her, once the primordial one barrier breaks, that outer deity's reclaiming of the tenebrous world will be almost unstoppable. I want to help that chained god. I wonder if you can help me conceal the anomaly in the astral world." Pure golden pupils like a child scrutinized Aaron. Rows of black seats appeared, and Adam sat in the front, saying in a gentle tone, "You may. Additionally, I hope you understand that Medici has already fallen in the 4th epoch." Aaron raised an eyebrow slightly. Does this mean he doesn't want me to interfere with the Red Angel evil spirit's affairs anymore, asking me to selectively ignore it? He had already prepared to pay a heavy price, even mentally prepared to hand over Grossel's travels, but he didn't expect this former Lord of the Astral World to only make this one request. Did the goddess have a private transaction with Adam, or did he say that she herself could benefit from this matter? A thought flashed and disappeared. Aaron quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and returned the bow with the standard Evernight goddess church prayer gesture. Since his goal had been achieved, Aaron was unwilling to stay longer in this bone cathedral. Just as he was about to dismiss this historical projection, a gentle voice suddenly came from his ear again. "Be careful of the mother goddess of depravity." Aaron's pupils suddenly constricted, his steps halted, and he said with a slightly tense expression, "I haven't provoked her." As he spoke, Aaron carefully recalled that his only intersection with this top-tier outer deity might have been agreeing to help Lilith go to the Evernight plane to search for traces of the mother nest. But he hadn't even set off yet, so why did Adam issue a warning? Had something happened that he didn't know about? Compared to the 7 lights of the spirit world, Adam was clearly not a good teacher and had no intention of dispelling Aaron's confusion, continuing on his own. The origin of the entire world, the primordial creator, is the initiator and terminator of the universe, and the aggregate of all contradictory concepts and symbols. Therefore, he naturally possesses an uncontrollable tendency to split, and once split, a strong tendency to aggregate will arise. According to my father's research, after the primordial creator fell into slumber, the two most powerful split personalities, the Lord of the Mysteries, and God Almighty, the two pillars, awakened. In the early to mid-first epoch, they should have acquired additional, multiple Sephiroth through different methods. At this point, Adam paused, looked back at Aaron, and added, half explaining. After the primordial creator split, at the pinnacle of all outer deities were the three pillars. One was God Almighty, one was the Lord of the Mysteries, and the last was the Mother Goddess of Depravity. But compared to the former two, the Mother Goddess of Depravity's pillar symbol was incomplete from the very beginning. This is also the fundamental reason why she was segmented, with the mother nest and two meander pathways being separated, leaving only a partial pillar symbol. Although the number of authorities is somewhat related to one's sequence and level, it is not everything. The corresponding characteristics, power, or rather, symbols, are equally important. Aaron's eyes narrowed, inexplicably recalling his previous conversation with Red Light, El Moriah, and subconsciously said, "The Lord of the Astral World God Almighty, the Spirit World Dominator, Lord of the Mysteries, is the Mother Goddess of Depravity, perhaps corresponding to the material world." Without giving a direct answer, Adam added unhurriedly, "The material world is the cornerstone of everything, thus its mixed symbols are mottled and complex. Even if she reclaims the mother nest, the symbols of the Goddess of Origin, Mother of all things cannot truly cover it. So she will spare no effort to continue completing her own symbols, getting as close as possible to becoming a complete pillar. Just like God Almighty and the Lord of the Mysteries once did." Adam's meaning is that the Mother Goddess of Depravity has already sensed the nation of disorder on me and intends to act against me. However, the two order pathways are indeed closely related to the material world. Just as Aaron's thoughts were racing, the crimson moonlight reappeared. Coming back to his senses, Aaron found that the bone cathedral had disappeared at some point, and he was standing alone in the plaza. Without further hesitation, he directly dismissed this historical projection. Aaron, hidden in the historical fog, returned directly to the nation of disorder, and sat back on his throne, feeling the connection with the entire world. Only then did that vague sense of unease disappear without a trace. Adam's words reminded him of many details he had not noticed before, but just now, being in the bone cathedral, he dared not delve deeper. Now, thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. If the Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty had already grasped additional, multiple Sephiroth through different methods in the early to mid-first epoch, and among the ancient gods of the second epoch, the demonic wolf Phlegre was a mix of the darkness pathway and the full pathway, while the undying phoenix ancestor Grigori was a mix of the death pathway and the door pathway. Although it's impossible to determine the giant king's mixed pathway, the three dog families and the three Evernight families already correspond to two. This level of connection, in a mystical sense, can no longer be explained by coincidence. It's highly probable that the Lord of the Mysteries once accommodated the river of eternal darkness, leading to a mystical connection between the two Sephiroth and pathways, resulting in this degree of pathway mixing in the ancient gods that appeared later. Additionally, the river of eternal darkness being the first to penetrate from the western continent might also have this hidden connection, leading to a partial mixing of the river water with the gray fog, which greatly reduced the sealing effect. Looking at it this way, it's not too far-fetched that the goddess left Saphira Castle and descended as a demonic wolf back then. Pinching his brow, Aaron leaned back in his chair, tapping the backrest with his fingers, and murmured to himself. Multiple Sephiroth. The celestial worthy also has the title of Beacon of Destiny, which fits perfectly with the fate pathway. Did he also accommodate the Key of Light? As soon as this thought arose, he rejected it. If viewed solely from the perspective of authority, the Beacon of Destiny and the Key of Light have a very high degree of compatibility. However, if the celestial worthy had accommodated the Key of Light, it would mean that his control over destiny would be greatly enhanced, and at the same time, it would mean that his control and precision over his resurrection contingency plans would be extremely high. But from the current perspective, after the celestial worthy's fall, the contingency plans left in Saphira Castle, far from improving, even became senile, not only releasing only 3 outer deity remnants but also constantly causing trouble. Furthermore, God Almighty and the celestial worthy are of the same sequence, and the interference effect at the same level should not be exaggerated to this extent. But if God Almighty, who controls the authority of omniscience and omnipotence, had obtained the key of light first, with the bug-level ability of the future he declares will surely unfold, strengthened by the authority of destiny, the failure of Saphira Castle's contingency plans could also be explained. Although Aaron, lacking key evidence, could not confirm his conjecture, the desire of these 2 pillars for other Sephiroth could also highlight the inclination of the Mother Goddess of Depravity from another perspective. The thought that this existence, positioned at the apex of the outer deities, had secretly targeted him at some unknown point, immediately doubled Aaron's pressure. What surprised him even more was that it wasn't the Evernight Goddess or the Earth Mother who told him this, but Adam. Could it be that the arrangements he left behind as the former Lord of the Astral World sensed some anomaly? If he were to go to the Evernight Plains in the future, the danger level would probably far exceed Calderon City. Aaron rubbed his temples, a slight headache forming, as he pondered how this outer deity had targeted the nation of disorder. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Son of Chaos be the one truly interested in him? As he thought this, Aaron's expression flickered, and he frowned slightly. Excluding the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence originating from God Almighty, the 3 cautious pathways originating from Lord of the Mysteries, and the 3 dark pathways corresponding to the River of Eternal Darkness, the remaining double adjacent sequence pathways all have very strong mystical connections. Justiciar and Black Emperor, one is the executor of rules, the other is the shadow of order, the positive and negative sides of rules. And the Red Priest pathway and the Demoness pathway clearly belong to the Yang and Yin sides of disaster. Even the Abyss pathway and the Chained pathway, in essence, represent the indulgence and restraint of evil desires, depravity, and madness. Even the later flourishing hedonist sect was an influence that the Mother Tree of Desire released upon the entire pathway, using her own Beander characteristic and the Chained God, after controlling the Devil Monarch Farbati. The only strange ones are the Moon pathway and the Mother pathway. They are both symbols of feminine power, without clear distinction or opposition. Aaron tapped the back of his chair, and the dark golden mist that enveloped the entire world slowly undulated with his thoughts. Although the underlying order of the entire world is chaotic and miscellaneous, the fact that the separated sequences are completely skewed towards feminine power is enough to show that the Mother Goddess of Depravity herself has already leaned towards an extreme. Extreme femininity cannot truly encompass the symbols of the material world. This might be why the Mother Goddess of Depravity had part of her characteristics torn away in the first place. And after experiencing the tearing of her characteristics, this former pillar must have realized this problem, and thus wanted to seek other pathways or even Saphira related to the material world and possessing sufficient symbolism to complete and supplement her own symbolism. Related to the material world, Aaron inexplicably thought of the changes within the nation of disorder. Although there was no definite evidence, based solely on the fragment of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom obtained from Backland, Aaron guessed that even the Night Emperor's complete divine kingdom might only be a nation pieced together from various cities. In the fourth epoch, the gods all established their divine kingdoms on the material world, and with the 4 emperors standing side by side, even the Night Emperor only materialized a portion of the northern continent's world. If the entire material world were fully materialized, combined with the Black Emperor's authority to command all things, and a complete nation of disorder, this might be what the Mother Goddess of Depravity yearned for, something that could complete the Pilar's symbolism. He conjured the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card from the pile of sundries. Aaron's eyes were deep. Russell was corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity and only truly decided to change pathways and become the Black Emperor after returning from the moon. Did the Mother Goddess of Depravity secretly push this decision? At this thought, Aaron's eyes suddenly froze, and he finally realized the problem. The mother goddess of depravity's scheme had not failed in essence. Roussel ultimately succeeded in advancing to Black Emperor. If not for him realizing the problem at the last moment and actively stopping his own resurrection. A Black Emperor, controlled by the mother goddess of depravity, might have already been reborn in the astral world. If it were based on the mother goddess of depravity's Beyonder characteristic and a complete Black Emperor's perception of the nation of disorder. Aaron gasped, now fully understanding the true meaning of Adam's phrase, winner takes all, back in Tingen. If George III won, Roussel would completely perish like the former Solomon, the mother goddess of depravity's plan would fall through, and he himself would be hunted and sought by a Black Emperor. And if he won, and George III failed to advance, he would have to undertake the mission of dealing with the mother goddess of depravity's erosion. Thinking of how the son of chaos, corresponding to the nation of disorder, seemed to vanish since the formation of the primordial one's barrier, this certainly had something to do with the genie being sealed within 005, but even torn Sephira could repair themselves, and the son of chaos, remaining in the cosmos, might not be an exception. The reason for its long disappearance might be to avoid the gaze of an even more terrifying existence. Aaron recalled the mother goddess of depravity, who, despite her terrifyingly high Beyonder characteristic, rarely showed herself. North of Oravi Island, in the western waters of the Whale Sea, a certain island. Admiral Emlyn Levi, with black hair and blue eyes, stood alone on the beach, silently watching the morning sun reflected on the blue sea. After a long while, he began to set up a ritual. As the majestic ancient Hermes language echoed, the faint blue candlelight suddenly expanded, and the void before him writhed and deformed, revealing colorful blocks of vivid and distinct yet overlapping colors. Emlyn Levi's gaze passed through the indescribably illusory and transparent entities within the color blocks, seeing 7 different colored, clear lights slowly swimming in the high sky. They seemed to possess life, containing endless knowledge. After only a few seconds, Emlyn Levi's originally solemn face twitched slightly. He saw a bizarre figure, covered in strange patterns capable of making a spirit body tremble, emerge from the expanding color blocks. The pressure from the spirit body level made Emlyn Levi's majestic voice unconsciously drop a few decibels. "You are Duke Aaron's messenger." Astolfo paid no mind to the imperative mage's apprehension, nodding silently. Mysterious symbols appeared in his eyes, sweeping across the island and the surrounding sea. Seemingly unaccustomed, Emlyn Levi's face twitched, revealing a stiff smile, and he handed over the golden letter in his hand. "Please hand this to Duke Aaron for me." Not sensing any anomaly, Astolfo withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, took the envelope, and re-entered the colorful oil painting world. East Tark County, Irussel, Duke's Mansion. With a certain guess in mind, Aaron did not stay long in the nation of disorder. He was not yet qualified to interfere with Roussel's affairs. But one thing he could be sure of was that, at least until the world trend envisioned by Adam was successfully completed and he became a true visionary, this avatar of the ancient sun god would prevent some of the mother goddess of depravity's ideas. Although Adam was still only a king of angels, the special nature of the visionary pathway and the second blasphemy slate formed from the ancient sun god's corpse were enough for him to do many things. When Aaron returned to the real world, he found Astolfo standing in the study, holding a golden envelope. The familiar fluctuation brought a smile to Aaron's face. The morning sun shone into the bedroom through the glass. Klein, dressed in loungewear and sprawled on the floor, his fingers twitching slightly, finally managed to crawl up after a long while. After washing his face in the bathroom, Klein barely managed to perk up. Feeling the occasional sharp pain still radiating from his brain, he recalled the terrifying events he experienced above the gray fog last night, feeling both fortunate and fearful. The bottom of the City of Silver's round tower actually imprisoned such a terrifying existence. None of the hidden existences I previously divined were as strange as that bizarre fellow wrapped around Little Sun's spirit body. He truly touched that gray fog space. If not for the level 1 sealed artifact in the Sun domain sacrificed by Mr. Emperor, I might have been possessed that very night. At the thought of Little Sun, Klein quickly suppressed his thoughts and, not hearing the familiar prayer, breathed a sigh of relief. Although he successfully eliminated the entity wrapped around Little Sun, that sealed artifact was not his own power, and Klein couldn't guarantee whether it had caused any spiritual damage to Derek. Given the City of Silver's heritage, healing Little Sun's injuries shouldn't be a problem, but falling into a coma was certain. Klein lay back on the soft bed, waves of fatigue from his spirit body washing over him. Just as he lay down to rest, he suddenly flipped over and stood up again. Walking out of the bedroom, Klein retrieved a bottle of pale red potion from a hidden compartment in the adjacent room. This was a potion he had purchased from a certain arrogant vampire. It could promote the recovery of spirituality, but its effectiveness decreased with higher sequence of the user. Although each bottle cost a full 10 souls, this price was much better than the exorbitant price the chubby apothecary had sold to him back in Tingen. Klein still readily bought a few bottles for emergencies. With the dual aid of the potion and meditation, Klein's pale complexion gradually regained its color, and the throbbing pain in his mind had become so faint as to be negligible. Looking at his reflection in the full-length mirror, Klein nodded with satisfaction. He put on his black top hat, ready to head out to the Quarad Club. Although it wasn't the weekend, he had already arranged to meet with a few familiar members at the club today. One was the renowned surgeon, Alan Chris, whose charity clinic, jointly founded with the East Tark Charity Foundation and the Evernight Church, would officially open at the end of the month. Ever since he learned that Melissa would likely work there, Klein had paid close attention to Dr. Alan Chris. The other was the noble's writing instructor, Talum Dumont, who often helped him drum up business and was a benefactor who had given his detective reputation a certain standing in Lowen's high society. Klein could not be absent from such a gathering without reason, especially after being interrogated in a dream by the Evernight Goddess Church's Nighthawks last night. This level of anomaly could easily attract unnecessary suspicion. Since he decided to attend, Klein had to appear relatively normal. A body drained of spirituality could easily make the Nighthawks, who might still be monitoring him, associate it with the negative effects of using certain sealed artifacts, thereby doubting the authenticity of the dream interrogation. That's why he drank that potion worth 10 pounds. As soon as he stepped out of his house, Klein's clown intuition made him feel a faint, elusive gaze. He muttered to himself, as expected, and continued walking, pretending to have noticed nothing, and took a public carriage to the Quarad Club. Hillsden District, Quarad Club. Since Klein came at least twice a week, the waiters all remembered him and he no longer needed to show his membership card or the Frost Star badge. As it wasn't the weekend, the spacious and bright hall seemed unusually empty, with only a few people seated in the corner tea table and sofa area. Glancing over, Klein saw the tall, thin, and rather aloof Dr. Allen, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and went up to greet him. "Good morning, Dr. Allen. How are the preparations for the charity clinic coming along? Although I am a follower of STEAM, such a respectable act of kindness is worthy of praise from every decent gentleman." When it came to his proudest achievement, the usually reserved Alan Chris couldn't help but show a slight smile, responding humbly. "Thank you for your praise, Detective Sherlock. The clinic's preparations are nearing completion, thanks to the strong support from the church and the foundation. My contribution is merely a small, insignificant part." After the usual polite exchange, Klein looked up at the large clock at the top of the hall, then scanned the room, asking with some confusion. "Dr. Allen, how come I don't see Talum? Does he have a horse riding lesson to teach today?" Allen raised a hand to push up his spectacles, then rubbed his temples, pointing to the buffet table with a smile as he explained. "Talum had to go out for something. We can have lunch first." Klein nodded slightly. As he stood up, about to get a plate, his spirituality suddenly stirred. He subconsciously looked towards the club's entrance. Talum, with short brown curly hair, entered the club. When his eyes met Klein's, his eyes clearly showed joy. "He's back so soon," Klein smiled and nodded, turning his head to tease Dr. Allen beside him, when he suddenly heard a heavy thud. Klein spun around abruptly and saw Talum lying on the ground, his left hand clutching his heart, his body convulsing uncontrollably. How could this be? Klein's pupils dilated. He quickly rushed over with Dr. Allen. But by then, Talum had already foamed at the mouth and lost his last breath. There was no time for Dr. Allen to attempt resuscitation. In just a few seconds, the man who had been full of vigor moments ago had become a corpse. This wasn't the first time Klein had seen someone familiar die in front of him, but it was the most sudden and unexpected. Too fast. A normal illness wouldn't lead to death so quickly. Recalling the joy on Talum's face when he saw him just now, clearly indicating he had something to tell him, Klein's expression was as still as water as he lightly tapped his teeth, activating his spirit vision. He knelt on one knee beside Dr. Allen, watching Talum's aura and emotional colors rapidly fade. And around the tightly clutched heart, wisps of black gas coiled like snakes, gradually dimming. A Beander method similar to a curse. Klein instantly made a preliminary judgment. At this moment, the red-vested waiters and nearby black and white-dressed maids rushed over, looking in horror at Talum, who lay on the ground with wide, staring eyes and foam still at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the anger in his eyes, Klein took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and ordered in a low voice. "Go to the nearest police station and tell them someone has died here." "Yes, Mr. Moriarty." The waiters, who had gathered around but dared not approach further, immediately turned and ran towards the door, so flustered they forgot to put on their coats. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Klein did not inspect Talum's belongings, nor did he attempt to pluck a few strands of his hair to try divination when alone. His identity was already semi-official and semi-underground, so he could fully utilize the power of MI9 for subsequent investigations, with no need to act as a lone hero. Moreover, Talum was a believer in the Lord of Storms, so it was highly probable that the subsequent investigation would be handled by the Punishers. Having already entered the Nighthawk's sights, he did not want to risk attracting further attention from the Punishers. Who was the murderer of Talum? This question flashed through Klein's mind, but because he did not know Talum Dumont well enough, there was no fertile ground for inspiration. Sighing inwardly, he helped up Dr. Allen, who was full of disbelief, continuously muttering, "Impossible." When he looked at Talum lying on the ground again, in spirit vision, the wisps of black aura that had originally entanglement his heart had long since disappeared. Even if the Punishers arrived, they could only define it as a sudden heart attack. Leading Dr. Allen to the resting area, Klein prayed in his heart that the little son would not pray to the fool at this time, and waited with some irritation for the police to arrive. Dash 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 dash. North of Alavi Island, in the western waters of the White Whale Sea. With Astolfo's confirmation that there were no hidden enemies or traps on the small island, Aaron directly followed the spirit world coordinates attached to the letter. Looking at Admiral Emilius Levet, who was still wearing his admiral's uniform for this secret meeting, Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly, a smile appearing on his face, and said in a gentle tone, "I am glad you made the right choice. The previous promise is still valid, you can trade those addresses for something you need." Emilius Levet scrutinized his surroundings, confirming that the terrifying messenger had not appeared, and his expression subtly softened. He said in a deep, authoritative voice, "Can you first tell me what surprise you mentioned earlier?" Aaron froze for a second, then looked at Emilius Levet with a somewhat strange expression. Stared at by that peculiar gaze, Emilius Levet felt a slight discomfort, furrowing his brow. But before he could speak, Aaron's voice reached his ears. "Your Excellency, Admiral, as far as I know, you have a mistress named Cynthia on Alavi Island. Although my question might be a bit presumptuous, I would like to know if you have been intimate with her recently." Aside from the exceptionally open Intis, most major nobles in Loan tended to be conservative. On one hand, this was due to the existence of the Evernight Goddess Church, which provided good protection for women's status. Even the old nobles who believed in the Lord of Storms would at least outwardly maintain respect for their female relatives. On the other hand, a gentleman's reputation and a noble's name also served as a self-imposed guideline, but this was mostly limited to Backland and its surrounding areas. In places like Alavi Island, which was a place of exile centuries ago and far from the emperor's reach, such restrictions did not exist as much. At least no one would accuse a dignified admiral of keeping a mistress, and Emilius Levet did not care about it either. However, Aaron's blunt question still made him uncomfortable, and his tone turned cold and indifferent. No, the former Duke Negan suddenly died, and was even killed by the Hurricane Admiral. The situation in Backland changed too quickly, and with the Rose School of Thought at sea constantly provoking, I only secretly returned to Alavi Island a few times. Only Austin and Lurian, among a few others, were aware, so naturally, I wouldn't meet Cynthia. Why did you suddenly mention her? Even before stepping out of the spirit world, Aaron had observed Emilius Levet in advance with his true sight and found no signs of contamination within the Admiral. After understanding the situation, Aaron did not directly answer but instead retorted. Since that is the case, Your Excellency, Admiral, you must have heard of the Celestial Sect, right? Not getting the answer he wanted, Emilius Levet frowned in thought for a moment, then shook his head. I have not heard of this organization. What does it have to do with Cynthia? Aaron, who had already prepared his speech to continue the conversation, paused, then realized that this sect had indeed only become active in Alavi in recent years. Its leader was merely a sequence 8 inches lunatic, and such a small force would indeed not be placed on the desk of a busy demigod. Realizing his oversight, Aaron no longer beat around the bush and said directly. The Celestial Sect is a force secretly supported by the Rose School of Thought on Alavi Island. They all worship the evil god, Mother Tree of Desire, and their doctrine emphasizes that reproducing offspring can lead to spiritual liberation. It was this doctrine that attracted Miss Cynthia. She was secretly lured by the Celestial Sect, and bestowed a fertility necklace, imbued with the evil god's aura. As long as Cynthia consumes the powder ground from the fertility necklace, and devoutly recites the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire, any male who has relations with her and successfully conceives a child will be contaminated. At that time, the Rose School of Thought can effortlessly make you, the commander of the Mid-Sonia Sea Navy, a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. Listening to Aaron's narration, Emilius Levet's face gradually darkened, and the ground beneath his feet sank under the rising pressure of his aura. He said coldly, so, the Rose School of Thought's constant provocations during this period were actually to divert my attention, making me overlook Cynthia's abnormality until I finally walked into a meticulously designed trap. Looking at Aaron, who was smiling and nodding slightly, Emilius Levet remained silent for a long while before slowly continuing. This is indeed a surprise. I will handle this matter. After the initial anger, he had regained his composure. Compared to Cynthia, whose danger he now knew, he was now more curious about how Duke Aaron, who rarely appeared in the Sonia Sea, knew so clearly about the Rose School of Thought's scheme. Ordinary spies or intelligence gathering could never achieve this level. The greatest possibility Emilius Levet could think of was that this duke had activated a very special sealed artifact of the East Tower family. Looking at Emilius Levet, who had a murderous look on his face, Aaron chuckled and shook his head. What has happened cannot be changed. Since that is the case, why not maximize the benefits? This way, you might gain more friendships. A glint flashed in his azure eyes. Emilius Levet reined in his aura and asked with interest. More friendships. Aaron took out a sea chart of the Mid-Sonia Sea from his arms. It was marked with various symbols, indicating the locations where Louise had encountered the King of the Blood Moon, from the Rose School of Thought in recent days, which she had sacrificed to him. Looking at the familiar marks on the map, Emilius Levet, who clearly recalled something, raised an eyebrow and looked at Aaron with a hint of surprise. You are still in contact with the Moon Admiral. Are you saying that more friendships refers to the Sanguine? Even if his Levet family was not deeply rooted, he knew the special status of the Sanguine. Unlike the Rose school of thought, cult, which everyone could attack and kill, if there was no conflict of interest, even the royal family would not actively provoke this ancient Beander race. Even if Louise was placed on the bounty list, Emilius Levet had never actively attacked the Moon Admiral, at most only expelling her. With a calm expression, Aaron nodded and looked at the gradually calming Emilius Levet, saying pointedly, "Although this analogy is not entirely appropriate, the principle is the same. At the negotiating table, you need more leverage to ensure you don't lose completely, and the Sanguine are very suitable. The East Tower family's overt support for you will only have a counterproductive effect." "Good, what should I do?" Emilius Levet finally showed the decisiveness of a naval admiral, no longer hesitating and speaking directly. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and explained with a smile. "Pretend nothing happened. Use Cynthia as bait to lure out the King of the Blood Moon. This is not difficult for you, it just requires a little risk. Don't worry, you only need to handle Cynthia at that time. You don't need to deal with that demigod." His brows furrowed then relaxed. Emilius Levet pondered for a moment and nodded. "I don't have a way to contact the Moon Admiral, and contacting them rashly could leave a handle. Once I'm ready, I'll have your messenger inform you." Aaron agreed to his idea. After all, the plan to cooperate against the King of the Blood Moon was the final decision he and the three Sanguine angels made after discussion. With Emilius Levet's cooperation, the plan would only proceed more smoothly. Within the Rose school of thought, besides the sequence 1-inch abomination, Saath, there was also a sequence 2 inches King of Curses, Baranka. A surprise attack on the King of the Blood Moon could at least attract one of these two, as only angels could respond to prayers and provide assistance globally and promptly. No matter which one was drawn in, the Sanguine promised to hold them off, giving Aaron enough time for his actions in the spirit world and reducing pressure. Unaware of the intricacies involved, Emilius Levet took out a golden scroll from his arms and handed it to Aaron, explaining, "This map shows the 3 coordinates I secretly explored back then. I can only give you a general area, the rest is up to you." Nodding lightly, Aaron took the scroll and unfolded it directly, his eyes sweeping over Eastchester County, Ahawa County, and Intersea County marked on the map. He then folded the map and asked with a smile, "Very good, I am a man of my word. What do you wish to gain?" Emilius Levet looked at Aaron, who had merely glanced at the map before putting it away, and was silent for a moment, not rushing to state his demand. "Aren't you worried that the map I gave you is fake?" A smile appeared on Aaron's face, and he responded pointedly, "I imagine you wouldn't want the king to know about the private secret dealings between the East Tower family and the commander of the Mid-Sonia Sea Navy, would you?" His expression stiffened slightly. Emilius Levet did not delve into this topic and said directly, "I want the sequence 3 Beander potion formula. I know the values of the two are not equivalent, so I am willing to pay other additional costs." Not surprised by this request, Aaron looked Emilius Levet, the Law Weaver, up and down, a slight curl to his lips. A little golden light condensed, forming the sequence 3 inches Chaos Hunter, Beander potion formula on the beach. Unlike the cautious transaction with the Silver Knight, Aaron actually hoped that the Admiral would advance quickly. The fundamental reason was the same as when he subdued Nast, the King of the Five Seas. Even if Emilius Levet was dismissed by George III, his influence, deeply rooted in the Sonia Sea for over a decade, could not be eliminated in the short term. He would be a good chess piece when they eventually fell out with the Augustus family. As he thought this, Aaron saw Emilius Levet take out a pure golden pocket watch from his arms. With the surge of spirituality, the symbolic patterns and magical sigils engraved on it lit up one by one, radiating a brilliant, sun-like golden glow. Emilius Levet quickly extended his right hand, letting the pocket watch hover over the potion formula Aaron had condensed. The emerging golden rays became increasingly pure, eventually evolving into a projection resembling a seal. The seal-like image formed by those connected lights instantly stamped onto the beach, and a deep, authoritative voice followed. True, valid. This tone, could it correspond to the notary sealed artifact? The aura it emits is stronger, even if it's not a grade 1 sealed artifact, it's not far off. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Aaron looked at Emilius Levet, whose eyes held a hidden joy, and finally added. You should have already confirmed the authenticity of the formula. I don't require you to pay any additional cost now, I only need you to do something for me in the future. After a moment of thought, Emilius Levet put away the pocket watch and cautiously added. Understood, but on the condition that the matter does not go against my own will. Just as Emilius Levet was about to leave, he saw the Duke opposite him take out a golden piece of paper that looked somewhat familiar. With a twitch of his mouth, he scanned the clauses on it and then directly signed his name on this contract. Feeling the illusory stars suddenly appearing on the dome of the palace in the nation of disorder, Aaron's lips curled up. He put away the contract, which was mixed with Saphira aura, and watched Emilius Levet disappear from his sight. The dim evening glow emerged from the horizon. Klein walked out of the police station feeling somewhat tired. As a witness, he had undergone questioning by both the police and the punishers, which caused the spiritual exhaustion he had only just relieved with a potion to reappear. By the time he returned to Minsk Street, it was already completely dark, and the gas streetlights had also lit up. Leaning back on the sofa, he pinched the space between his eyebrows, sighing inwardly. It's been so long since the assassination of Duke Negan. The punishers should have enough manpower to investigate now. I hope they can figure out what exactly happened. Recalling Talam's last look at him, Klein still stood up from the sofa. After divining to confirm that there would be no unexpected visitors tonight, he reversed 4 steps and arrived above the gray fog. Grotesque images flashed through his mind, finally settling on a twisted, entwined, bizarre figure. Derek abruptly opened his eyes, and the sound of his rapid breathing echoing in his ears was the only thing that freed him from the heart-pounding sensation of being trapped in a nightmare he couldn't wake from. Your spirit body has suffered some damage. Evlora has already examined and treated you. There's nothing serious left. Listening to the rich voice, Derek turned his head. The dim yellow light stung his eyes, making it hard to open them. After his eyes adjusted, he found himself still in the room at the bottom of the round tower. The chief was sitting opposite him, holding a cluster of silver-white light that resembled a heart or a miniature sun, while in a corner of the room not far away, black ashes were piled up, vaguely forming a twisted human figure. Derek opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally held back. It wasn't until he heard the chief finish recounting the events of 42 years ago that he asked in surprise. Amen. Colin Iliad was silent for a moment. His empty left hand took out a finger-sized and thick worm from his pregnant. It had some transparent sections on its body, forming rings. Derek glanced at it and counted 12 rings on the strange worm. Meeting Derek's confused gaze, Colin Iliad explained in a deep voice. This was taken from your body. It had already lost its vitality at that time. Consider it returned to its rightful owner now. What is it? What is it for? What can it be used for? Questions flashed through Derek's mind, then quickly settled. He silently took the strange worm and looked at the chief, who was holding a cluster of silver-white light, and said in a deep voice. Chief, I want to change rooms. Nodding silently, Colin Iliad raised his left hand slightly, and a suddenly intense twilight glow enveloped Derek. The demon hunter sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. As soon as he arrived above the gray fog, before he could even divine the true culprit behind Talam's sudden death, Klein noticed the crimson star symbolizing Little Sun expanding and contracting, and a low, tender voice echoed. After observing Derek again through the prayer light, and confirming there were no abnormalities, Klein rubbed his temples with a headache. What was meant to come could not be avoided. He threw the sequence 3 Silver Knight Beander characteristic formula, which Aaron had sacrificed for exchange, into the prayer light. With a slight thought, a blazing, pure light subtly emanated from the pile of sundries in the corner of the palace. Even relying on this gray fog space, Klein could only barely seal the Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Sun pathway that Aaron had sacrificed, but he wasn't worried about Little Sun's safety. His inability to seal it didn't mean it couldn't be done at the bottom of the round tower. After doing all this, Klein leaned back against the bronze high-backed chair, looking at the strange worm with 12 rings flying out from the double-leaf dark golden door, and softly repeated the name Derek had mentioned in his prayer. Amen. That bizarre figure that had sensed this strange space, entwined itself around Derek's spirit body, and tried to enter here, was actually just a clone. Klein immediately felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if he was being watched by a venomous snake hidden in the dark. He sighed. Not knowing when the City of Silver would respond, Klein had no choice but to first put the strange worm, whose purpose he didn't know, into the pile of sundries. Then he materialized paper and pen and wrote down the divination statement he had already thought of. Talem Dumont's true cause of death. After silently repeating it 7 times with a calm and peaceful mind, he held the paper and handkerchief, leaned back against the chair, and fell into a deep sleep in the silent and empty ancient palace. In the gray, fragmented, illusory world, Klein saw a scene completely different from before. What appeared in his eyes was a palm-sized puppet that looked as if it had been casually carved, complete with eyes, nose, and mouth. There were a few drops of dark red blood on the puppet, staining it with a touch of eerie color. A hand reached out, its skin fair and delicate, smooth and well-proportioned, with long, slender, and shapely fingers. Most notably, a uniquely designed ring with a sapphire embedded in it was worn on the little finger of this hand. Pop! The index finger of that hand, wreathed in illusory black flames, touched the puppet's heart. Silently, the image shattered, and Klein awoke from his dream. His initial judgment was not wrong, Talem had indeed died from a curse. What startled him even more was that uniquely designed sapphire ring. He had seen it at the witchcraft bar in Tingen's dock area, worn on the hand of Triss the Instigator. That was also the last time Klein saw her. Klein's face suddenly turned grim. He still remembered the feeling of death that emanated from the depths of his soul when he observed that ring with his spirituality back then. After the initial shock, Klein quickly calmed down. This mysterious space above the gray fog could exclude interference, but his divination just now only showed an arm, and did not provide relatively more effective revelations as before. A sudden sense of inexplicable familiarity emerged, and Klein's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered similar situations occurring when he divined the true reasons behind several coincidences in Tingen. He clearly saw a house with a red chimney, but he couldn't reach Ince Zangwill and the sealed artifact, 008, inside the house. Klein's face twitched slightly, remembering his encounter with Mr. Azek in Green Cemetery a while ago, and realizing the problem he had previously overlooked. 008 has likely already detected me, but due to this sealed artifact's instinctive loyalty to its master, while it won't warn Ince Zangwill, it doesn't mean it won't write me into its story. At the bottom of the round tower, Colin Iliad, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Dark green symbols appeared in his pupils, and his body abruptly vanished. The room, which had only faint candlelight, immediately seemed to enter the legendary daylight. Derek looked with fervent eyes at the bronze candelabrum that appeared on the altar. A desire originating from his spirituality made him want to move forward, but he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the scorching heat that was enough to burn his spirit body. In an instant, a brilliant light, even more blazing and dazzling than the golden flames, appeared. Colin Iliad, whose body had grown considerably taller, appeared before the altar. Without any apparent movement from him, the bronze candelabrum that had been emitting golden flames suddenly quieted down. Chief, Derek felt the desire welling up from the depths of his spirituality disappear. He couldn't help but murmur a word, then, as if realizing something, he looked around, tore off his upper garment, and wrote the obtained Silver Knight Beander characteristic formula on it. After suppressing the bronze candelabrum, Colin Iliad slowly turned around and looked at the cloth strip Derek handed him, a hint of complexity in his eyes. This was what the City of Silver had sought for hundreds of years, yet failed to obtain. Altar, blessing of an angel or above. Scanning the formula, Colin Iliad's gaze lingered on the ritual section, subconsciously looking towards the deepest part of the round tower, his expression gradually growing solemn. Are those two divine sealed artifacts truly willing to provide a blessing? Subconsciously recalling the kin-slaying curse that had enveloped the City of Silver for thousands of years, Colin Iliad fell silent. After a moment, he looked up again and said to Derek, "You wait here for a moment. I need to verify the authenticity of the formula first." The City of Silver possesses a sealed artifact that can assist in verifying the authenticity of formulas. In the dark years of the past, the exploration teams used that sealed artifact to identify other pathway beyond characteristic formulas collected from the ruined cities they explored. The most successful example was the Shepherd Pathway, which Elder Luvia currently belongs to. Upon realizing that Talam's bizarre death was still connected to Ince Zangwill, Klein's mood immediately became extremely complicated. Having been in Backland for so long, he had finally found traces of this culprit, but the chasm in strength and the terrifying feeling of being written into a story without knowing it, as he experienced in Tingen, constantly reminded him that the best option was to leave Backland as soon as possible. After all, even he himself wasn't sure if he would crawl out of his grave if he died again. "I can't leave. Having been written into the story by 008, if I make too many abnormal moves, it's highly likely to bring disaster to Benson and Melissa." He sighed softly. Klein made up his mind, only then noticing that Little Sun's prayer light was contracting and expanding, and the door of sacrifice and bestowal reappeared. A cluster of silver-white light, resembling a heart or a miniature sun, emerged from the open doorway. The light of dawn mingled with the surrounding gray-white mist, emitting sounds like clashing electric arcs. His spiritual burden suddenly intensified. Klein looked with slight alarm at the Beander characteristic corresponding to the Silver Knight, and only breathed a sigh of relief after directly throwing it into the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Emperor, then couldn't help but lament his own weakness. Eastern Sonia Sea, a certain sea area on the edge of the safe shipping lane, in the captain's cabin of the Moon Shadow. Vice Admiral of the Moon, Louise Sears looked up at Duke Aaron standing in front of her grandfather, Marquis Mistral, then glanced at Sharon, who was like a puppet beside her, and softly confirmed. "Will Admiral Amelius help us deal with the Blood Moon King, from the Rose School of Thought?" Aaron glanced at Sharon, who barely exuded any living aura and was becoming increasingly restrained, and responded with a smile. "That's natural, but it won't be too obvious. He's only responsible for luring out the Blood Moon King, the actual fighting will be up to you." Nodding knowingly, Louise gave an awkward smile, then looked at Marquis Mistral and whispered, "Grandfather, that fellow is just a shaman king. With Sharon and I cooperating, and with a pre-arranged ambush, we can definitely keep him here. You don't need to come, do you? Otherwise, how would the final spoils be divided?" She naturally didn't say the latter half of the sentence, only muttering it to herself. Marquis Mistral first looked at Aaron, and after receiving permission, slowly explained. "Dealing with the Blood Moon King is just a facade, Louise. You were also involved in that battle in Byam, so you should know how troublesome the Rose School of Thought is. A demigod battle could very well escalate into an angel's struggle at any time. The Door of Summoning I cast can directly allow a duke to descend from the ancestral land. Our true goal is actually to at least hold back an angel from the Rose School of Thought. Therefore, all sanguine below sequence 5 on the Moon Shadow need to leave as soon as possible. If a real fight breaks out, they probably won't even be able to withstand the pressure. Don't worry about the Moon Shadow's operation. I will summon some special spirit bodies to temporarily take over the positions of those crew members." An angel's struggle. Louise was stunned for several seconds, her previous smile instantly freezing. "Look on the bright side, after this battle, you should be able to get rid of the title, Vice Admiral of the Moon." Aaron joked with a smile, then looked at Sharon, who was silently floating beside Louise, and said with a smile, You can tell Rynette Tinacare that at the latest in a week, we will make our move in the spirit world. How much benefit she can gain depends on her own fortune. Her azure eyes showed a hint of gratitude. Sharon slightly lifted her elaborate and exquisite black Gothic court dress. Her light gold braided hair emerged from beneath her delicate black soft hat, and an ethereal, illusory voice sounded. I offer my teachers sincerest thanks for your generosity. Waving his hand casually, there was naturally no free lunch in the world. As Aaron was about to say something else, a dense gray-white mist suddenly appeared before his eyes, and corresponding information emerged in his mind. A glint flashed in his eyes. Aaron stopped speaking, cupped his hands to Marquis Mistral behind him, and instructed. If the Blood Moon Queen ultimately summons the abomination Shia, there's no need to force yourselves. You can directly drag the Storm Church's Sea King into it. That fellow has a grade 0 sealed artifact in his possession. Marquis Mistral nodded with a bitter smile, not refusing Aaron's suggestion. He had only recently been promoted to High Summoner, and currently, being able to allow a Sanguine Duke to personally pass through was his limit. If the abomination Shia truly came, they could at most protect themselves and likely be powerless to stop him. In case of necessity, dragging the Storm Church into the fray was also a viable option. Bidding farewell to the people on the Moon Shadow, Aaron immediately entered the spirit world, arriving at a desolate, nameless small island in an instant. He quickly took out the corresponding ritual materials from his traveler's bag. Looking at the silver-white light, resembling a heart or a miniature sun, that flew out from the dark golden double-leaf door, Aaron immediately unfolded his judgment domain, and firmly sealed this Silver Knight Beander characteristic. The City of Silver's efficiency is a bit slow. It's been over a day and there's only just news. Although he grumbled inwardly, Aaron still showed a satisfied expression on his face. Bear Bile had already thoroughly digested the Demon Hunter potion a week ago, fed by the Demon Scroll, and the 6 powerful creature remains required for the ritual were also already prepared. Now with this Silver Knight Beander characteristic, his future chief guard had met all the conditions for promotion to Sequence 3. Shrinking the judgment domain to only cover himself, Aaron held the still wriggling silver-white light in one hand, and according to the Nation of Disorder's positioning of Bear Bile, directly initiated spirit world travel. On the deck of the Dawn, at a hidden port carved into the side of a cliff on Sonia Island. Anderson, once the strongest hunter in the Fog Sea, was currently fawning over Vice Captain Shatas, who stood opposite him with her arms crossed, her glossy, luminous black hair tied casually into a simple ponytail. Trying to make his smile appear more sincere, Anderson rubbed his hands together and gave a dry laugh. Beautiful Captain, it's been almost half a year since I left my hometown. I'd like to return to the Fog Sea to visit my relatives. Such a journey of tempering the heart will strengthen my spirit. Shatas snorted lightly, ruthlessly exposing his lie. You wimp, you're not trying to run away, are you? You want to visit relatives. And how come I heard you have quite a few enemies in the Fog Sea? Upon hearing that nickname, Anderson's face twitched slightly, but he was no longer the arrogant and untamed strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. The principle of knowing when to yield and when to stand firm had been thoroughly demonstrated on him during this period. He immediately composed himself and responded. Rumors, those are all rumors. I promise, I'll be back in 2 months at most. Shatas waved her hand impatiently, pointed towards the captain's cabin, and said casually. Then go find Boyer Bale. Do you have anything else? If not, get out of the way. Looking at the somewhat moody Shatas, Anderson hurriedly avoided her, only daring to grumble softly in his heart. Crazy woman, no one will want her in the end. Walking along the deck towards the deeper parts of the Dawn, Anderson took a deep breath and knocked on the captain's cabin door. The door opened in response, and a rich voice came through. Anderson, what do you need? Even within the specially widened and enlarged room, Boyer Bale still appeared exceptionally burly. Even sitting there, he was still a head taller than Anderson. Anderson glanced at the captain, who he wasn't sure if he had giant blood, then immediately lowered his head and repeated what he had said to Shatas earlier, then bowed with an awkward smile. "Captain, His Grace the Duke said that after obtaining that statue and eliminating the Iron and Blood Cross Order, he would tell me the Iron-Blooded Knight Beander potion formula. What do you think?" Boyer Bale shifted his gaze from the large sea chart to Anderson at the door. The map on the table mostly marked the areas frequently patrolled by the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet. Whether it was due to considerations for the future world-sweeping war mentioned by the Duke, or for the safety of the Dawn, these were matters he had always paid attention to. Before he could even speak, the spiritual perception of this peak demon hunter was triggered. Inked green symbols instantly appeared in Boyer Bale's eyes. He tilted his head warily until he heard a familiar voice. "The Iron and Blood Cross Order has lost a demigod, and they will definitely not let it go. Returning to the Fog Sea now is equivalent to seeking death. However, you can operate in the Raging Sea and the coastal cities of LotM. Originally, I was going to observe you before deciding whether to give you the Beander potion formula, but since you're in such a hurry, I have a faster method." Listening to that whisper, like that of a devil, Anderson's mouth twitched. He immediately responded, "After your guidance, I realized how childish and ridiculous my thoughts were. I think the Dawn is more suitable for me. Your subordinate will take his leave first." While saying this, Anderson hurriedly turned to make his escape, but found his body suddenly stiff and unable to move until he met Aaron's gaze, who had walked out of the colorful oil painting world. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. What you said is indeed true, a qualified hunter should not be confined to one ship. How about this, sign this, and I'll let you go. I can also tell you the Beander potion formula and the corresponding advancement ritual." The judgment domain enveloped Aaron like a golden membrane. Aaron threw out a contract and, with a slight curve of his lips, added, "You have 5 minutes. Hesitation counts towards the time too." His body regained control, and hearing that half-smiling tone, Anderson felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He knew without thinking what it meant not to sign now, so he dejectedly took the contract and signed his name. Aaron beckoned for the golden paper, nodded in satisfaction, and waved his hand. A flash of spiritual light immediately surged into Anderson's glabella. "Very good, you may leave." Digesting the information that appeared in his mind, Anderson's originally somewhat excited expression suddenly turned strange. Form a team of at least 30 people. The higher the team's strength and tacit agreement, the better the ritual's effect. This is tough. If the team's tacit agreement is based on wanting to kill me, the captain, then this ritual is quite simple. Knowing that Duke Aaron's visit today must be for an important matter, Anderson dared not think further. He hurriedly retreated and left, avoiding the Duke from suddenly remembering something else that might fall on him. Dash 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 dash. Aaron watched Anderson leave with a calm expression. Besides the Iron-Blooded Knight Beander potion formula, Aaron also provided the contact information, supplied by Will Osepton, for Admiral, who carried the dice of probability. Even if the dice of probability was strong, Admiral, who was only at the mid-sequence level, could not use it. The involvement of MI9 made Aaron unwilling to let any Beander related to East Tak rashly interfere. Anderson, already a seasoned reaper with rich experience in escaping from demigods, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As long as his luck wasn't too bad and Rhaegar could restrain the Aurora Order's Gloom Saint, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. The judgment domain, which had been retracted to his side, suddenly expanded outwards, instantly enveloping the entire captain's cabin. Only then did Boyer Bale see the pulsating, contracting silver-white light cluster clutched in the Duke's hand, and an indescribable sense of hunger suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. The ink-green symbols in his eyes twisted and changed for a moment. Boyer Bale, who had already completely digested the Demon Hunter Beander potion, suppressed this craving in an instant, having already roughly guessed the essence of that light cluster in his heart. This is the Silver Knight Beander characteristic. Today, I will assist your advancement. Only Sequence 3 can prevent the one within Shatas from having other ideas, and it will also be sufficient to deal with the threat of the Fasak fleet. As he spoke, Aaron took out other auxiliary materials and directly threw them into the silver-white light, where they instantly dissolved. A difficult-to-suppress excitement flashed in Boyer Bale's eyes. He immediately cleared a large space, set up the ritual as quickly as possible, and placed the remains of the 6 powerful creatures he had hunted in their correct positions. Once all these things were done, Boyer Bale looked at the Beander potion floating before his eyes, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. The origin of order and shadow. The great emperor of the chaotic nation. The lord of order who wields rules. Listening to that majestic voice, Aaron sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze passing through the judgment domain to look outside the captain's cabin at a pair of eyes flickering with electric arcs. At the stern of the ship, Shatas, who was supervising the elf crew members in establishing a temporary stronghold and erecting a statue of the Calamity Queen, suddenly stiffened slightly. She turned her head to look at the captain's cabin and whispered with a light laugh. Where did this Beander characteristic come from? Could it be a transaction with the Church of Evernight? The complete Beander pathways controlled by the 7 Orthodox deities churches, corresponding to high-sequence Beander characteristics, and even the corresponding auxiliary materials, were mostly tightly controlled. The silver light in her eyes faded, and Shatas walked to one side, lowering her voice. Your Majesty the Queen, what did you mean just now? Only she could hear the elegant voice, as if it resonated directly in her soul, chuckling. Nothing, just that your captain might be a genuine sequence 3 after today. That Duke lacks neither resources nor background. It's merely an exception under his full cultivation. There's no need to be anxious, just calmly digest the Beander potion. Your most important task now is to help me re-establish the faith of the elf race. Once my anchor is further stabilized, I can separate a portion of the characteristics for your advancement. He gave a half-warning glance at Queen Goshinam, who was residing within Shatas, while his subconsciousness sat on the throne within the nation of disorder, observing the ripples of light spreading outwards and the somewhat ethereal prayers emanating from them. He immediately summoned the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card, mobilizing the power of the nation of disorder to condense a projection of power at the angel level, which he then directly cast into the circle of prayer. Within the sacred and clear light, a pure angel with 12 pairs of ethereal wings on its back suddenly descended. Amidst the falling golden black feathers, it enveloped the demon hunter with layers of light wings. Facing the angel's embrace, Boyer Bale showed no surprise. He calmly accepted everything. He had experienced similar things as early as when he first entered that strange Grossales travels. After the prayer received a response, the ritual began. Boyer Bale bowed to Aaron, who was seated to the side, then stepped forward without hesitation and swallowed the Silver Night Beander potion. Silently, the demon hunter's body expanded, transforming into a several-meter-tall giant with a gray-blue base, greenish-black muscles, and a dark, eerie crack on its forehead. Every inch of this giant contained indescribable mystery and immense, terrifying power. Except for its head, which still retained a human appearance, the rest was close to a mythical creature, emitting strange mental influence. The next second, Boyer Bale's head seemed to suffer from chondromalacia, collapsing inwards. With the dark, eerie crack as its core, it slowly wriggled, as if forming a nebula vortex. Such pain made even this demon hunter, who had undergone the baptism of the devil's mural and killed many powerful creatures, unable to restrain himself, emitting howls that would make ordinary beings' heads almost crack and their minds fall into extreme chaos. If Aaron had not already isolated the captain's cabin with the judgment domain beforehand, many elves on the Dawn would surely have lost control by now. The remains of the 6 powerful creatures at different positions in the ritual floated up, drawn by an invisible force, and revolved around Boyer Bale, who was undergoing mutation, using some mysterious connection to awaken parts of this top demon hunter's memories. Aaron silently watched as layers of ethereal, luminous wings grew from Boyer Bale's back, constantly contracting inwards, collapsing into a sturdy, magnificent, yet weightless silver armor on his body. Only then did the subconsciousness within the nation of disorder put away the staff of the sun. If Boyer Bale had problems with his advancement, he would use this grade 0 sealed artifact to forcibly strip away that Silver Knight Beander characteristic. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. As the silver armor finally took shape, Boyer Bale finally completed his advancement. Except for his head, which had not yet grown a vertical single eye, he was already equivalent to a mythical creature. At sequence 3, one was already a deity in some sense, capable of responding to prayers within a certain range. Of course, this also required a certain anchor. However, because it wasn't yet at the angel level, the anchor didn't necessarily have to be believers. Other things could substitute, such as distinct, mystically significant imprints in one's life. Backland, 15 Minsk Street. Klein looked at the faintly lit sky outside the window, calmly put on his top hat, and took a public carriage to the emergency contact point he had agreed upon with the golden masked man from MI9. Leaving his exclusive mark in the dim, quiet alley, Klein did not linger and left directly, planning to first head to the Bravehearts bar on Iron Gate Street. Along the way, he felt faint gazes sweeping over him. He roughly guessed that it might be a continuation of yesterday's events, but unlike his previous thoughts. After knowing above the gray fog that he might now be caught in a certain vortex, Klein felt a strange sense of familiarity with the Nighthawks of the Church of Evernight or other official organizations' surveillance. A peculiar sense of security, as if he had paid protection money, filled his heart. By the time he arrived at Iron Gate Street after several transfers, it was already nearing noon, which was the peak business hour for bars. Before he even entered, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, smelled the strong aroma of malt beer, and heard the noisy clamor. As expected, he saw a boxing ring set up in the center of the bar, where two boxers were fighting, their brutal attacks drawing cheers from the surrounding spectators. The scent of beer mixed with sweat, Klein adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, pinched his nose, and was about to look away when he suddenly felt something unusual and frowned slightly. These two are actually Beyonders. Doing this in broad daylight, they're really fearless. This thought unconsciously flashed through his mind. Klein retracted his gaze, protected his wallet, and squeezed his way towards the bar counter, saying to Kaspar's Kainaning, who was smiling as he watched the ring. The usual, a pint of Southville beer first. Smiling, Kaspar's Kainaning took a large wooden mug filled with golden liquid from under the counter and handed it to the detective, quipping. "Long time no see, Mr. Great Detective. I thought you wouldn't come back after paying off Mr. Marich's debt. Tell me, what's up?" Smelling the rich and enticing aroma of the beer, Klein took a sip, alleviating the dryness in his mouth before speaking in a low voice. "I think it's better if we talk somewhere else." Kaspar's Kainaning shifted his gaze from the ring, looked Klein up and down, whistled, and clicked his tongue. "It seems your commission is just as complicated as last time. Come with me." Kaspas turned around and whispered a few words to the bartender behind him, then stood up and led Klein to a private room behind the bar. Taking advantage of the moment he stood up, Klein quickly activated his spirit vision and scanned his surroundings. The subtle sense of being watched, which had been present since he left home, disappeared as soon as he entered the Bravehearts bar. This place is indeed not as simple as an underground Beander gathering. Although I'm not sure if the ones watching me now are the Punishers or the Nighthawks, it at least indicates that this place is very special. This thought flashed through Klein's mind, but he didn't stop, following Kaspas. He had already had this idea more than a month ago when the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, died. After all, that wasn't some nobody. The dignified ambassador of Intis was killed just like that. Either Marich, who took the mission, was a lunatic who wasn't afraid of death, or he was confident for some reason. Klein casually closed the door to the card room, and the loud clamor instantly softened. Kaspas leaned back comfortably on the sofa, fiddling with the chips in his hand, and said with a smile. "Outside, there's a boxing match. Do you want to bet on who will win? It only costs £5. That's almost Benson's previous weekly salary, with a somewhat wistful expression, Klein decisively waved his hand. I'm not interested in boxing. Watching Caspas skillfully toss the chips into a partitioned passage in the card room, Klein raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. I didn't realize you could bet on boxing here before. Those two boxers outside don't seem to be ordinary people. Caspas idly flipped through the cards in his hand, glancing at Klein with a strange expression. They are all children Marich adopted from orphanages around Backland. Well, in your terms, they should be called apprentices. Marich's apprentices. You call them children. Klein recalled the two children on the stage, whose physiques were much more exaggerated than his own, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, guessing it might be a change brought about by consuming the potion. Reason told him that he shouldn't continue this topic. Klein cleared his throat and stated the purpose of his visit. There's a case involving a Beander. I encountered a death at the Crag Club in the Hillston Borough. It was my friend, a noble descendant, a riding instructor. He was usually very healthy, but he suddenly died in front of me. It looked like a sudden heart attack, but my spirit vision told me he might have been cursed. Although Caspas had not chosen to consume a potion and become a Beander due to age and physical reasons, he frequently interacted with various bounty hunters and other Beanders. He immediately jotted down the information on paper and asked in return, "What did you see with your spirit vision?" Klein was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. There was some rapidly fading illusory black chi on the deceased's chest, which is likely some kind of curse. Nodding, Caspas pondered for a moment, then finally asked, "Which deity did your friend believe in?" Having anticipated this question, Klein answered without hesitation, "The Lord of Storms." A follower of the Lord of Storms, and he's the only deceased. Caspas frowned and asked in return. Knowing what he was worried about, Klein added, "Yesterday, I was already questioned by the Punishers, simply because I am also one of the suspects, so it's inconvenient for me to investigate this matter personally." As soon as Klein walked out of the Bravehearts bar, his spiritual intuition immediately reported that familiar feeling of being watched. He pretended not to notice anything and walked straight home. Although the sealed artifact, 008, was very likely to detect his abnormality, Zangwill clearly didn't know, otherwise, Sherlock Moriarty might have been added to the list of people who died suddenly yesterday. Klein was well aware of this. Everything he did today was to mislead Zangwill and allow the story he fabricated to continue seamlessly. Therefore, as a detective with a semi-official background, he needed to make a reasonable response, such as reporting to MI9 and attempting to investigate the cause of death. After Klein disappeared at the end of the street, two figures emerged from the alley opposite the Bravehearts bar. Leonard rubbed his messy black short hair, his dark green pupils retracted from the street, and he asked in a low voice, "Captain, why did you stop me from entering that bar just now?" Not wearing his characteristic red gloves, Soest glared at Leonard exasperatedly. "You can't go in, so you can't go in. Why so many questions? There are plenty of similar places in Backland. Leaving the cathedral doesn't mean you're a qualified red glove. You still have many things to learn. Also, this MI9 informant should also be targeted by the Punishers now. You should withdraw for a while. Daly has already returned from the southern continent by airship to report for duty. She will arrive in Backland at the earliest next month or even sooner. You are both from Tingen, so at that time, you will be under her charge." The familiar name brought back memories, and Leonard nodded, then looked towards the end of the street. He always felt that Sherlock gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity. The sky was dim, clouds rolled like scrolls, and deep blue waves rose and fell. Dunsmith raised his hand to hold down his black top hat, preventing it from being swept away by the howling sea wind. His gray eyes, like deep, secluded pools, quietly watched the port of Dili News, which was about to dock. Dili News is the largest island south of the Rorstad archipelago and the closest transit point to the safe passage across the raging sea. Many passenger ships directly to the southern continent can be found here, though the ticket prices are quite high. Carrying a black suitcase, Dunsmith was shrouded in a black trench coat with a high collar, a habit he had developed during his more than 10 years of living in the church. Stepping off the passenger ship, he scanned his surroundings and quickly located a hotel. After the incident in Tingen, the extra Beander characteristic he had consumed had been replaced, and negative states such as being immersed in dreams and poor memory had also disappeared. Although he had to redigest the nightmare Beander characteristic, knowing the acting method, and with his previous experience, he had completely digested it in less than 2 months. As early as when he left Tingen, Aaron had given the Sequence 6 Soul Assurer Beander characteristic and auxiliary materials to Dunsmith, which had been sealed in that black leather case. Just as Dunsmith was about to stay at a hotel for a night and advance to Soul Assurer before entering the safe passage to the southern continent, he suddenly felt the surrounding sky abruptly grow darker, as if night had fallen. He subconsciously looked up. A large dark shadow appeared in the already extremely dim sky due to the storm, and it was continuously growing larger. His spirituality unconsciously spread, and his gray eyes saw even more clearly in the darkness. Dunsmith saw that the dark shadow was actually an airship, and on the flag hanging below the airship, the holy emblem of darkness was strikingly prominent. He subconsciously took a step forward, then instantly froze in place, silently watching the airship pass over the port and fly towards the flatter northern part of Dili News Island. Loud, noisy discussions came from all around. Even strangers were talking about the suddenly appearing airship, but only Dunsmith stood silently in place, like a lone wanderer abandoned by the world. The hum of the high-octane steam engine drowned out the howling wind. Audrey, neatly dressed, looked at Susie, who was curled up at her feet, not daring to approach the French window, and soothed her with a smile. "Susie, don't be afraid. We've already passed through the safe passage. This is just an ordinary storm, and we'll be home soon." Given that there were outsiders present, Susie only whimpered, which was her response to Audrey's comfort. Holding up her skirt, Audrey approached the French window, looking at Dili News Island, which was still dim despite being noon. She smiled and asked Daly, who was staring blankly out the window. "Madam Daly, what's wrong?" A pleasant voice echoed in her ears. Daly suddenly snapped back to attention and bowed slightly with a hint of apology. "Nothing, I just suddenly had a whim. Perhaps I've been on the airship for too long, and those little fellows inside me might be a bit restless." Seeing Audrey's somewhat stiff expression, Daly suddenly realized her tone was a bit off and explained with slight embarrassment. "I am a spirit guide, and I have many spiritual bodies residing within me. I'm used to calling them, little fellows." After speaking, she noticed that Miss Audrey's expression had returned to normal, but the golden retriever was staring at her with a very strange look. Suppressing the somewhat strange thoughts in her heart, Daly pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "All the originally transported supplies have been left in the southern continent. Our return journey will be much faster than when we came, and the frequency of supply replenishment can also be greatly reduced, so we might arrive in Backland by the beginning of next month." As she spoke, the entire airship began to tremble gently, which meant it was docking at Dili News Island. Audrey silently calculated the time and nodded slightly. She had received Count Hall's telegram half a month ago. Once she returned to Backland, she would officially start working at the East Tacker Charity Fund, which was what she had hoped for. After the airship had completely calmed down, Audrey, who was quite familiar with Daly, pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, "What do you plan to do after returning to Backland?" Without the slightest hesitation, as if she had repeated it hundreds of times in her mind, Daly suddenly clenched her hands, almost blurting out, "Revenge." She took a deep breath, looked at Miss Audrey, who had a worried expression, and Daly's expression softened as she explained with a bitter smile, "Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. When the church cooperated with the Church of Storms and MI9 to investigate the death of the former Duke Negan, Zangwill's tracks were discovered in the suburbs of Backland. The cathedral will later assign a special archbishop to lead a Red Gloves squad to pursue him. I will apply to join after I return to Backland to report for duty. Angry and sad, but not having lost her rationality, Audrey, who had just advanced to psychiatrist a few days ago, scrutinized Daly and came to a conclusion in her heart. She no longer tried to dissuade her and said with a faint smile, "We will rest for a day on Dili Niu's island. Because airships and ships are prohibited from passing around Bansi port, we will not stop again after this and will fly directly to Pritz Harbor. Madam Daly, you can take this opportunity to leave the airship and walk around the island, letting those little fellows relax." Daly did not refuse Audrey's kind offer. After bowing, she left the room. Dash 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 dash. In the spirit world, where color blocks were richly overlapped, Aaron moved through figures of indescribable forms, closely following Astorfo, who was leading the way, and arrived at a chaotic and mixed area of the spirit world. Except for the 7 different colored pure lights occupying the highest part of the spirit world, which remained unchanged, the originally colorful blocks were now twisted into a chaotic mess. Aaron was not unfamiliar with this place. It was the area of the spirit world corresponding to the Divine War ruins, though this was only the relatively safe outer area. The reason for choosing this location was partly due to the special nature of the Divine War ruins, which allowed for better sealing of this already chaotic spirit world. Moreover, even if the battle became so intense that it caused significant damage to the spirit world, it wouldn't matter, as this place had already become this ghostly state. More importantly, if the 3-in-1 seal of the astral world, spirit world, and material world was well in place, the sudden madness of the mother tree of desire here could logically lead those in the spirit world to associate it with a portion of an abomination Beyonder characteristic still hidden deep within the Divine War ruins. At that time, they would exert themselves even more to stop the mother tree of desire, and it could also, to some extent, create a smokescreen, gaining more time. Just as Aaron and Astorfo appeared, they discovered that deep within this chaotic spirit world area, 2 blurred figures emerged. They sometimes overlapped with the gray mist emanating from the high reaches of the spirit world, and sometimes separated. Both were blessed dogs with dark red flames burning in their eyes and covered in short black fur. However, in the eye sockets of these 2 monsters, there was only a single dark red flame, and they were currently devouring some translucent, illusory spiritual body. Looking at the 2 one-eyed blessed dogs, Aaron was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to greet them, he found that they instantly disappeared like startled birds. Do I look like a bandit? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a light suddenly rose before Aaron's eyes, and an old man in an orange robe appeared. This old man was plump, with a short white beard, and looked quite amiable. He was orange light, Hilarion. Before he could speak, one after another, different colored lights rose around Hilarion, transforming into different old man images. Looking at the 7 lights, standing neatly before him, each in a different colored robe, Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. After Hilarion finished introducing the remaining pure lights he hadn't met, he said with a smile, "Seeing is believing. Frankly, I have always wanted to visit the 7 of you, but I never found the opportunity. Now, this wish has finally come true. I already have a solution for the problem of the astral world. Next, I may have to trouble you all a lot." The plump, orange light, Hilarion seemed to be the most cheerful and outgoing among the 7 lights, and immediately responded on behalf of all his companions. "Duke Aaron, you don't need to be so polite. With the apocalypse approaching and outer gods lurking, this is what we should do." Red light, El Moria, wearing a diamond crown, nodded gravely and added, "Although we still cannot confirm whether the great ruler above the spirit world has awakened, we hope that you can help that young man with Saphira Castle's aura in the real world." Aaron was not surprised by this request. As the 7 lights of the spirit world, although their own Beyonder characteristics were very high, they were also restricted by the spirit world itself. Most of their interference in the real world was achieved through avatars. In the matter of helping Klein return to the great ruler above the spirit worlds, thrown as soon as possible. The 7 lights of the spirit world could not be too proactive, otherwise it would almost be equivalent to telling Amen. This was also why, Orange Light, Hilarion was willing to help him and even tell him about the passage to the forsaken land of the gods deep within the abyss after detecting the aura of the nation of disorder on him in Byam from the very beginning. I will keep my promise and do my best to protect him. The birth of the Lord of the Mysteries is already imminent. After making a promise in front of the 7 lights, Aaron pondered for a moment and immediately asked. I learned from Evernight Goddess that after the Night Emperor fell in the 4th epoch, his divine kingdom shattered, but several fragments still remained. One of them was obtained by God of Steam and Machinery, and as far as I know, it was eventually given to Russell, who was then the son of Steam. Do you know the final whereabouts of that fragment? Regardless of whether this battle succeeded in the end, the 7 lights of the spirit world would definitely be watched by the 7 deities and other existences in the short term. Aaron would need to avoid contact with them for a period of time, so some questions needed to be asked now while the 7 lights were gathered. Hearing Aaron's question, a thin old man in a lemon-yellow robe with a long white beard, standing beside Red Light, El Moria, smiled and explained. Duke Aaron, you must be aware of Russell's situation, or rather, all high-ranking individuals within the 7 Orthodox churches have such a problem. Once a pathway produces a deity, even a pope can at most reach sequence 2, but Emperor Russell was bestowed the title of Son of Steam after he initiated the Steam Age. To show the importance of Russell, the one who had already changed his honorific name to God of Steam and Machinery at that time bestowed the Divine Kingdom fragment upon him. Russell was indeed exceptionally talented, but this was also the beginning of his tragedy. It was precisely by using that Divine Kingdom fragment that he avoided the gaze of the gods and secretly going to the moon, and was almost defenselessly contaminated by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Aaron raised his eyebrows, not expecting that the great emperor had actually used that Divine Kingdom fragment to go to the moon. However, he felt that Russell being able to do this without anyone knowing was more likely due to Mr. Door's guidance. Thinking this, Aaron nodded slightly towards Yellow Light, Wennington, who had spoken, signaling him to continue. Although this pure light had not been seen before, he was not unfamiliar with it, as Yellow Light had previously made prophecies of the apocalypse and family curses to a traveler of the Abraham family, which were recorded in the Spirit World Chronicles. Stroking his white beard, Yellow Light, Wennington added in a gentle tone. The last time that Divine Kingdom fragment appeared was when Russell was planning to advance to Black Emperor. Although I don't know exactly how he did it, there is no specific revelation in the spirit world, but it is certain that he used this item when he forcibly advanced to Black Emperor across pathways. But after he ascended to godhood, the relevant information in the spirit world was distorted, and even we cannot glimpse the final whereabouts of the item you were looking for. You can try asking Bernadette or Bonava Gustav, you might find relevant clues. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Aaron gently shook his head. He had already been to Emerald City, and he had read all of Russell's diaries preserved by Bernadette. Perhaps the corresponding diaries were lost, or Russell simply didn't record it in his diaries, as Aaron hadn't found any information about the Night Emperor's Divine Kingdom fragment. This was why he was so surprised when he learned from Evernight Goddess that Russell had once obtained another Divine Kingdom fragment. But upon hearing the name Bonava Gustav, Aaron paused, realizing that he had focused too much on Bernadette and neglected Russell's second son. Perhaps he could sound out this angel through Bernadette. Given his position in the Church of God of Steam and Machinery, he could at least know whether this item, which Russell once held, was still within the Steam Church. If God of Steam and Machinery had not reclaimed that Divine Kingdom fragment, the greatest possibility was that Russell had taken it back to that mysterious island in the Fog Sea. Aaron sighed in his heart and could only keep this matter in mind. Neither of these two possibilities was a good answer for him. The worst possibility was that it was still controlled by Russell. If it had been before, it would have been fine, but now that he knew from Adam that the Mother Goddess of Depravity was also coveting the nation of disorder, how could he dare to go to that island? Without the Beander characteristic of sequence 1 or even a king of angels, it was no different from delivering a grand gift to their doorstep. As the symbol of the meditation domain, blue light, Kutumi, with love and wisdom as his own traits, amiably changed the subject. Duke Aaron, sealing the spirit world requires the concerted efforts of his 7 lights, so we may not be able to help with the specific battle. Therefore, I need to remind you of some points to note. Seeing Aaron nod, the old man, whose forehead was bound with a sapphire, and whose mouth was surrounded by a thick beard, continued. Your messenger should have informed you of the origin of that angel wandering in the spirit world, but it is not by us that he can resist the invasion of the mother tree of desire in the spirit world. More importantly, he himself was formed by the fusion of an ancient Bane Beander characteristic separated from the chained god and a terrifying sealed artifact. That terrifying sealed artifact was personally crafted by the ancient sun god in the 3rd epic using the remains of giant King Ormir. After this existence fell in the cataclysmic era, he, who was then only the god of spirit creatures, obtained that sealed artifact. Only the remaining ancient god will of Ormir can barely prevent the contamination of the mother tree of desire. Therefore, never underestimate him just because he has lost his sanity. Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, subconsciously looking at Astolfo beside him. He had heard similar questions from his messenger, but perhaps because it was a separated imprint that recondensed in the spirit world, the memory was not complete. A sealed artifact made from the remains of giant King Ormir. Referring to the current god of combat, that likely contains the sequence 2 inches glory, characteristic with the will of an ancient god. Recalling the exaggeratedly huge and terrifying body in the spirit world, Aaron's face twitched slightly. Similarly corresponding to glory, the city of silvers, proof of glory, protected this city-state in the land of darkness from wave after wave of monster invasions, and its defensive power was absolutely maxed out. Nodding silently to indicate that he already knew, Aaron thought for a moment and tentatively asked. Do you know how the chained god was eroded by the mother tree of desire to the point of being unable to resist? Astolfo only knew that the main body might have been eroded by the system, but he did not know the specific process. But the chained god's erosion happened 1,000 years ago, and the primordial one barrier was much stronger then than it is now. Without special circumstances, how could a king of angels be so cowardly and completely controlled? Even now, with the primordial one barrier about to break in a few decades, the more terrifying mother goddess of depravity has not dragged the sanguine into the water, only creating an artificial vampires who worship the primordial moon. Even if Lilith secretly protected them, it was enough to show that the influence between sequences alone was not enough to make the chained god fall to such a state. Looking at each other, Purple Light, Saint Germain, holding an amethyst, replied. In the cataclysmic era at the end of the 3rd epic, he, who was then only the god of spirit creatures, obtained the uniqueness of the chained in addition to that sealed artifact. This is also why he later changed his title to Chained God. But he never successfully accommodated that uniqueness until the end of the War of the Four Emperors and the beginning of the 5th epic. If there is no way to accommodate the uniqueness, then before holding the ritual and advancing to sequence 0, the uniqueness is a burden rather than an aid to a sequence 1 angel. And he also had to avoid death, who dominated the southern continent at that time. This is also why the chained god was largely unknown throughout the 4th epic. Aaron looked at Purple Light, Saint Germain with some surprise. He himself knew the method of accommodating uniqueness. After the fall of the ancient sun god, the most feasible method currently was to reconcile the uniqueness into an incomplete Beander potion and consume it with a simplified version of the deity ascension ritual. He didn't find a suitable opportunity throughout the 4th epic, and he was also targeted by death. Aaron silently mourned for the chained god for a few seconds. Perhaps he should have asked Will Osepton for some luck. I wonder if I can forcibly suppress the Justiciar uniqueness by relying on the nation of disorder after I have the Beander characteristic of a king of angels. As Aaron thought this, Purple Light, Saint Germain's words did not stop there. With the beginning of the 5th epic and the fall of death, the raging sea formed, and the chained god established the Highland Kingdom. The information we can glimpse indicates that for some unknown reason, the chained god secretly entered the abyss once for 100 years, and when he reappeared, he had successfully accommodated the uniqueness. But in less than 100 years, the abomination Saya was born. Now it seems that the trip to the abyss was more like a carefully prepared trap. We speculate that there was a problem when the chained god went to the abyss to try and accommodate the uniqueness, and the mother tree of desire seized the opportunity, thus completing the erosion relatively easily. Looking at Astolfo, who stood silently beside him, Aaron sighed, unsure how to comment, and also understood why the philosophy of the hedonists had such a high similarity with the devil pathway. He then asked with some interest, "Then do you know the chain's deity ascension ritual?" Orange Light, Hilarion took over the conversation and responded in a calm tone. This knowledge has corresponding mysticism attached to it and is not in the spirit world, but from our observations, the chain's ritual should be closely related to binding madness and suppressing desire. Nodding, Aaron ended the topic. Knowing the information warned by the 7 lights of the spirit world, he should also make some preparations. Dash 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 dash. Raging Sea, Dilius Island, Port Area. Night had already fallen, and the previous storm had quietly receded, with crimson moonlight shining through the thick clouds. Daily Simone, wearing a spirit medium robe and with blue eyeshadow and blush, walked aimlessly on the street, attracting a lot of attention. As one of the outposts of the safe passage, most of the people on Dilius Island, apart from the natives, were ruthless individuals eager to venture into the southern continent. Even though Daly's attire was somewhat peculiar, many people were still eager to make a move. However, just as they were about to take action, several translucent, eerie faces with a greenish glow would reflect in their pupils, and a chill far more biting than the sea breeze would emerge in their hearts. One by one, burly men with fierce faces scattered like mice seeing a cat, not daring to utter a single harsh word, fleeing in all directions, so much so that a moving vacuum zone appeared in the dock area. In a room on the 2nd floor of the Silver Serpent Hotel, near the port, Dunsmith sat on the bed, his body flickering with light, like a night sky dotted with stars. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his gray eyes looking at his hands with some complexity, and he murmured in a low voice, "Is this a soul assurer?" There was no excitement in his words, only annoyance and unwillingness. If he had been stronger in Tingen back then, perhaps things could have taken a turn, but now, what good would a sequence 6 be in front of Ince Zangwill? Standing up from the bed, Dunsmith clenched his fists and muttered, "Undying." After a long while, he walked to the window, and with just one glance, his gaze suddenly froze. The graceful figure in a spirit medium robe was reflected in his gray eyes, and a name so familiar it was etched into his soul trembled from his lips. Daly. Still walking aimlessly on the street, letting the little guys inside her relax, Daly suddenly paused, and as if sensing something, she looked up towards a hotel not far down the street. Although she didn't discover anything, the feeling she had just now, being a spirit medium for a long time, made her sense a trace of abnormality. Her expression unchanged, Daly did not deliberately approach that hotel, but transparent figures, difficult to detect with the naked eye, surged out from within her. These spirits quickly plunged underground and flew towards that hotel. At night, the inn was much quieter than the streets. A chilling wind blew without warning, and the gaslights illuminating the corridor suddenly turned a sinister green. On the walls, almost transparent ripples spread through the corridor, and faces abruptly appeared, translucent faces with no mouths or noses, only eyes. Those translucent, mouthless, noseless faces surged purposefully towards every room on both sides of the corridor. The sinister green light spread deeper along the corridor, finally converging before a certain room at the end of the hall. At the alley corner opposite the Silver Serpent Inn, Daly Simone slightly narrowed her eyes. Through her spirit guide's control over the spiritual bodies within her, she could clearly sense a certain aura remaining in the room that greatly excited those little fellows. Without hesitation, she manipulated the spiritual bodies to surge into the room. From the shared perspective, there was nothing else of value in the room except for the slightly wrinkled bedsheets, which proved that someone had indeed stayed there. Frowning slightly, Daily Simone was about to conduct a more detailed inspection when a cacophony of sounds suddenly reached her ears, making her instinctively look towards the harbor. Under the dim crimson moonlight, a massive black and red ship emerged. The entire hull was enveloped in sinister green ghost flames, which flickered and refracted various colors, each seemingly corresponding to the different desires of the beholder. A bizarre altar was set up on the ship's enormous deck. Gruesome, bloody human heads, organs, limbs, and blood moved on their own without wind, piling up layer upon layer and appearing as if they were melting candles. They formed a short tree of flesh and blood, its surface uneven, like the shell of a walnut. Thump, thump, thump. Inside that tree of flesh and blood, a heart seemed to be beating, strong and powerful. Even from a great distance, that thumping sound seemed to echo in her mind. Daily Simone grunted, her eyes subtly tinged with a bloody hue, and evil thoughts continuously sprouted within her. As a veteran Red Glove who had experienced numerous missions in the southern continent, Daily Simone immediately sat down to calm her mind, meditating cross-legged. Within a few breaths, her eyes had recovered their tranquility. The astonished crowd watching in the harbor district, however, did not react as intensely as Daily, as if that thumping sound, which permeated spiritual bodies, only affected beyonders closely related to the spirit world and spiritual bodies, such as spirit guides. Looking at the bizarre ship, which seemed to have merely passed by the Dillinus Island and was gradually moving away, Daily Simone recalled certain records from the telegram and murmured in a low voice. The Flesh and Blood Tree. This was once the flagship of Admiral of Blood, Senor. After this great pirate was killed by Duke Aaron in Byam, it had been taken over by the new pirate king, King of Blood Moon, and became his new flagship. Daily Simone withdrew her gaze from the direction the Flesh and Blood Tree was departing, and upon re-sharing her vision, she found that the residual aura in the room had completely dissipated. She did not continue her investigation. Daily left only one spiritual body to observe whether anyone would return to the room, then departed back to the airship. She had to quickly report the news of the King of Blood Moon's appearance nearby to Lord Crest Sessima. In the dark corner of the Silver Serpent Inn's back alley, a black briefcase lay on the ground. Dunsmith supported himself with his hand and slowly rose from the ground. He hadn't expected Daly's spiritual perception to be so keen now. Even though he had withdrawn his gaze in time, he was still discovered. Inside the room, the residual aura from consuming the Sequence 6 Soul Assurer potion also attracted those spiritual bodies. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the appearance of the Flesh and Blood Tree disrupted Daly's investigation, otherwise he, hiding in the Silver Serpent Inn's back alley, would certainly have been discovered. As the prerequisite for Spirit Warlock, Soul Assurer also possessed a considerable degree of control over spirits, and naturally heard the terrifying thumping sound from the Flesh and Blood Tree. Although both were Sequence 6, Dunsmith, who had just advanced and hadn't yet managed to restrain his spirituality, was more greatly affected. Taking a deep breath, Dunsmith emanated a faint glow, like a night sky adorned with stars, soothing the agitated natural spirits around him, restoring them to a calmer state, and simultaneously erasing his own traces. After completing all this, he paused for a moment, pressed down on the brim of his black top hat, and walked without hesitation towards the deeper darkness. He was a vengeful person who had lost everything, having no right and unable to stand before Daly again. That would only bring disaster. Townsend Street, at the border of Empress Borough and West Borough in Backland. Klein stood in a dark, quiet alley. Even without looking up, he could see the layers of magnificent palaces and tall Gothic bell towers in the distance. That was the highest elevation area in all of Backland, and where the Lowen royal family resided. Its status in the southern and northern continents, and in the entire world, was equivalent to or even slightly higher than the White Maple Palace in Intis and Ormir Palace in the Fasak Empire, yet its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called Soderlach Palace, and in ancient Fasak, that word meant balance. Klein curled his lips, withdrew his gaze from the famous clock of order, and looked towards the other side of the alley. From the shadows where the gas streetlights could not reach, a figure slowly emerged, wearing a golden shell mask that revealed the lower half of his face. After observing in secret for a long time, and after divination confirmed there was no danger, Klein stepped out of his hiding place and walked towards the man with the golden mask. The golden masked man from Military Intelligence 9 was still wearing a black tailcoat. His light brown eyes swept over Klein as he approached and said, "What happened again?" Listening to the somewhat resentful tone, Klein was first taken aback. Logically speaking, the information he provided last time, if not a great achievement, at least demonstrated his role as an excellent detective. Could it be that there were further developments regarding the Aurora Order that he didn't know about? With that thought flashing through his mind, Klein solemnly repeated what he had told Caspas at the Braves bar, the only difference being that this time he emphasized the intervention of the Punishers and his own worries. "You've gotten into trouble, so you hope to use the background of Military Intelligence 9 to avoid being arbitrarily handled by those hot-tempered brutes." The golden masked man instantly understood what Klein's words implied. "From the moment you joined Military Intelligence 9, even if you are only an peripheral member now, we will guarantee your basic rights." His words were decisive, but he immediately added, "The premise is that you are truly unrelated to this matter." After contacting his superior from Military Intelligence 9, Klein glanced at the already dim sky, stepped onto the street outside, and took the last public carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. Klein's expression paused slightly as he paid the fare and stepped off the carriage, noticing a figure pacing anxiously at his doorstep. Using his enhanced vision, he recognized the tall, thin Dr. Allen, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a phrase unconsciously surfaced in Klein's mind: "Something abnormal must be demonic." Gritting his teeth, Klein walked up, deliberately making his footsteps more audible to avoid startling Dr. Allen, who had just experienced the Talum incident that morning. He asked with some confusion, "Dr. Allen, what brings you here so late?" Hearing Klein's voice, Dr. Allen, who had been pacing and muttering softly, finally looked up and said eagerly, "Sherlock, you're finally back." Then he looked around furtively and lowered his voice. "You're a famous great detective now, you must know a lot of people, right?" I guess so." Klein didn't understand what the other party meant, so he just gave a perfunctory reply. "Then do you know anyone like a country witch doctor?" "No, I mean, a capable diviner or occult enthusiast. I always feel like I've encountered an ominous omen." Allen hurriedly pressed, his expression darkening again. "Especially after Talum's abnormal death, this ominous feeling has become even more apparent. A capable diviner or occult enthusiast. You seem to be talking about me, but what is this ominous omen?" His mind raced. Klein opened the door, invited Dr. Allen into the room, brewed 2 cups of Earl Grey tea, and asked gently, "Allen, tell me in detail, what have you encountered that makes you feel it's an ominous omen?" Taking a small sip of Earl Grey tea, the slightly bitter tea moisturized his dry throat. Dr. Allen was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "I used to scoff at occult things, but Talum's death absolutely couldn't have been a sudden heart attack. He was a writing instructor." Realizing his tone might be a bit agitated, Dr. Allen apologized and changed the subject. "After leaving the police station yesterday noon, I kept trying to convince myself to explain Talum's death from a medical perspective, and inadvertently ended up in an alley." Klein's eyes narrowed. The reason Dr. Allen had become like this within a day might lie in that alley. As a trusted and renowned detective, he professionally picked up his notebook and began to record the commission. Dr. Allen's state became somewhat peculiar as he continued to recount in a daze. I saw a little boy sitting among a pile of tarot cards. He said his name was Will Osepton. After he finished speaking, he looked at me and smiled, very pure and innocent, saying, 'Doctor, congratulations, you have a child.' Tarot cards. Will Osepton." The pen in Klein's hand almost slipped. Fortunately, Dr. Allen's dazed state prevented him from noticing the detective's abnormality. He unconsciously touched the Wheel of Fortune card tucked close to his chest. Klein's expression shifted for a moment as he continued to listen to Dr. Allen's narration. After I went home, I took my wife to the hospital for a checkup. We indeed had a child, but I didn't believe it at the time. The little boy who called himself Will Osepton saw that I didn't believe him and took me to play tarot divination. Hearing this familiar operation, Klein truly couldn't hold back this time and unconsciously asked, "Which tarot card did he give you?" Now it was Dr. Allen's turn to be stunned for a moment. He shook his head and took out a flattened paper crane from his wallet, which looked ordinary, like a child's casual creation. "He didn't give me a tarot card. He only divined many secrets that only I knew, but after I believed him, he refused to take money and instead gave me a paper crane." Hearing this treatment, which was quite different from his own, Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, carefully scrutinizing this doctor he had known for a long time, wanting to discern some difference. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Klein's gaze, Allen still continued. "From yesterday night until tonight, I've been having the same nightmare. I dreamed of that child, Will Osepton." Klein's face twitched slightly. Dream interpretation was his specialty, even more so than deduction, but when it involved that old monster who had lived for who knows how long, he wasn't so confident. Before Klein could speak, Allen reminisced to himself. "I can't remember the specific details and process of the nightmare anymore. What I remember most vividly is a tall, dark, pointed tower, with a silver-white giant snake coiled around it. It was slowly wriggling, looking at me with cold, emotionless red eyes. Sherlock, what's your advice? Or, do you know any experts in the field of the occult?" A silver-white giant snake. A dark, tall tower. Klein took a sip of red tea, and under Allen's expectant gaze, he pondered before speaking. "My advice is to go to the church of the deity you believe in, describe what you've recently encountered to the bishop, and then ask him if there's a solution. Allen, I remember you are, a follower of the Evernight goddess, right?" Scratching his hair, Allen didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion and mumbled softly. "But I went to the church this morning to pray to the goddess, attend mass, and donate money and items, but it didn't work. I still had that nightmare tonight, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you in the middle of the night." Klein subtly averted his gaze from the paper crane, put away his notebook, and suggested, "You should be able to try to meet a higher-ranking bishop through the charity clinic. They might have more effective solutions there." Looking at Dr. Allen, who was lost in his own confusion, Klein finally added in his mind. "More accurately, those higher-ranking bishops will convey your matter to the Nighthawks, and they will then notice the abnormality about you. Dash 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 dash." Outside the Sonia C. safe passage, the battlefield of gods. Aaron quietly gazed at the boundless ocean burning with golden flames. This was the outermost periphery of the battlefield of gods, where the residual divine power was relatively sparse. He had just cleared the surrounding islands. His judgment domain was somewhat suppressed here, but perhaps due to the integration of Night Emperor's Divine Kingdom fragment, which elevated its essence, it could still envelop part of the outer areas under full support. With the unique nature of the battlefield of gods itself, it was enough to minimize the impact on the real world. Looking at the sky, which remained in a perpetual noon state, Aaron was not in a hurry to act. The expansion of the judgment domain would be repelled by the residual divine power, so it would naturally be more advantageous for him to wait until darkness descended and hidden divine power permeated. Klein's voice abruptly ceased. Through the perspective shared by the marionette, he finally noticed that Aaron's current state was extremely bizarre. Not only was his body covered in black, cold scales, but he was also pierced by illusory thin tubes emerging from the black mist. "No matter. I am well aware of Azek's situation. Take out the Eye of Rusko that the Evernight goddess bestowed upon you earlier." Waving his hand dismissively to indicate that he was fine, Aaron looked at his increasingly illusory body and couldn't help but sigh. The uniqueness of the death pathway had basically been activated, filled with an extreme intensity of coldness and madness. If it were to reunite with Azek now, he would likely immediately become a pseudo-death with only divinity and no humanity. However, the Evernight goddess, who should have appeared long ago, had yet to make a move. This abnormality made Aaron suspect that the turmoil in the raging sea had caused some issues in the astral world. His main body was still far away in the abyss of ferrying, eliminating Hater. Relying solely on this pseudo-divine descent clone, he could only temporarily swap destinies with Azek using the Fate Stealer charm, directly transferring the impact caused by the artificial death to the Nation of Disorder, which served as the medium for the divine descent clone. Although the residual pollution still caused irreversible mutations in Aaron's body, to his pleasant surprise, comforting and integrating with the half of Azek's soul that was fused with the death uniqueness allowed him to digest quite a bit of his balancer potion. The only problem was that the Fate Stealer charm's effect was limited. This pseudo-divine descent clone alone couldn't prevent Azek from merging with the death uniqueness. Despite not quite understanding what Aaron intended to do, Klein still let out a long breath and took out the eye of Rusko, which had been concealed within his flesh, accompanied by a strong sense of powerlessness. Even though he had already advanced to Sequence 5, he would be severely injured even by simply opening his eyes to observe Mr. Azek's current state and plight. This was not a problem that could be solved by courage alone, it was a difference in Beander characteristic level, an unbridgeable gap. Just then, Klein suddenly heard an extremely familiar, painful roar. Almost subconsciously, he turned his head. Through Ludwell's vision, Klein saw Mr. Azek kneeling on one knee at the very bottom of the tiered coffins, not far from that indescribable feathered serpent. Drops of sweat slid down Azek's forehead, hitting the stone slab in front of him, staining it with a faint yellow grease and causing fine white fuzz to sprout. His forehead suddenly bulged as if alive, then split open, revealing a bloody gash. A golden light then emerged from nothingness, taking shape within the flesh. This was an ancient golden ornament, shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames. Inside its bronze eyes, layers of light formed a mysterious and illusory door. The Fate Stealer charm had failed. Aaron's expression also changed slightly beside him. He cursed under his breath, somewhat suspecting that the dice of probability, sealed within the Nation of Disorder, had taken the opportunity to affect him with its terrifying misfortune. "Close your eyes," Aaron roared, no longer bothering with Klein. His figure dissipated, and when he reformed, he had forcefully pressed the eye of Rusko onto Azek's forehead, blocking the bird-shaped golden ornament that wanted to fly out of the fleshly crack. Within Azek's Kang Sang eyes, two pale flames suddenly ignited. Looking at Aaron, who stood before him, he roared in pain, unable to conceal it. "Don't mind me. Quickly take Klein and escape from here." Aaron glanced at Klein, who was fumbling his way towards them not far away, and shook his head helplessly. He ignited the divinity of this quasi-divine descent clone and fused it into the eye, the last remnant of the demonic wolf, Flagray. The illusory yet real feathered serpent deep within the black mist straightened its body, extended its head, and met the gaze of the slightly rotating, golden glowing eye of Rusko. The entire mausoleum suddenly began to vibrate, and its surroundings became transparent, reflecting an illusory world with countless skeletons and specters. Bloody arms, black-green vines with infant faces, and slimy tentacles penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion, reaching into the mausoleum, yet they clung tightly to the ground, not daring to move. Aaron's rapidly fading figure paused slightly, stopping his almost dissipated form, and looked at a beautiful lady outlined through the illusory world between Azek and the mountain-like illusory feathered serpent. This was the Mother of the Sky, sealed beneath St. Samuel Cathedral in the Backland Diocese, the Evernight Goddess's divine descent vessel. He finally made it. Aaron's expression relaxed slightly. He had no time to ask what accident had occurred and immediately turned sideways, casually taking the constantly wriggling eye of Rusko. The bird-shaped golden ornament on Azek's forehead immediately became restless, and pale flames surged, but they were then pressed down by a slender, fair hand. The mountain-like illusory feathered serpent showed a look of fear for the first time. Dash 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 dash. At the deepest part of the abyss of ferrying, city of the undead, Manuel suffered the greatest destruction in over 1,000 years since the fall of death during the Pale Disaster. The desperate struggle of the three angels, or rather, Aaron and Bernadette's one-sided crushing of Hader, brought this ancient city to the brink of collapse. Once again dispersing the ferocious feathered serpent into black mist, the scepter of the sun in Aaron's hand surged with endless light, seemingly transforming into the sun descended into reality. Accompanied by Hader's painful and angry roars, clumps of green-tinged Beander characteristics were forcibly stripped away. Even so, Hader stubbornly continued to reform his body. Having personally witnessed the terrifying vitality of a death pathway angel, Aaron raised an eyebrow and casually collected the Beander characteristics, which were at most demigod level, his expression, however, becoming relaxed. Through the Nation of Disorder, he had synchronized the consciousness of his pseudo-divine descent clone and was already aware of the Evernight goddess's descent. He no longer needed to risk exposing some of his trump cards to maintain the situation. Ignoring Hader's malicious curses, the special environment of the abyss of ferrying allowed him to have no concerns. Moreover, the higher-ups of the church and various national powers should now be focused on the raging sea. Aaron patiently wore down this half-crippled death console, little by little. Elvin Garo, who had sealed the spirit world near the abyss of ferrying, followed the light of the scepter of the sun and penetrated the much thinner black mist to find Aaron. The slowly writhing black thorns on his body were entwined with several figures, who were the high-ranking members of the artificial death faction who had tried to escape by spirit world traversing during the chaos. 1. Ferryman. 2. Undying. Aaron tilted his head slightly, sweeping his gaze over these figures, pausing for a few seconds on Patrick Brain, whose aura was the weakest. The silver-white lightning swirling around the flesh tree ship suddenly extinguished, and in the howling sea wind, the entire ship's pervasive dark green flames died out. However, for the Shaman King, who possessed night vision, this did not hinder his ability to see. King of the Blood Moon, Tavari, with a hint of deeply hidden fear in his devout expression, carefully placed the palm-sized humanoid creature, which had no facial features and was covered in black branches and thorns, into a vessel made of white bone. Lord Tavari, what should we do next? Brando the Wraith, who had joined the fleet with the Shaman King and was now the first mate of the flesh tree, bowed slightly, not daring to look at the small figure, and asked respectfully. Tavari's unlined face curved into a charmingly evil smile, and he said in a sinister tone. We have prepared for too long for Amelius Levitt, and the grace of the gods can help us sense the reproduction necklace hidden on Cynthia over a wider range. HMPH, what kind of waves can an imperative mage stir up after leaving the fleet? This time, we must turn Amelius into a believer of the gods. If so, Lord Saya's plan will have a foundation for realization. When the word Saya was spoken, King of the Blood Moon, Tavari's temple clearly twitched, as if that lord's name alone could inspire fear. As he spoke, the strange little figure in the bone vessel suddenly turned to face one direction, and a phantom, terrifying chewing sound echoed out of thin air, awakening the madness within every creature that heard it. His eyes became increasingly blood-red, and the curve of King of the Blood Moon, Tavari's lips widened. The flesh tree ship was like a giant black vortex, madly devouring the surrounding crimson moonlight, causing itself to become distorted as it traversed the dangerous hidden waterways. In another not-so-distant sea area, layers of dark clouds obscured the crimson moonlight, and candlelight flickered on the moon shadow. Louise curiously glanced at Renette Tinacle, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, and poked Sharon, who was wearing a black court dress and a small soft hat, asking in a low voice. Is this your teacher? Sharon nodded silently, pointed to Cynthia on the bed, whose blonde hair flowed down, eyes closed, and face was delicate, possessing both feminine softness and a touch of girlishness, and said calmly. King of the Blood Moon should be arriving soon. Let's get ready first. Amelius Levitt stood silently to the side, his golden eyes gazing at Marquis Mistral and the uniquely shaped Renette tentacle, wondering what he was contemplating. Just then, the four blonde, red-eyed heads held by Renette tentacle simultaneously lifted, looking towards the west shrouded in dark clouds. Marquis Mistral was half a beat slower, but his actions were more direct. He extended his hands forward, pulling out a phantom, hazy door inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols out of thin air. As the low ancient Hermes language echoed, the door of summoning slowly opened, and the distorted, colorful light door emitted a phantom creaking sound. A crack opened, and a beautiful, blood-eyed woman walked out. A surging aura of life rapidly spread, followed by a pressure originating from the life level. It was the youngest of the Sanguine's three dukes, and a descendant of Queen of the Blood Moon, Ornia's bloodline, New Moon, Jorana. Casually suppressing Cynthia, who was about to mutate under the influence of the reproduction necklace, the Duchess snorted coldly towards the west. What a disgusting aura. On the deck of the Flesh Tree ship, still traversing the storm, King of the Blood Moon, Tavari frowned slightly, looking at the strange puppet in the bone vessel that seemed to have suddenly lost its sense of direction. Amelius discovered the anomaly and responded accordingly. A mocking arc curved at the corner of his mouth. Tavari reached out and picked up the strange puppet, casually slashed his wrist, and before the wound fully healed, forced out a drop of dark red, viscous blood. The strange puppet in his hand seemed to be greatly attracted, suddenly becoming agitated. A crack appeared on its faceless head, like a mouth waiting to devour someone, and it swallowed the Shaman King's essence blood. The crack then healed, and the puppet's head wiggled and twisted. Tavari's facial features strangely appeared, as if a connection had been established with a great existence. In this uncontrollable sense of pleasure, the layered storm before King of the Blood Moon, Tavari, suddenly disappeared from his sight, leaving only figures that were either sinisterly crimson or oppressively terrifying. The smile on his face froze before it could fully form. Tavari's expression changed drastically. He clutched the puppet in his hand and rapidly retreated, but his body stiffened, as if he had lost the ability to control himself. The Flesh Tree, which had occupied most of the deck, withered instantly, decaying into rotten mud, and finally dissolving into ashes, as if all its life force had been drained. Casually scattering the ashes, New Moon Duke, Jorana's crimson eyes reflected Tavari, who was frozen in midair, and she pointed without hesitation. The layered dark clouds seemed to be pierced by an invisible force, and the crimson moonlight, as if substantial, condensed into a pair of giant bat wings that obscured half of the red moon, flying towards Tavari. Just as the terrifying bat wings magnified in Tavari's pupils, the strange puppet in his hand, which had grown facial features, suddenly emitted a hazy, clear radiance. This light instantly expanded and brightened, forming a seemingly giant, red moon, above the Flesh Tree ship. The red moon's radiance dispelled the darkness in this area, giving Amelius and the other demigods the feeling that they were on the ground, looking up at the sky. This red moon was not merely a full moon, it was closer to a blood moon, even exceeding it. Unspeakable spiritual power thus emerged, making the rapidly approaching giant wings appear eerie and profoundly desolate. Even Amelius, who knew the strangeness of the Rose school of thought and had forcefully suppressed his inner desires with an imperative beforehand, could still feel his inner malice expanding and an unimaginable change brewing within his body. Not to mention Louise and Marquis Mistral, who were already on the moon pathway, as the authority of the moon itself included reproduction and fertility. At the same time, on the giant bat wings that obscured the surroundings and created darkness, countless white fine hairs grew densely, appearing exceptionally horrifying. New Moon Duke, Jorana, snorted coldly, changing her point to a grasp. The giant bat wings covering the sky rippled with faint light, and all the white fine hairs fell off. Louise's slightly bulging belly also shrank back. In these few short seconds, Tavari's clothes suddenly disintegrated, revealing his chest and abdomen. There seemed to be an even stranger face embedded there, as if it had grown out of the Shaman King's body and was connected to his internal organs. Its eyes and mouth were like crescent moons, exuding an unspeakable strangeness in the moonlight. As the red moon rose, this strange face was dyed a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. It then visibly softened, turning into a pool of still wriggling bloody mud, covering the puppet along Tavari's arm, and an even more terrifying aura emerged. Tavari, freed from the puppet's control, ignored the large hole in his chest. This was not a particularly serious injury for a shaman king. His figure instantly disintegrated into pieces of red scales, dissipating from his original spot, and rapidly reassembled in the distance. From the mud that had swallowed the puppet, two hands emerged, whose mere aura made people tremble. They were lusterless and lacked texture, like the shoddiest of puppets. Black, sticky liquid flowed on the surface of the hands, entwined with black thorns, and they struck away Renette Tinicle's spreading golden hair. This is another angel of the Rose School of Thought, King of Curses, Belenka. Louise, standing behind her grandfather Marquis Mistral, endured the stinging in her eyes, recalling the intelligence Sharon had provided before the operation. This second-in-command of the Rose School of Thought, a sequence to existence, had descended from afar by leveraging prior arrangements on Tavari. The evil aura instantly caused the Rose School of Thought members and their dependents on the flesh tree ship to either die directly, mutate, or madly attack their own people, with no one spared except Shaman King Tavari. Unexpectedly, this angel reacted so quickly. Knowing that staying here would only be a hindrance, Louise quickly abandoned her original plan, unhesitatingly grabbed Amelius Levitt, and followed him to quickly leave the battlefield and return to the Moon Shadow. This was also what Amelius Levitt and Aaron had agreed upon earlier. If an existence beyond a demigod appeared, he had the right to leave the battlefield, as his function as a decoy had already been perfectly fulfilled. Dash 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 dash. Meanwhile, the battle in a certain chaotic spirit world area had become increasingly fierce. The angel's massive body, covered in yellowish-green liquid, was already full of scorch marks, and the giant greatsword, shimmering with orange-red light, that he had condensed in his hand had already shattered. Aaron's face was somewhat pale as he held the sun-chasing scepter. Even with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder and the sublimation of the Judgment Domain itself, his imperative could already affect angel-level existences. But ultimately, his spiritual strength was only slightly higher than that of a typical Sequence 3, far from reaching the angel level. Furthermore, he also had to maintain Miss Ariana's historical void image and the Judgment Domain, leaving him barely enough spiritual burden to maintain a single imperative. Considering the residual influence of the Mother Tree of Desire, Aaron dared not use methods similar to a full moon to restore his spirituality, so he could only continuously borrow false spirituality from his past self through the Ring of Secrecy. Pales Zoroast, whose hair had turned completely white and was neatly combed back, stole the angel's ability to condense the Twilight Greatsword with a helpless expression. Every time Aaron sought him out, it was never an easy task. Although his current body was not his true body, its essence was extremely high. It was a Worm of Time clone that Aaron had specifically sought in Backland after obtaining the only Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Easttalk family, the Crown of Stars. As a neighboring pathway, the Crown of Stars' own authority, combined with the Yesterday's Reappearance charm, meant that even as a clone, Pales Zoroast at this moment had already surpassed ordinary Sequence 2 angels. Besieged by several angels and a Grade 0 sealed artifact, coupled with Astolfo's interference with the main body, this angelic body, which had already fallen into madness and chaos, was at an absolute disadvantage despite possessing the characteristics of a glory. Just then, the terrifying single eye at the top of the giant's greenish-black head, wrapped and entwined by evil vines, seemed to reach a critical point in its mad and violent aura. An extremely frantic roar echoed in the ears of all living beings in this spirit world area. This was the remaining madness, anger, and hatred of the former giant king, Ormir, before his death. Aaron's mind, impacted by this terrifying will, suddenly went blank. He temporarily lost all thoughts, and Ariana's historical void image disappeared as the summoning was lost. Without the hidden shielding, the Cyclops' chest suddenly turned crimson, like a red, curtain, and a strange scene then emerged. At the core of that scene was a mummy wrapped in yellowing bandages. It was pierced by countless brownish-black branches and suspended in midair. Its belly was highly distended, and sometimes a certain part would bulge and then deflate, as if it were gestating new life. The mummy's mouth opened and closed, constantly screaming. Although Aaron, who had just recovered, could not hear the actual sound, a pain still resonated within his body and soul, making him gradually bear the mummy's suffering. The bound god. Enduring the pain coming from the depths of his spirit body, Aaron's eyes turned slightly cold. The mother tree of desire could not infiltrate too much power into reality. If one wished to pray to her and receive feedback at the angel level, a large ritual was required. After 1,000 years of erosion and assimilation, although there was interference from Giant King, Ormir's remaining will, that was ultimately a rootless duckweed. This body had essentially been assimilated into a ritual altar that could be activated at any time. However, there was also a certain difference and essential gap between the influence directly exerted by the mother tree of desire and the gaze she bestowed through the bound god. The illusory, scaleless snake, previously hidden in the void and never participating in the battle, its body flowing with strange circular patterns, quietly appeared. A shimmering river enveloped this spirit world area. The solidified projection of the bound god slowly etherealized, transforming back into a red curtain, hanging solitarily on the Cyclops' chest, like an protruding heart. Snake of fate, restart. Looking at the concentrated pollution from the mother tree of desire, formed by the ritual, Aaron's eyes suddenly blazed, but before he could act, a wriggling mass of flesh covered in black viscous liquid brutally tore through this spirit world, forcing its way in. Although Will Anseton restarted the bound god's projection, in just those few seconds that the projection appeared, as an important tool for the mother tree of desire's interference with reality, the abomination Seiya had already sensed the change in the spirit world. The wriggling mass of flesh, covered in sticky black liquid, absorbed the surrounding yellowish-green fluid. As the flesh writhed, it transformed into a gigantic tree that looked as if it had been doused in oil, its spreading branches made of numerous arms protruding with strange things. On the trunk, on the surface of the viscous black liquid, countless bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled around, and ear-piercing roars that directly attacked the spirit body swept outwards. Aaron's rationality was instantly cleared. The terrifying deformation curse seemed to penetrate the judgment domain, causing his body to subtly deform until a colossal, ancient, mottled phantom of a clock enveloped him. In that instant, dozens to hundreds of arms rapidly extended outwards. Some spread upwards, obscuring the 7 clear lights hanging high in the spirit world, while more converged from all directions, wrapping around the weak giant's body like tentacles. The massive phantom of a clock that had originally enveloped Aaron occasionally expanded, and the flow of time in this area seemed to become incredibly slow. The swarming tentacles, which looked as if they were trying to weave a black giant cocoon, also became sluggish. By the time the black giant cocoon fully closed, the giant, whose body was originally broken and whose aura was weak, dissipated like a bubble, replaced by a helpless pale Zoroast. Before being possessed by the enraged abomination, Sar, and turning into a true ragdoll, a silver-black jewelry box inlaid with various gems appeared in pale Zoroast's hand. Then, he unhesitatingly opened its second layer. Box of the Outer Deity. The second layer of this sealed artifact, a grade 0 sealed artifact that Aaron had obtained in Tingen, could transfer living beings within its range to a specific scene it had recorded. Even though this was only an ability recreated using the Crown of Stars, apart from the third layer being unusable or unopenable, under Pale Zoroast's control, it was almost identical to the original. The 3-layered jewelry box, with a silver-black base inlaid with various gems, was quickly opened, revealing the scene inside the second layer. It was a pitch-black space, even the surrounding barriers seemed to merge into it, giving a sense of endlessness and bottomlessness. Moments later, countless glittering points of light illuminated the pitch blackness, as if it had transformed into a miniature cosmos, a miniature universe. These dazzling points of light rotated rapidly, causing the surrounding scene to change multiple times within a second. As early as before the hunt began, Eren had discussed the worst-case scenario with Pale's Zoroast, failing to quickly deal with the true body of their messenger, allowing the remaining Mother Tree of Desire's corruption to successfully connect with the abomination, Sar. Unlike the Mother Tree of Desire, which was isolated outside the Primordial One's barrier, the abomination, Sar, had sufficient ability to tear through the isolation Eren had created and directly descend into the corresponding area. Eren's plan was to use the recreated box of the outer deity to transfer all of the descending abomination, Sar, and remove him from the battle. This would mainly create three problems. The most important and crucial one was that even if Sar were transferred, this abomination could quickly return to the battlefield by sensing it, and this time difference would not be enough for Eren to completely end the battle. Therefore, Sar needed to be transferred to a place that could pose a threat to him, or at the very least, could tie him down. The second problem arising from this was that the second layer of the box of the outer deity had randomness. It could only release a specific scene in a few instances. In most cases, the chosen location would inevitably undergo a mutation. Therefore, as the holder of this terrifying sealed artifact, although Eren had recorded several locations in the second layer of the box of the outer deity, he did not know what would happen when it was actually opened and used. This was also the last problem with using the box of the outer deity. As the user, no matter how large the area encompassed by the box of the outer deity, they would also be affected by it and be teleported to an unknown place. Ultimately, Eren rejected the idea of Elvin Gallo making a move. High-sequence beyonders of the same pathway always had a particular restraint over lower-sequence beyonders, and could even exert some influence from a distance. The previous Reinet Tinakar and the former, God of the Bound, were very typical examples. Instead, Pale's Zoroast, the old man, did not have much objection. After all, this was just a worm of time he had entrusted to the Crown of Stars. No matter where the box of the outer deity took him, it could not substantially harm his true body. The only thing Eren needed to worry about was that the randomly selected scene by the box of the outer deity should not be the cosmos. In that case, he would likely lose the Crown of Stars, and this required the protection of destiny. Unlike Eren, who cleverly used the Nation of Disorder to advance his sequence, Pale's Zoroast, a true Sequence 1 angel, although his spirituality was also affected by the abomination, Sur's aura and solidified quite a bit. However, it could not truly bind his body and soul. His vast spirituality surged into the box of the outer deity, maintaining its open state. Sensing the danger, Sar no longer cared about his anger. He abruptly inserted multiple pitch-black arms into the surrounding spirit world, causing the nearby chaotic area to suddenly boil and become covered in sticky black liquid. This continued to spread into the distance, eroding the void upwards, interfering with the overlap of reality and the spirit world, but it was already too late to stop it. In a blink of an eye, the scene within the second layer of the box of the outer deity changed, presenting a city enveloped in grayish-white mist, with a dark, illusory river vaguely appearing within the mist. The sudden change occurred within a few instants. Sar hadn't even had time to pray to the Mother Tree of Desire before he was teleported to Calderon by the box of the outer deity. This city of the dead had undergone a terrifying mutation after Eren left. The grayish-white mist that had originally only permeated the depths of Calderon had spread outwards, completely enveloping this city of the dead, with the echoing sound of illusory, undulating water. The recreated box of the outer deity, in Pale's Zoroast's hand, whose figure had just solidified, had already disappeared. But he still raised his arm, and the black tentacles that had originally collapsed inwards, intending to crush himself into dust, strangely changed direction, reaching towards Calderon, which was enveloped in grayish-white mist. This was an application of the Trojan horse of destiny's ability to graft destiny, grafting his own destiny for a period of time onto Calderon, and simultaneously grafting his own future for a shorter period of time, thereby completing an exchange. The sudden disappearance of the spirit world giant before was also a grafting of destiny. After completing all of this, Pale Zoroast's body, overloaded from using his ability, was already nearing transparency. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all his remaining spirituality into the crown of stars, and a gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes immediately opened. Taking the crown of stars from his body, just before his figure shattered, Pale Zoroast threw this Grade 0 sealed artifact into the door of banishment. East Tark County, Irusul, Zuda Underground Hall. The dense, almost solidified, iron-blooded aura enveloped the crown of stars as it flew out of the door of banishment, and simultaneously completely destroyed the illusory portal to prevent it from being tracked. Varnawal closed his eyes incensed for a moment before handing the crown of stars to Elvin Gallo. Only after this ancient bane confirmed that there were no residual markings of Sar did he nod slightly. Due to Elvin Gallo's extremely special identity, if the information about Truncest survivors were to be discovered by the Rose School of Thought because of him, the resulting changes would be something Aaron currently could not bear. Therefore, even at the cost of losing an angel's combat power, Aaron did not let him make a move, but rather regarded him as a last resort in the worst danger, when things spiraled out of control. Several tentacles, dripping with black mucus, stopped before truly touching Calderon, which was enveloped in grayish-white mist. As an angel of Sequence 1, Sar, who had already been fooled once by destiny grafting, could barely resist this influence. But what he didn't know was that the hidden dangers in Calderon had been completely triggered by Aaron some time ago. Even without a direct attack, the undisguised tyrannical aura of the Sequence 1 abomination had already attracted the attention of certain existences. Just as Sar retracted his tentacles and prepared to return, the dense grayish-white mist suddenly split open, and a massive shadow appeared in the swaying illusory river water. It was a gigantic bird completely submerged in a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, suspended in the water, its body covered in feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns. Even though it had been largely dissolved by the river of eternal darkness, revealing parts of its pitch black, rotting skin oozing yellowish pus, the giant bird's eyes still seemed to be cast from bronze, containing layers of illusory doors. It was the undying bird ancestor, Grigari, the ancient death who opened the underworld. In Grigari's eyes, bronze light burst forth, instantly enveloping the abomination, Sar, who wanted to withdraw, seemingly wanting to drag him into the dark river water. Dash 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 dash. Within the increasingly fragmented spirit world space, after Pale Zoroast and Sar disappeared simultaneously, Aaron endured his still stinging spirit body and took out a strange wolf-headed, snake-bodied sculpture. Illusory, layered darkness surged out, causing a colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal stillness, to fall towards Astolfo's still struggling, true body. This was a drop of river of eternal darkness water that Aaron had prayed to the Evernight goddess for in advance. This drop of liquid fell extremely fast, accurately landing on the red curtain, on Astolfo's true body's chest, on the solitary, protruding heart, hanging there. Having lost Destiny Restart, the Mother Tree of Desire's aura, which had been growing little by little, immediately receded, losing its fluctuations, as if it had fallen into eternal sleep. Astolfo, who had been lingering around, did not hesitate at all. He seized the opportunity to actively merge into this massive body. In the single eye on the greenish-black giant's head, clarity and madness alternated. With Aaron's full assistance, who was in charge of the Nation of Disorder, this massive body trembled slightly and pulled a gigantic longsword from the void. The surface of this longsword was covered in orange-red light, emitting an aura of Twilight's arrival and the decay of all things. An arm wrapped in corpse oil bandages swung, bringing the exaggerated greatsword down, striking the Mother Tree of Desire's corrupted aggregation, which was condensed by the ritual, and striking the protruding heart, hanging on its chest. Seeing this, Aaron did not think at all. According to the plan, he used the Nation of Disorder and manipulated the strange sculpture that had previously held the river of eternal darkness water to catch the severed heart. The dark red heart, which had been twisting and wriggling from the attack, suddenly calmed down and disappeared into the deep mouth of the sculpture. The Twilight Longsword did not stop there. Amidst a roar filled with tyranny and liberation, the orange-red light curved and slashed straight towards the greenish-black head. Dash 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 dash. In the cosmos, outside the cracked world barrier, a terrifying face, difficult to describe with normal words, appeared. Behind it, in the boundless universe, a terrifying figure, difficult to describe with words, emerged. Invisible and immense power impacted the already cracked primordial one's barrier. The barrier, already covered in cracks, began to tremble violently, seeming as if it could collapse at any moment. Areas within the cosmos lit up, some with surprise, some with indifference, watching the mother tree of desire impacting the barrier. Then, they simultaneously took action, some counter-attacking, but more just repairing. At this moment, both the northern and southern continents experienced earthquakes, not severe, but quite noticeable. Above the 5 seas, waves surged high, as if they had encountered a sudden tidal pull. It seemed that the simultaneous action of the 7 gods had violated some taboo. Besides the terrifying tree shadow that occupied the universe, the light on the surface of the red moon also expanded and contracted, as if it had come alive. A sea of blood continuously condensed and piled up, finally forming a completely blood-red phantom whose specific appearance could not be clearly seen. Almost simultaneously, in the real world, the crimson moon suddenly became prominent in the sky, which was nearing dawn, its color becoming extremely rich, and it dramatically expanded. In addition, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, blue star, and others, as if by telepathy, all brightened simultaneously, emitting lights of different textures, as if opening greedy gazes, staring intently at the azure star. Dash 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 dash. The hidden sea area of the turbulent sea, which was originally shrouded in storms, was also scarred by the influence of the angel-level battle. The layered dark clouds were directly shattered, rarely revealing a clear sky. The King of Curses, Belenka, who had come alone, after realizing that this might be another ambush targeting the Rose School of Thought, decisively called for help from the abomination, Sar, but received no response. Realizing that something was wrong, under the siege of New Moon, Jorna and Rynette Tinacare, who had temporarily recovered with the help of the yesterday reappearance charm, this number 2 figure of the Rose School of Thought could only retreat steadily. Jorna glanced at the torn body part from Belenka's body in her hand. It was a normal-sized leg bone, its skin texture inhuman, its luster rather dull, its bones slender, and its flesh evenly distributed, clearly originating from a female. Recalling some secret intelligence of the Rose School of Thought, she subconsciously turned her head and found that besides one head continuing to stare at the severely wounded Belenka, Rynette Tinacare's other 3 heads were staring at the leg bone in her hand with blood-red eyes. A look of understanding appeared on her face. New Moon, Georgia showed little reluctance, throwing the normal-sized leg bone, imbued with terrifying curses, to Rynette Tinacare. A look of surprise flashed in Rynette Tinacare's scarlet eyes. One of the heads she was holding swung forward, quickly biting the leg bone. On the turbulent sea, the flesh tree was already in ruins. Marquis Mistral stood with his hands behind his back, looking at King of Blood Moon, Tavari, whose body was torn apart on the bottom of the shattered deck. His ruined face still showed remnants of fear and malice. Sharon's figure beside him blurred, entering, King of Blood Moon, Tavari's remains to accelerate the precipitation of the Beander characteristic. In just a moment, a gem that seemed to be condensed from rich blood precipitated from Tavari's remains. It was the size of a fist, emitting a crimson glow, like a miniature red moon. Shaman King, Beander characteristic, Marquis Mistral nodded, seeing that the blood-colored gem seemed to have life and flew over on its own. As he reached out to catch it, he heard Sharon's ethereal and distant voice. There are some strange residual contaminations within the Shaman King's Beander characteristic. Knowing what Sharon wanted to convey, Marquis Mistral nodded gently and said, "I know how to deal with it." At this moment, the waves suddenly surged high, as if encountering a sudden tidal pull, directly throwing the dilapidated, flesh tree, into the sky. Mistral and Sharon's figures appeared in midair, both looking at the sky in surprise, their pupils filled with the crimson moon, while vague stars faintly appeared in the remaining half of the sky. Rainet Tinakere, who was originally besieging, King of Curses, Baranka, swayed, and all four of her beautiful heads showed painful expressions. The yesterday's reappearance, charm, which was already on the verge of exhaustion, also dissipated. Under the eerie moonlight, which was completely different from before, Georgia frowned slightly, and her aura began to become unstable. Seizing this opportunity, King of Curses, Baranka immediately tore open the spirit world, enduring the risk of severe injury, and his figure disappeared into the colorful, dense patches. Slowly retracting her raised arm, Georgia showed little regret. An angel was not so easy to hunt. With a somewhat inexplicable expression, she glanced at the strange red moon in the sky, and the greedy gazes behind the red moon, then exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "It seems Duke Aaron has succeeded. Dash 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 dash." In the spirit world space corresponding to the outer area of the Divine War ruins, Aaron looked at the headless body standing in front of him with a strange expression. Its body had returned to the size of a normal human, holding a bluish-black one-eyed head. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Astolfo, how do you feel now?" A voice that could make spirits tremble suddenly rang out, allowing Aaron to directly feel the deep fatigue and the joy of rebirth. "I am fine now, but I need some time to regain control of this body. This head, originating from Giant King Ormir, is given to you as a reward. The ancient gods will contained within it has been mostly worn away. Although I'm not sure how you dealt with the contamination from the Mother Tree of Desire, I hope you treat it with caution and never underestimate it." Aaron averted his gaze from Astolfo's current unique appearance, and a thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "Your current appearance really matches Rainet Tinakere quite well." This thought flashed through his mind. Aaron nodded, took the bluish-black one-eyed head, and watched his messenger disappear. Looking into the violent single eye, Aaron heard a phantom whispering roar in his ears, but it quickly faded. After several epochs, and being worn away by the contamination of the Mother Tree of Desire, for 1,000 years, this violent will is still so strong. He truly lives up to his name as the Giant King. With a sigh in his heart, Aaron tried to put the head into the Nation of Disorder. He hadn't held much hope, but unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first try. Golden ripples spread, and the Judgment Domain dissipated. Aaron slightly closed his eyes, feeling the feedback from the complete digestion of the Chaos Hunter, Beander Potion, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Although he was not the arbiter of judgment at the end of the hunt, the rank of the object of judgment directly filled this flaw, allowing the already scarce Chaos Hunter, Beander Potion to be completely integrated into his body. "Balancer," Aaron murmured, his gaze sweeping over a certain area outside the spirit world, then retracting his gaze. Compared to the transformation of advancing to a demigod and gaining divinity, the improvement brought by transforming into a complete mythical creature would only be more thorough, but correspondingly, the risks that needed to be borne were also rapidly increasing. More importantly, once he advanced to a balancer, both Augustus and Castia would sense it. This was a mutual sensing between high-ranking individuals within the same pathway, and ordinary methods could not block it. Therefore, he must also be prepared for the worst, meaning that successful advancement would be tantamount to completely tearing off the facade and flipping the table prematurely. Gathering his somewhat scattered thoughts, Aaron gently shook his head. He had more important things to do right now. He picked up the strange statue that had devoured the contamination of the Mother Tree of Desire, and his figure left the spirit world. The Divine War ruins were not pitch black at this moment. The strange moon, occupying half of the sky, cast a crimson veil over this dark ocean. Aaron only glanced at it, then averted his gaze, tutted, and paid no more attention. He immediately skillfully set up the ritual enchanted in ancient Hermes. Evernight goddess, more sublime than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the master of crimson, the mother of concealment. You are the empress of calamity and fear, the lord of slumber and silence. The dense darkness shrouding the divine war ruins quietly surged. Feeling this change, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, then switched to normal lowness and respectfully said, Goddess, the holy relic you bestowed has devoured the contamination from the mother tree of desire, and consumed a drop of the river of eternal darkness. Furthermore, I used the outer deity box to teleport the abomination, Saya, to Calderon City. I am somewhat concerned that it might cause greater unforeseen circumstances. After a brief report, Aaron cautiously expressed his concerns. The last time he entered Calderon City, it had already caused a disturbance in the river of eternal darkness, and he almost clashed with the 2 previous deaths. Moreover, when he left Calderon City, he almost fought with Hatel, the former archbishop of the Death Pathway. Amidst the dark and tranquil darkness, a deep black gate inlaid with numerous starlight appeared. The strange statue that Aaron had placed in the center of the altar moved without wind, slowly drifting into the deeper world behind the gate. During this process, Aaron did not receive any revelation, but this feedback itself indicated an attitude, which was that the worst-case scenario had not occurred. Adam had indeed fulfilled his promise, and the changes in Calderon were within the Evernight goddess's acceptable range. Just as Aaron was about to end the ritual, the deep darkness around him suddenly enveloped him. A moment later, he looked at the wisps of black gas emanating from his body and shook his head, sighing. I was unknowingly cursed by an abomination, but it might also be the doing of the bound gods projection. To think it could achieve this much in such a short time. My true vision didn't even detect it. Perhaps only when I return to the nation of disorder will the Saphira's self-purification ability make me realize this. If this were any saint without divine favor, they would probably die suddenly after feeling safe. After dealing with the most urgent matters at hand, Aaron did not linger in this place. With the strength of the abomination, Saya, combined with the projection of the bound god, getting rid of Calderon was only a matter of time. He was not sure if this enraged abomination would revisit the place then. If they happened to run into each other, it would truly be a case of enemies meeting with burning eyes. Backland, at the intersection of West Borough and Empress Borough, a core and livable location in Backland, where a large number of nobles resided, and William Street was closer to Empress Borough. Klein reluctantly spent a hefty £70 to repurchase a set of high-end clothing to make himself look more presentable and not too conspicuous in this area frequented by nobles. Taking a sip of Saunia blood wine, Klein flipped through the information he had gathered from his investigations this morning, his expression somewhat solemn. The title of Viscount Pound was obtained in the War of Betrayal, but for some unknown reason, it suddenly declined decades ago, continuously losing heirs. A few years ago, Raft Pound, who had already been demoted to Baronet Pound, sold his ancestral home to Duke Aaron, who was then only a baronet. Klein looked at the clearly recorded information on the table, his expression a bit conflicted. Ever since he saw Ince Zangwill in the scene shown by Rhodes, he had clung to this sole clue like a drowning man grasping at a straw, unwilling to give up. But he never expected that the only place Ince Zangwill appeared was now the property of Mr. Emperor. For him, the simplest and most direct method was to directly ask Mr. Emperor, in the Tarot Club, using his alternate identity, world, or request corresponding help. Even if 008 was strong, it couldn't sense all of this through the gray fog, so he wouldn't need to investigate deeply and could still obtain the relevant clues. The only thing that made him a bit uneasy was this series of coincidences. What he wanted to do always inadvertently connected with that Duke. Moreover, he didn't know why Ince Zangwill appeared on William Street at that time. Due to the lack of useful information, Klein could only sigh and put away the papers on the table, planning to first find Baronet Pound to understand the situation. Pulling down his hat brim, Klein left the luxuriously decorated restaurant and took a carriage back to 15 Minsk Street, only to his surprise find another carriage parked in front of his door. Its exterior was dark and solid, with curtains on the inside of the windows, clearly not an ordinary vehicle. Low-key yet luxurious, it seemed like a big business deal today. Klein focused his gaze and suddenly noticed an emblem in a prominent position on the carriage. The main body of the emblem was a sword pointing vertically downwards, and the hilt of the sword had a red crown. Is this the Sword of Judgment? The Sword of Judgment, representing the Royal Augustus family. Is this a royal carriage? A series of question marks floated through his mind. Klein, who had just stepped out of his somewhat shabby carriage, immediately stopped, a hint of nervousness mixed with his bewilderment. Before he could continue thinking, the curtain moved, and a meticulously dressed middle-aged gentleman stepped out. His shirt was impeccably white and crisp, and his long tailcoat had clear lines, without a single flaw. Compared to him, the clothes Klein had spent a full £70 to custom make seemed so shabby. Rich jerk, this thought flashed through his mind as Klein looked at the middle-aged gentleman walking towards him, his gaze sweeping over the deeply lined face, finally resting on the pair of serious, light brown eyes that held no hint of a smile. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Klein politely stepped forward and asked. The middle-aged gentleman stopped, took off his hat, and held it to his chest, bowing in the most standard posture. "I am a butler, here to invite you on behalf of my master, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talum was his friend, and he is saddened and perplexed by his death, and he heard that you were present at the time." "No, I wasn't." Klein instinctively wanted to deny it, but ultimately nodded. "Yes, I watched Talum die in front of me. That is truly a sad and regrettable matter." The old butler said sincerely, "Are you willing to accept my master's invitation?" "Do I have a choice to refuse? Wouldn't that make me seem even more suspicious?" Klein sighed in his heart, lifted the package in his hand, and looked at the other party, saying, "All right, but I was handling other commissions in Westboro this morning. May I first put these documents back in my room? If you are uneasy, you can come in with me." "No need, Mr. Moriarty, please be quick." The old butler bowed slightly and extended his white-gloved right hand, making way. Using his clown ability, Klein controlled his steps, displaying a mix of frankness and slight nervousness. He casually placed the document bag on the bed. He entered the washroom and quickly performed a divination using the sound of running water. Only after receiving the revelation that there was no danger did he breathe a sigh of relief. "I wonder which important person from the royal family wants to see me. I've already relayed the information I know to MI9 through that golden masked man. Why am I still being summoned today?" His doubts did not diminish in the slightest. Klein walked towards the carriage with the royal emblem, and as he opened the well-soundproofed door, he was slightly stunned, finding another familiar face. He instinctively spoke. "Dr. Allen." Unlike the previous days, Dr. Aaron no longer showed the confusion and panic from before. He saw Klein bending down and entering the carriage, and immediately smiled. "Charlotte, don't be nervous. The one who invited us this time is His Royal Highness Prince Edsac August, the third prince." Klein recalled what he had seen at the Crag Club and the occasional descriptions in newspapers and magazines. He understood, but was also curious about Aaron's change. However, given the inappropriate setting, he didn't speak rashly. Finding a window seat and nodding slightly to Dr. Aaron, Klein casually asked, "Then are we going to Empress Borough?" "No, His Royal Highness is waiting for you at Red Rose Manor, outside Empress Borough," the old butler said without concealment. The carriage drove through street after street, bypassing the area with an artificial lake and heading northwest. After more than an hour, it finally arrived at a vast manor. After multiple checks, Dr. Aaron was led alone deeper into the manor, while Klein followed the old butler to a study decorated with restrained luxury, where he met Prince Edsac, who remarkably resembled Henry August I on the £5 banknote. Even without activating his spirit vision, Klein could clearly sense that His Royal Highness was in a very bad mood, but seeing his invited guest arrive, he softened his tone. The investigation into Talam's death did not go through me, Mr. Moriarty. I hope you can help me find the truth. The investigation didn't go through you. Could it be at the behest of your two elder brothers? Such a level of infighting right from the start, I can't handle it. If you suddenly drop dead in front of me, I wouldn't be able to clear myself of suspicion even if I jumped into the Tussock River. Stared at intensely by Prince Edsack, Klein could only respond with a bitter smile. Your Royal Highness, you should know my principle. I still want to live another 50 years. Edsack's expression darkened, and he was about to speak when a maid suddenly walked in, quickly approached, and whispered a few words into his ear. He stood up and paced 2 steps, his serious expression softening, and his blue eyes gaining a hint of tenderness and helplessness. All right, I know. We have guests today, so don't wander around the manor casually. Although he didn't know what had happened, Klein wisely didn't ask. Hearing too much about matters that might involve the royal family could easily lead to being silenced. He just had a strange look on his face, examining the maid who had just left again. It was this person who had brought Dr. Aaron away alone after entering the manor. Klein cleared his throat and quietly asked the somewhat distracted Prince Edsack. Your Royal Highness, with your status and position, you surely don't lack subordinates. There are plenty of people willing to investigate Talam's death for you. Why do you insist on finding me? Edsack shook his head and chuckled softly. As a prince, with great power comes great restriction. Many things cannot be done by those around me, as most eyes are on me. You are a capable and intelligent great detective, and you had a good relationship with Talam. You were also at the scene. I don't think anyone is more suitable than you. Don't worry, if there are any problems, I can certainly guarantee your safety. Such promises are like toilet paper in the washroom. Klein couldn't help but inwardly grumble, but seeing that the prince had already spoken to this extent, he felt that if he refused again, he might not be able to leave Red Rose Manor. He could only sigh and agree. A smile appeared on Edsack's face as he walked to the window with his hands behind his back. He waved slightly, and the old butler, who had been standing by the door, immediately walked in and took out a stack of banknotes with a strong smell of ink from his arms and handed them to Klein. Those who serve me are never short of compensation. This is £300. If you can investigate more useful information, you will receive more generous compensation. For example, an opportunity to advance further in MI9. I am indeed a commoner, muttering to himself. Klein obediently stuffed the stack of banknotes into his wallet, his expression solemn, almost thumping his chest to guarantee. Your Royal Highness, I will definitely bring the murderer who secretly harmed Talam to justice. Nodding with satisfaction, Edsack looked at Klein and smiled, saying, I appreciate your work ethic. So, detective, you can go home now and prepare to start your investigation. My butler will provide you with all the help you need, well, within my capabilities. So urgent. I haven't even had lunch. Klein looked at the old butler, who was turning to lead him away, and carefully asked. What about Dr. Aaron? Edsack didn't respond. Instead, the old butler, who had already reached the door, turned slightly and explained in a solemn tone. That guest has other matters to attend to. I will send you home first. Dash 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 dash. Backland West Borough, Intis Salenzo Restaurant. Aaron, who had changed his appearance in advance, looked at the red-vested waiter who came forward and casually said, I have a reservation, in the Raphael private room. Upon hearing the name of the private room, the red-vested waiter's attitude became even more respectful and humble. All right, honored guest, please follow me. Nodding lightly, Aaron passed through the elaborately decorated door and saw walls that seemed to reflect golden light. At that moment, he seemed to be in a vault. As expected of the most renowned Intis restaurant, Aaron briefly evaluated it in his mind and, led by the waiter, arrived on the second floor. The red-vested waiter did not continue to follow, but stood at the stairwell. Following the direction indicated by his gesture, Aaron saw a large golden door with a Raphael sign. Aaron casually surveyed his surroundings. His spiritual intuition did not give any special feedback, so he immediately pushed the door open and saw a slightly familiar figure. It was a lady in an olive green long dress. She was tall, with excellent proportions, and her chestnut hair fell naturally. Her straight eyebrows were perfectly arched, giving Aaron the impression of a professional woman, and one who had long held a high position. Rissel's aesthetic influence on Queen Mystic was quite significant, but unfortunately, the result clearly went awry. Aaron casually pulled out a chair and sat down, tasting the restaurant's specialty, Rissel court cuisine. It's not at all the Chinese style I imagined. Rissel definitely wouldn't cook. At most, he'd expound on the concept, and then it would be magically altered into the so-called Rissel court cuisine. Putting down his utensils with a hint of regret, Aaron looked up at the deep blue eyes and said in a calm voice. The Lowen royal family has a hidden cooperation with the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Panatia, the despair nightingale of the Demonist sect, will cause a disaster in Backland. And the Aurora Order, utilizing the accumulated sins in the East Borough and the docks, intends to imitate Ting'an City and once again perform the true Creator's descent ritual. And the opportunity I previously referred to for your advancement to Sequence 2 Sage is to thwart the Aurora Order's conspiracy. To advance to Sage, one must prevent a high-level disaster. Preventing the true Creator's descent naturally meets the condition. While the source of the Great Smog was initially just Panatia, a Sequence 4, what truly involved high-level power was the ring in Triss's hand, which originated from the primordial demoness. Even if Bernadette wielded two sealed artifacts of grade 0, compared to Triss, who was a quasi-descent vessel, preventing the Aurora Order's ritual was clearly easier to succeed at. Bernadette fell silent for a moment, her eyes slightly unfocused. After a while, she spoke in a deep voice. Does the Church of Evernight know all this you're saying? She hadn't forgotten that this Duke was also a blessed of the Evernight goddess, and held a high position within the Church of Evernight. Looking at Bernadette, who seemed to be seeking confirmation, Aaron was silent for a moment. He didn't answer directly, but hinted. What the goddess knows doesn't necessarily mean the Church knows. It's the same for all 7 deities. Also, there's something I must remind you. The Evernight Church's renegade archbishop is also involved in this matter in Backland. Be careful of that grade 0 sealed artifact. Although I think, given its nature, it's more likely to use your hand to trick Ins Zangwill, you still need to be careful at all times. If it's convenient for you, please also keep an eye out for Sherlock Moriarty. He's a friend of mine, currently living at 15 Minsk Street, and he's a private detective. In Backland, if he encounters a life-threatening situation, please save him for me once. I will pay the corresponding compensation. Aaron shrugged, selling out Klein without any psychological burden. For the foreseeable future, it would be difficult for him to openly act in Backland. Once Will Ossepton restarted, the only one who could offer assistance in Backland would be Azek. But this Death Consul, who hadn't recovered his memories, already had considerable trouble with MI9's pursuit. To prevent the dear Mr. Fool from accidentally dying in Backland, it was best to find him a reliable bodyguard. Bernadette's blue eyes narrowed slightly. She noted the person Aaron mentioned and asked in a calm voice. Since you know that renegade archbishop is in Backland, why don't you act yourself? With your strength, even if he controls that grade 0 sealed artifact, he wouldn't be your opponent. Guessing that Bernadette would ask this question, Aaron chuckled and shook his head. Regardless of whether she understood, he softly said, "Life is like a play. Some people are destined to be supporting roles. The one who wraps up his scene in the written script is not me." Without waiting for Bernadette to continue asking, Aaron directly changed the topic. My meeting with you this time, besides informing you of the specific disaster hidden in Backland that fits your advancement ritual, to give you time to prepare. I also want to ask you for a favor. Bernadette nodded slightly and said softly, "Please speak." Quietly activating his spirit vision, Aaron observed Bernadette's changing expression and slowly began. I received some news that after Emperor Rissel was titled Son of Steam, he was granted an item by the god of steam and machinery. It originated from the Knight Emperor of the 4th Epoch's Truncest Empire. Do you have any impression of this item? Bernadette frowned in thought for a moment, then responded with some uncertainty. I haven't heard him mention this item since then. I was just born when he was titled Son of Steam, so I don't have much of an impression. Among the items he left me, there's nothing originating from the Night Emperor. Is that item very important to you? Nodding noncommittally, having somewhat anticipated Bernadette's answer, Aaron wasn't too disappointed and then asked. Since that's the case, can you help me ask Benoit Gustave? I want to know if that item is still with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Bernadette thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes, give me 2 days. Once I have concrete news, I'll contact you through your messenger. Aaron waved his hand, glanced at the opulent private room, and casually said. My messenger might not be reachable for a while. 2 days from now, same time, same private room, I'll await your news. Bernadette's expression subtly froze. She involuntarily recalled the terrifyingly powerful messenger, then nodded. All right, this restaurant is actually a secret base I established for Orvie Island in Backland. Hey, Trier, the capital of Intis, is traversed by the Silenzo River. Compared to White Maple Palace, it's more like my hometown. That's why I named this restaurant. Not interested in the Queen's childhood experiences, Aaron smiled apologetically, bowed slightly, and then his figure vanished from the private room. LotM, capital of the Intersea Prefecture, Constant City. This is the second largest city in LotM, second only to the Backland metropolitan area. Due to its proximity to the Intersea, both commerce and industry are highly developed, making it a purely industrial city. The bright but not scorching sunlight fell, and a vivid, layered oil painting world emerged. Aaron took a step and stood high in the sky, gazing at Constant City. This was his second time here. The last time was to raid the home of that Jacob family demigod. It was hard to imagine that a year later, these towering chimneys and tall buildings would turn into ruins. Shaking his head lightly, Aaron withdrew his gaze. He wasn't here for nostalgic sentimentality this time. He immediately took out his divination pendulum, determined the direction, and activated short-distance teleportation. On the other side of Constant City, to the west of the industrial district, this area was somewhat similar to Cherwood Borough in Backland, considered a gathering place for entrepreneurs and factory owners. Compared to the industrial district, the atmosphere of daily life here was noticeably much stronger. And deep within the street, inside a luxuriously decorated psychology clinic with a "Closed Today" sign. A figure wearing a three-piece suit, a semi-tall silk top hat, and a bizarre mask sat at the dining table. The mosque's mouth was stretched wide, reaching almost to the ears, and remained perpetually open, as if it wanted to swallow everything its 2 eyes saw. The figure, resembling a glutton, possessed an extremely elegant demeanor, quite scholarly, yet his hands moved like afterimages. In mere moments, a table full of food was reduced to empty plates. Rubbing his stomach, which hadn't expanded in the slightest, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on the strange mask. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, withdrew from the dining table and looked towards the tightly shut door, his tone quite surprised. Esteemed guest, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please come in. The door, marked with a "closed" sign, opened in response. Aaron stood at the doorway with a smile on his face, hands behind his back, looking at the room piled high with plates. This slightly odd scene did not attract the attention of passers-by. The people coming and going seemed to deliberately ignore the psychology alchemists located at the end of the street. Psychological invisibility fundamentally leverages control over the target's mind-body, utilizing psychological blind spots to hide in the shadows, placing oneself in an awareness dead zone, for an invisibility effect where one cannot be seen or sensed. However, it still interacts with its surroundings, merely eliminating its presence. Once the interaction with the surroundings strengthens, exposure becomes inevitable. After advancing to demigod and further grasping the collective unconscious sea, psychological invisibility, achieved through the mental island compensates for these flaws. If not for the manipulator, who was trapped in the demoness oil painting, having already gone insane, mostly using the incomplete mythical creature form of dragon transformation, to engage in close combat with Boyar Barial, the battle would not have ended so quickly. The Beander characteristic obtained from killing that manipulator had already been crafted into a mystical item, and Aaron thus learned much about the manipulator's peculiarities. Good afternoon, I suppose I can call you Mr. Gluttony. The mask on your face is quite interesting. I once saw a similar item in Backland, but the owner of that mask seems to have been infected and corrupted. Mr. Gluttony, Howard Phillip, stood up and gestured for Aaron to enter, stroking the silver-white mask on his face. He chuckled. In the spiritual domain, it's difficult to find pure, harmless external aid. One must possess sufficient intrinsic strength to avoid corresponding negative effects. However, personality masks can amplify corresponding cognitions and emotions, helping the wearer realize their problems and thus address them specifically. Hey, if one can still be affected by a personality mask like that, then, begging your pardon, that's merely a fool. Better to abdicate early. The mouth of the gluttony mask stretched even wider, as if his head had been cut in half horizontally. Howard Phillip elegantly put on 10 rings, his mocking tone almost undisguised. Aaron took a step forward and instantly noticed something amiss. His spirit body, astral body, and etheric body all seemed to have been absorbed and assimilated by his mind body. His entire being felt like an aggregate of pure thoughts, floating. Through self-hypnosis, Aaron, who had previously entered the collective unconscious sea, suppressed his subconscious urge to act. He then relaxed his spirituality, sensing the boundless collective unconscious sea that connected all living beings, and sensing the spiritual sky opposite to it. With previous experience and blessings from his dreams, Aaron did not panic and remained clear-headed, looking at the strange island beneath his feet, which seemed to come from reality yet also from illusion. Not far away, the cold, illusory, grayish-white mask on Howard Phillip's face quickly became transparent, melting into the surrounding collective unconscious sea, revealing a very ordinary face beneath the mask, one that would be forgotten after a single glance. Is he pulling me onto his mental island? This might not be real, it could just be a virtual. Just as Aaron was surveying his surroundings, the collective unconscious sea gently swayed. A faint light swam from a distance, growing larger and more distinct, finally transforming into an illusory letter. This letter stopped before Howard Phillip's mental island, seemingly searching for a path to complete its delivery. As if sensing a familiar aura attached to the letter, Howard Phillip's eyebrows twitched slightly. He first materialized a chair and sofa, motioning for Aaron to sit down, then extended his left hand to touch the illusory letter. Using the collective unconscious sea to transmit information, the high-level abilities of the spectator pathway are truly wondrous. Aaron watched the illusory letter vanish with great novelty. He was also very curious, who was sending a letter at this exact moment, and what was its content. Howard Phillip did not keep Aaron waiting. His expression unchanged, he sat opposite Aaron and said with a smile, "This is my mental island. You can say anything here that might be inconvenient to say in the outside world." Tisk, so understanding. Did Hermes instruct him beforehand? Seeing Mr. Gluttony behave this way, Aaron smiled and casually asked, "There's a mind dragon hidden in Eastchester County. I imagine you, or rather, old Mr. Hermes, would be very interested. And I presume its whereabouts haven't been discovered yet." Unexpected that Aaron would suddenly bring this up, Howard Phillip smiled and nodded without denying. "Earlier this year, I went to Eastchester County to search for that mind dragon. Aside from finding some anomalies in Hydrak Village, I had no special gains." Not surprised by this answer, Aaron stared at the unremarkable face and added, "That mind dragon is related to the ancient god, the dragon of imagination Anquelt. If he truly wishes to hide, even Hermes himself might not find him." The dragon of imagination Anquelt. Quickly catching the key point in Aaron's words, Howard Phillip's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. He finally realized how perilous the task assigned by the psychology alchemists had been. He also understood why his teacher had insisted on expending power to separate a virtual personality to explore in place of his main body. If there truly was an angel-level mind dragon hidden there, a virtual personality might not be worth the risk of exposure to act, but if it were a genuine manipulator, that would be a different story. Looking at Howard Phillip, whose expression had subtly changed, Aaron didn't know what the man was thinking, but he struck while the iron was hot. You can tell old Mr. Hermes for me that I have a way to lure out that mind dragon, and I've received an invitation from the existence behind the psychology alchemists. I'll be attending a secret gathering in a month. Although Aaron dared not directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order due to Adam, Hermes would certainly understand his meaning. He had never participated in the Twilight Hermit Order and longed for more information to cope with potential emergencies. Most importantly, he needed to conceal his true identity to avoid alerting the enemy. Compared to the old schemer Adam, the pressure from dealing with the minor schemer Hermes was less. At the very least, with his current strength, he had the qualifications for an equal dialogue, and he also held bargaining chips to attract him. Pondering the meaning of Aaron's words, Howard Phillip nodded directly and spoke softly. I will directly transmit this memory to teacher. Does your grace have any other matters for this visit? One of the purposes of this trip had been achieved. Aaron leaned back casually in the chair. Since this was a mental island, it saved him the trouble of taking out a map. A soft golden light condensed before him, depicting a simplified map of the Mid-Sea County. Looking at a specific area specially marked on the map, Howard Phillip's eyes narrowed slightly. He scrutinized Aaron, who appeared calm, for a moment before speaking softly. I am very curious, where did you obtain this? He had already confirmed his suspicions from the reaction of this Psychology Alchemists Council member. As early as when he obtained the map from Emlyn White, he had a guess. Advancing to Black Emperor requires 9 mausoleums. And the royal family, led by George III, excluding the powerhouses responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the kingdom, had a very limited number of angels and demigods they could dispatch, or corresponding sealed artifacts. Among the factions secretly cooperating with the royal family, both the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect harbored ulterior motives and could not be entrusted with guarding the mausoleums. Therefore, the most likely party to provide assistance in this matter was the psychology alchemists. Backland Bridge area, deep in Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Deep within the underground area, difficult for ordinary people to enter, Marich, like a vengeful spirit, stood with his hands behind his back, looking with satisfaction at the 3 teenagers sitting cross-legged before him. The mind is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. I hope you will always remember this sentence. Restraining madness and suppressing desires is the most fundamental principle of our temperance faction, and it is also your only method of self-salvation when facing loss of control. Now, all 3 of you have successfully advanced to sequence 8 feet lunatic. Remember the acting method I taught you before, and you must also be mentally prepared, for the path ahead will only become more difficult. Under the dim candlelight, several stern-faced teenagers were also seated in the shadows to the side and rear. These were the new members of the temperance faction he had carefully selected from various orphanages over the past half-year. Marich waved his hand, dismissing these nominal disciples. He went into the secret room in the underground area, where a statue almost as tall as a person stood silently, holding 4 heads in its hands. It was Rynette Teenacare. Marich respectfully knelt down, prayed softly, then listened intently, his expression becoming somewhat strange. After a long while, he stood up and bowed to the statue. Caspers Canley, who was leisurely wiping glasses at the bar, suddenly stiffened. Marich's reflection appeared in his right pupil, and a cold, emotionless voice came to his ear. In your name, arrange a meeting for me with Charlotte Moriarty. 15 Minsk Street, Klein was returned by Prince Edsak's carriage. He saw off the solemn-faced old butler, who was clearly also a Beander. Klein sat on the sofa, looking at the 300 pounds of banknotes on the table, recalling the scene of meeting Prince Edsak today. Through divination earlier in the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein was almost certain that Talim's death was due to Trissa, who had escaped from Tingen. And the sapphire ring she wore on her hand was clearly a very powerful and terrifying sealed artifact from the demoness sect, which allowed Talim to die right in front of him, and was clearly the work of the Grade 0 sealed artifact in Ince Zangwill's possession. Neither the demoness sect nor Ince Zangwill were something he, a mere Sequence 7, could handle. In judging by Prince Edsak's situation, there might also be infighting among royal factions behind this. I've always avoided contact with important figures, but I still couldn't escape it. I wonder if this will attract attention or lead to more in-depth background investigations. I need to prepare a contingency plan in advance, ready to abandon this base and this identity at any time. Most importantly, I need to quickly obtain the Beander characteristic of the human skinned shadow and the deep-sea Naga's hair, and advance to faceless as soon as possible. As for the commission Prince Edsak gave him, Klein planned to use a delaying tactic and see the outcome of the Church of the Storm's Punishers' handling of the matter. As he was thinking this, an urgent knock came from the door. Klein frowned slightly, silently walked to the door, and gripped the doorknob, the appearance of the visitor outside instantly appearing in his mind. This seems to be Kasparz's assistant from the Bravehearts bar. What is he here for? Could it be that my previous commission has made progress? But it hasn't even been 2 days. Questions arose in his mind, but the clown danger warning gave no feedback. Klein opened the door and asked, somewhat puzzled. Good afternoon, sir, what can I do for you? Seeing Klein at home, the assistant, still in his bartender uniform, wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by strenuous exercise and said with relief. Mr. Kaspers has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for you to come with me to the Bravehearts bar? Kaspers. What could he want with me? Thinking this, Klein rubbed his somewhat shrunken stomach and sighed helplessly. He didn't make things difficult for the bartender and gestured for him to lead the way. Just as Klein stepped out of his house, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. His hand instinctively reached for his chest, then paused slightly, before he turned sideways and looked into the alley diagonally opposite. Standing there was a woman over 1.7 meters tall, with long, waist-length chestnut hair and a very well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin. Strangely, she wore a girlish yellow-tiered dress but a black, old-fashioned soft hat, with fine mesh veil draped down, obscuring her face. A strange sense of familiarity lingered in his heart. Although he couldn't see her specific features, Klein felt as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Mr. Moriarty. What's wrong? A slightly puzzled voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. By the time he came back to himself, the woman standing at the alley exit had already vanished. Shaking his head slightly to dismiss the curious bartender, Klein's right hand emerged from his embrace. A Wheel of Fortune card was tightly clutched in his hand, the source of the warmth in his chest just now. A flash of inspiration in his mind, Klein finally recalled the source of that strange familiarity. He had seen that woman at the Russell Memorial Exhibition in the Kingdom Museum. Klein suddenly turned around, activated his spirit vision, and looked at the alley entrance again, but found no trace of the uniquely shaped tall woman. Was this another coincidence? Klein felt a faint throbbing in his brow. This 008 stress response always made him overthink in similar situations. But what Klein didn't know was that right beside him, Bernadette, wearing an illusory hat, was scrutinizing the young detective, who had been specifically mentioned by Duke Aaron, with her azure blue eyes. This was also one of the fairy tale magics from mystical reenactment, centered around a hat that could render people invisible. Shifting her gaze from Klein, Bernadette looked at the Wheel of Fortune card clutched in Klein's hand. As a clairvoyant, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from that tarot card. Bernadette raised an eyebrow slightly, lifted her hand, and touched her brow. Immediately, a pair of emotionless, almost transparent eyes with no eyelashes appeared before her. Then, these eyes of scrutiny were held by invisible hands and placed on the face of a transparent figure. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. Due to the painful lessons from previous prying into fate, Bernadette was extra cautious when divining, especially when it concerned Duke Aaron. With the invisible servant acting as a medium connecting the eyes of scrutiny to the river of destiny, even if she did glimpse something indescribable, as long as she promptly dismissed the invisible servant, the backlash Bernadette suffered would be significantly reduced. However, as a trade-off, the already limited prying into the secrets of fate would now yield even more vague prophecies, and the eyes of scrutiny would also be restricted accordingly. After just one glance, Bernadette's eyes solidified. The invisible servant's perspective was already shared with her. One after another, complex, silvery symbols emerged from the undulating river of destiny, instantly forming a giant, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected wheels, each surrounded by different markings. The passive ability of the eyes of scrutiny instantly filled Bernadette's mind with various complex and unfathomable information. If it were an ordinary sage, it would be a miracle if their brain didn't crash at this moment. However, as the founder of Oravi Island, who stood in opposition to the Moses ascetic order, Bernadette had long been accustomed to this feeling from the intrusions of the hidden sage, and her thoughts did not become sluggish because of it. Cold, crimson eyes swept over Bernadette. The anticipated backlash did not arrive. Bernadette watched in surprise as the silver-white giant snake soared from the river of destiny, coiled its body, and bit its own tail. Like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel, or more accurately, a continuously shrinking wheel, this silver-white giant snake was constantly devouring its tail, finally transforming into a ball of light that silently fell into the turbulent river of destiny. Tail-eating reboot. This name instantly appeared in Bernadette's mind. She did not feel any hostility from the silver-white giant snake, and there was no corresponding backlash apart from the passively received information overload. Just as she was about to use her clairvoyant ability to delve deeper into the river of destiny, she found that there was no feedback other than the turbulent, illusory river. It was as if everything she had just seen was something someone wanted her to see, and not something a mere clairvoyant could access or pry into. Waving her hand to dismiss the invisible servant, Bernadette looked at the Wheel of Fortune card that Klein had put back into his chest, which seemed to have lost all its mystical power and looked like an ordinary tarot card. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she followed Klein into the carriage. Backland, a two-story villa in the West District. Dr. Allen pushed open the door and entered, seeing his wife lying sideways on the sofa with a smile on her face. He immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Wilma Gladys gently stroked her slightly bulging belly with a tender expression, a happy smile on her face. "Allen, what do you think we should name this little one?" Looking at the relieved bartender, Klein ultimately did not propose the absurd excuse of going to the restroom first before leaving. Unable to perform divination above the gray fog to confirm, he felt a blockage in his heart and could only irritably look out the window. The slightly bumpy carriage ride did not last too long. As soon as Klein stepped out of the carriage, he saw Caspar Canning, standing at the entrance of the Brave Bar, enthusiastically coming to greet him. "Mr. Sherlock, you're finally here. Please come in." Casually dismissing the bartender, Caspar Canning personally led Klein directly to the private room at the back of the bar. Klein didn't know what trick this guy was up to, so he just silently followed until the private room door was closed before speaking in a deep voice. "Caspar, what do you need me for? Have you already investigated my last commission thoroughly?" With a slightly awkward expression, Caspar Canning lightly coughed and explained. "Your commission is being followed up by both the Punishers and Military Intelligence 9. No bounty hunter is willing to take on your task. This time, I invited you because a big shot wants to see you. You must perform well and be careful not to anger him." By the end, Caspar Canning's voice had dropped to its lowest, only barely audible decline. Just as he was about to press for more questions, he saw the intelligence dealer dart out of the private room with an agility that didn't match his age, closing the door behind him. Klein's pupils contracted, and he immediately stood up. As soon as his fingers touched the doorknob, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his entire body, and a somewhat familiar, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. "No need to be so nervous. I bear you no ill will. Dash 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 dash." Casually pushing the materialized, Johnny County map towards the somewhat surprised, gluttony, Howard Phillip, Aaron calmly countered. "Does where I got it from matter? Besides, your reaction tells me that I can get the answers I want from you." Howard Phillip no longer looked at the map. The smile had vanished from his face, and he asked with a somewhat serious tone. "What do you know?" As if suddenly remembering something, the voice of this, gluttony, paused, and though it was a question, his tone was quite certain. "Chunnas fell into your hands." Watching Howard Phillip, who seemed to be imagining things, Aaron neither denied nor admitted it. So what if he did do it? However, judging by the reaction of this Psychology Alchemists Council member, Chunas's sudden death might have a greater impact than he had anticipated. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron immediately replied, "I have no interest in discussing a dead man. Let's be frank. You've seen that map, the marked area is near Constant City. I want to know the exact location of the Blood Emperor's underground ruins in Johnny County." Howard Phillip pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head, explaining in a low voice. "A long time ago, I made a promise before the president, who personally implanted a psychological suggestion in me. That was a promise stemming from my own will, which, after being woven and interwoven into a net of restriction, by a dream weaver, transformed into my subconscious. Because this originates from my own spirituality, even my teacher cannot bypass the restriction without alarming the president and without a sound. Having already discerned that this Mr. Gluttony was subtly revealing information about the president, and having also heard the hidden meaning in his words, Aaron did not press further. His indifferent voice sounded again. "Therefore, I cannot directly tell you the specific location of that ruin, but this does not mean I have no way. After leaving the collective subconscious see later, I will hypnotize myself, seal this memory of meeting you, and implant a psychological suggestion to go to that ruin. You just need to hide your presence and follow me then. Hey, I forgot to tell you, there are currently no angels in Johnny County, at least not in what I know." Listening to this audacious self-hypnosis, a smile finally appeared on Aaron's face. He stood up and extended his right hand. "Then, I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Having reached a consensus, and with his primary objective largely achieved, Aaron's expression relaxed slightly, and he chuckled, teasing. "Can you tell me how many council members like you have had psychological suggestions implanted?" Shrugging helplessly, Howard Phillip's expression was calm, but his tone was quite self-deprecating. "Perhaps only me and that fool you mentioned earlier. Although I'm not sure how you bypassed the seal and learned that intelligence from Chunnas, you must know that most of the powerful figures in the Loan royal family are currently unable to spare time. To successfully complete their plans, they naturally need to seek help from others. And the commissioners of the Psychology Alchemists are responsible for a large city like Trier or Backland, including the surrounding areas, scattered throughout the world. Therefore, I, who am responsible for Constant City, naturally cannot stand by and do nothing." Having somewhat satisfied his curiosity, Aaron took a step back, detaching himself from the light membrane enveloping the Mind Island. A familiar sensation of weightlessness came over him. Aaron found himself still standing in front of the door with the closed sign. He skillfully entered a semi-hidden state to avoid being detected by the self-hypnotized Howard Phillip, preventing unnecessary misunderstandings. Within the Mind Island, after Aaron's figure disappeared, Howard Phillip's expression instantly became solemn. A light projection peeled away from his body, seemingly representing the imprint of consciousness. Specks of starlight condensed, and lines of text appeared on a blank sheet of paper that materialized out of thin air. A moment later, Howard Philip attached the imprint, which had peeled from his body, to the letter and casually tossed it into the deep, dark, illusory, and undulating collective subconscious sea. After doing all this, Howard Philip's expression eased slightly. Without wasting time waiting for a reply, he immediately separated a virtual personality from his body and began his self-hypnosis. The illusory and dim collective subconscious sea rippled. Howard Philip, now wearing the gluttony mask again, silently emerged from it. He glanced at the sky, which was already nearing sunset, and his figure became illusory once more. After Howard disappeared, Aaron's historical void projection emerged from the void, wearing a ring covered in grayish-white wrinkles. It was the mystical item crafted from the manipulator Beander characteristic, the dream-weaving demonic ring. The historical void projection does not have a corresponding mind island, which allows for maximum stealth in tracking Howard Philip and pinpointing the exact location of that Blood Emperor ruin. Although this puts a greater spiritual burden on Aaron, and if the duration is too long, he would need to summon the historical void projection again, it is sufficiently stealthy compared to travel teleportation, and creates very little disturbance, making it difficult for Howard Philip to discover. One must know that he is a demigod. Even if, to some extent, self-hypnosis reduced the difficulty for Aaron's tracking, he is still a demigod in the spiritual domain, and absolutely cannot be underestimated. Silently, Aaron followed Howard Philip to the northeast outskirts of Constance City, passing through a dense forest and arriving at a mountain peak, which was already considered the outer reaches of the Minsk Mountains. At this moment, Howard Philip, wearing the gluttony mask, suddenly stopped, checking the surroundings and gradually expanding the scope. Virtual personalities also appeared in the collective subconscious sea, searching the surrounding mind islands. Fortunately, the historical projection did not have a real mind island, so Aaron immediately took the dream-weaving demonic ring, and quickly exited the collective subconscious sea. Standing on the steep mountain peak, Aaron manipulated the historical void projection and softly chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order. The true vision from the Nation of Disorder could help him determine the final location. Inside the magnificent palace shrouded in dark golden mist, Aaron used his prayer light spot to actively elevate his vision, bringing the nearby scenery into view. He watched as Howard Philip, in the prayer image, was dyed in a faint blue light, gradually becoming hazy and blurred, then vanished into thin air, going who knew where. Aaron leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping, pondering. I've confirmed a location. Although it's not that highly valued in Johnai County, if the timing is right, I can still give George III a big gift. Howard Philip seems to achieve short-range point-to-point teleportation through fixed rituals and items, which is a rather special type of travel. If this kind of teleportation happens a few more times, perhaps I can use the Crown of Stars to reenact it. However, this ritual also requires internal permission. They must have a way to identify the identity of the entrant, which would make it difficult to achieve a surprise effect. It seems I still need to ask Mr. Door for the method to open the door. No rush on this matter. Aaron did not leave immediately. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later, when Howard Philip, wearing the gluttony mask, reappeared, that he confirmed both the entry and exit points were at this location before dispersing the prayer light spot. The prayer scene ended with Howard Phillips re-entering the collective unconscious sea. Aaron recalled the information he had mentioned earlier on the Mind Island and couldn't help but click his tongue. There are no angels watching over the Intersea County. As the Blood Emperor's relic, after being re-utilized by George III, regardless of whether these 9 mausoleums were fully repaired, even without an angel personally stationed there, any attack would surely attract the attention of angels. However, if one could enter silently, preventing the guards from notifying the corresponding angels immediately, that time difference would be enough to accomplish many things. The Augustus family's rule over Loan in the northern continent has lasted for over 1300 years. Unlike the southern continent, which has only seen a little over 100 years since the discovery of new sea routes, to fundamentally destroy the Augustus family, besides the church, the most crucial factor is the will of the people. Since George III was digging his own grave by cooperating with the Aurora Order and the demonist sect to create the Great Smog, such a good opportunity naturally had to be seized. Anyway, he had already informed Bernadette of the Aurora Order's schemes, and this queen mystic, who often roamed the 5 seas, would diligently keep an eye on those lunatics from the Aurora Order. As for the demonist sect, it was better to keep an eye on them himself. It wasn't that he had any particular thoughts about the demonists, but simply because they still held a sequence one conqueror beander characteristic. Even if his cooperation with Aemon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods was merely a temporary measure, that blasphemer would surely pay attention. However, the situation in Backland would at most prompt him to send some avatars. His true body would never arrive. In that case, the difficulty of seizing back the sequence one conqueror beander characteristic from the demonist sect would also increase. If there was ultimately no opportunity or a risk of premature exposure, Aaron had already prepared for the worst. Thinking this, Aaron, who was about to leave the nation of disorder, raised an eyebrow slightly and looked towards the pile of sundries. A paper crane flapped its wings, hovering in midair, and silver symbols appeared on its surface, forming a somewhat indistinct human figure. This was a paper crane Aaron had borrowed from Will Osepton after the battle in the spirit world. As the controller of a Saphira, Aaron could confirm that this paper crane was not being manipulated by anyone. It was more like a timer that would automatically activate at a designated time. Will Osepton's voice came from within the phantom, carrying a hint of cunning and self-satisfaction. By the time you hear this message, I should have successfully restarted. Now, not even Ouroboros can find where I am, so you don't need to waste your effort. Before I am successfully born, the life school of thought and the dice of probability will be entrusted to you. Do not refuse, this is the reward you deserve for my previous help. Also, the fluctuations of my restart cannot be hidden from Ouroboros. That stinky snake has already recovered from his injuries and could emerge from the Forsaken Land of the Gods at any time. You must be careful and absolutely not lose the dice of probability. Looking at the paper crane that had fallen back down and returned to stillness, an imperceptible smile appeared on Aaron's face. A joke. Do I still need to expend effort to find him? Pursing his lips, Aaron gave up on going to Dr. Allen's house immediately to scare a certain infant, or more accurately, Will Osepton, who was still just an embryo, and instantly left the nation of disorder. Backland, deep within Iron Gate Street, the Bravehearts Bar. The abnormally pale Marich appeared to be sitting on the sofa, but his body was actually suspended in midair. Even though he had deliberately restrained his aura, the temperature in the private room continued to drop. His dark gray eyes watched Klein, who sat on the opposite sofa, somewhat uneasy and constrained. Marich slowly said, "That's roughly how things are. The Rose School of Thought is now controlled by the Indulgence faction. We, who advocate restraint and suppression of desires, were forced to leave the southern continent and seek refuge here. Even so, we still broke through layers of encirclement. The great battle in Byam of the Raging Sea and the death of that Admiral of Blood were the result of our cooperation with Duke Aaron. Of course, the one who truly cooperated with His Grace the Duke was another member. She is far stronger than I am. Her teacher also revived some time ago, and I think you can guess what that means." Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Marich, who made his spiritual perception wildly warn him, being able to silently assassinate the Intis ambassador, who was already quite powerful, under heavy guard, was definitely the level of a Sequence 5. How did he get involved with the Rose School of Thought again? Recalling the bloody records he had seen in the Nighthawks, internal texts in Tingan City, Klein's scalp tingled slightly. He had already provoked the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect. Now, if he added the Rose School of Thought, no, if Mr. Azek was truly connected to the numinous episcopate, then, counting the Life School of Thought, which held goodwill towards him, and the mysterious and powerful Chaos Council. How many secret organizations were there now? Yet, he had been in this world for less than half a year. Shouting powerlessly in his heart, Klein forced a smile onto his face and tentatively asked. Respected Mr. Marich, you don't mean to ask me to join you, do you? Shaking his head calmly, Marich maintained his half-dead voice. No, we only cultivate beyonders of the prisoner pathway, you do not meet our requirements. I invited you here this time simply to form a cooperation. Cooperation? If even a demigod can't solve it, how can a sequence 7 like me help you? You're not trying to throw me into a pit of fire, are you? Just as he was formulating an excuse in his mind to refuse Marich, the half-dead voice came again to Klein's ears. No need to rush to refuse. You can view this as a long-term investment, we will not demand payment from you now. Moreover, I don't need to tell you, I'm sure you understand that your current situation seems very unfavorable. If you agree, our demigod of the Temperance faction might be able to pull you out of trouble at a crucial moment. Upon hearing this condition, Klein immediately wavered. He had to admit that Marich's words truly struck a chord with him. Those terrible memories from Tingen City kept surfacing in his mind. He always felt that something big was going to happen in Backland, yet he felt somewhat helpless. Although Mr. Azek was trustworthy, he himself attracted a lot of attention. Contacting him rashly before a crucial moment might only bring trouble upon himself. Besides that, the only real help he could get might be from the Chaos Council, but frankly, his current financial situation truly couldn't afford to hire those demigods. As for the option of requesting help from Mr. Fool at the Tarot Club under the name of the World, that was a last resort, as it would greatly increase the possibility of his exposure. Klein was not a fool. From Duke Aaron's attitude towards him at the very beginning, and after coming to Backland, the inexplicable goodwill from the old monster who called himself Will Osepton, and his 2 strange resurrections. All of these indicated his special nature, or more accurately, the special nature of that mysterious gray fog space. Seeing Klein's slight stir, Marich immediately struck while the iron was hot, his tone becoming less stiff. I can see that your spirituality has been thoroughly harmonized, so your potion must have been digested. You should be preparing for advancement. Potion formulas, Beander characteristics, or even advancement rituals, you can receive our help with all of them. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and a smile suddenly appeared on Klein's face. He stood up and extended his right hand. Then, I wish us pleasant cooperation. After a brief weighing of pros and cons, Klein realized that he actually didn't have much choice. All he could do was strengthen himself as much as possible. With no more internal struggle, Klein immediately put forward his request. I need a mutated pituitary gland and blood from a 1,000-faced hunter. I can pay in gold pounds, or if you need any materials, I can exchange for them at Military Intelligence 9 and then trade with you. Cooperation was cooperation. Klein did not intend to owe a favor for a small amount of material. He only lacked one main material for the faceless. He had already obtained the human skin shadow characteristic from Mr. Fool through his alternate identity, the World, during the last Tarot Club. Seeing Klein's firm attitude, Marich no longer insisted. A cold wind swept through the private room, and he nodded, saying, "All right, in that case, at market price, it's equivalent to 2,000 gold pounds." Hearing this price, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. A main material for sequence 6 plus auxiliary materials only costing 2,000 gold pounds was definitely a friendly price, at least it didn't exceed the budget of the financially strapped Mr. Fool. Taking out the 300 pounds of operational funds Prince Edisic had just given him at noon, Klein sighed at his meager wallet, placed the banknotes on the sofa, and slowly added, "This is the deposit. I will pay the remaining balance once you've gathered everything. Also, I need you to help me with something." Looking at Marich, who was staring at him silently, Klein carefully said, "I hope you can help me create a new identity document through your channels, with a complete life history and all necessary procedures, so that even the Nighthawks or Punishers cannot find any obvious loopholes." I can also pay for this with gold pounds or other items. I only have one request, it needs to be done quickly. Leonard's sudden dream inquiry recently, and Talam's sudden death, made Klein realize that his identity had significant hidden dangers and loopholes. However, there was nothing he could do about it. When he first crawled out of the grave in Tingen, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Driven only by the anger in his heart, he came to Backland, and his actions were naturally rushed. Now, feeling himself in a whirlpool, Klein had to prepare to withdraw from Backland in advance. Complete identity information was his primary concern. Marich's pale gray eyes seemed to never waver. Floating in midair, he was not curious about what Klein intended to do and calmly asked in return. What kind of identity do you need? And what name do you want? Seemingly recalling certain things, Klein's expression was somewhat lost. He muttered softly, "Hunting evil, let's call him Gehrman Sparrow. As for his identity, he is a bounty hunter who wants to venture out to sea in search of quick riches." When he obtained the Sequence 5 Marionettist potion formula from the Marionettist Rosago, Klein already knew that the advancement ritual required consuming the potion while listening to a mermaid's song. Just by the name, he knew that mermaids must exist in the sea. Whether for future advancement considerations or to quickly accumulate wealth to cope with the increasingly large funding gap, a sea bounty hunter was an excellent choice. The door of the private room closed and then reopened. Klein rubbed his somewhat stiff limbs, put away his smile, and with a cold face, looked at Kaspars, who was standing not far from the door, smiling obsequiously. He left the Bravehearts bar without a word and boarded a public carriage. Bernadette, wearing an invisible hat, thoughtfully watched Klein as he departed. A slowly rotating cluster of stardust rapidly formed in her palm, and brilliant starlight surged, silently merging into the divining crystal wrapped around Klein's wrist. After making the mark, Bernadette did not linger. Her figure quickly shattered into a cluster of bubbles and vanished into thin air. Dash 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 dash. Lowen, west of Southville County, Riddle Town. Tonight, the crimson moon was constantly hidden by clouds. Only faint light illuminated the desolate, abandoned town. Soon after, two figures approached at an extremely fast pace, and with the faint light, a dark shadow could vaguely be seen following closely in the sky. Leading the way was Admiresor. Apart from his slightly torn clothes, his breathing was quite steady, but his tightly furrowed brows reflected his current mood. Following him was the fat apothecary, Darkwill, whose face was flushed crimson and who was almost out of breath. Compared to Admiresor, who was a lucky one, Darkwill, who was only a Sequence 8 beast tamer, looked utterly miserable. Even with the blood rushing to his face causing it to swell, he couldn't hide the dark spots on his face, which looked like marks left after rotten wounds had healed. Similar marks also appeared all over his body. Aside from his inherent luck, the Lucky One's prerequisite sequence, Robot, could significantly enhance various physical qualities, making one naturally talented in fields like combat and shooting. Therefore, Admiresor did not find the chase and escape too strenuous. Looking at the abandoned town shrouded in darkness, Admiresor stopped. This was the place he had been guided to by using his Sequence 7 Lucky One ability and a sealed artifact left by his teacher, Rejod. According to previous experience, this place should help them temporarily shake off their pursuers, giving them a chance to heal and catch their breath. The black shadow in the sky rapidly enlarged. The owl Harry, flapping his wings and with round eyes, uneasily landed on Admiresor's shoulder, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. After receiving confirmation of temporary safety, his somewhat ruffled feathers slowly relaxed. Harry the owl symbolically flapped his wings, raised his head, and looked intently at Darkwill, who was panting heavily. "I didn't realize you could run so fast, you fella." Darkwill stopped, panting, and ignoring his injuries, took out a bottle of yellowish-green potion from his pregnant and quickly applied it to his body. A decaying smell, similar to that of a corpse, instantly permeated the air, and only then did Darkwill breathe a sigh of relief. This was a special potion he had formulated, capable of masking his aura and hindering pursuit. It had cost him a considerable amount of his precious mummified powder. If not for the fact that one of their pursuers was an artificial vampire who worshipped the primordial moon and was extremely sensitive to scent, he would never have spent such a fortune. Handing the bottle of yellowish-green liquid to Admire, Darkwill then glared fiercely at Harry the Owl. "Shut up, you stupid bird. How could I have been so blind as to find you? You're no help at all, and you're still gloating." The chubby owl rubbed the yellowish-green liquid that Admire had poured into his palm with a hint of disdain, then retorted. "Darkwill, please call me Mr. Harry. Besides, if it weren't for that letter you wrote, would we be chased by those people?" Darkwill's expression changed slightly. Before he met Admire in Dixie Bay, he had written a letter to a member of the life school of thought he knew. He hadn't expected to not only receive no help but to also attract pursuers. He glanced sheepishly at Admire, whose expression hadn't changed, and Darkwill closed his mouth, feeling a little guilty, ending the topic and starting to treat his own injuries. Pushing away the potion Darkwill offered, Admire frowned and looked into the distance, covering Harry the Owl with one hand to stop him from flapping his wings and saying anything else, then flashed into a dilapidated room to the side. Darkwill was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something, his face twitching slightly, and he followed, hiding inside, his eyes vigilantly looking outside. Two figures approached from a distance under the sparse moonlight. The one leading was a lean but strong man with very short, spiky hair. As he swung his arms, the tips of his hands reflected a metallic sheen, illuminated by the faint crimson moonlight. These were long, dagger-like black fingernails. Darkwill involuntarily touched his wounds, recalling some unpleasant memories, and recognized that this was the werewolf who had been chasing them. For beyonders of the mutant pathway, their bodies are their best weapons, and for a werewolf, his claws are his beyonder weapon, capable of even tearing through steel and possessing a natural toxicity. Behind him, a slender figure with dark brown skin emerged, with prominent cheekbones on his side profile, a high nose bridge that curved slightly at the tip, and eyes that were brownish with a hint of dark red. As he was only an artificial vampire, he had not fully acquired the eye color of the sanguine. At this moment, several areas of his face were swollen and festering, looking somewhat disgusting. Around his body, a deep, profound darkness surged, as if it would swallow everything. Looking at the two monsters who stopped in front of the abandoned town, unwilling to leave, and hearing Darkwill's slightly heavy breathing beside him, Admire took out a small bronze bottle from his pregnant, its surface inscribed with many strange symbols. Inside it was the Sun Holy Water he had acquired through a transaction with Mr. World at the Tarot Club, which was highly effective against both werewolves and vampires. This was also why he and Darkwill, despite not being skilled in combat, had repeatedly managed to escape before. Upon discovering that the two monsters were preparing to enter the abandoned town, Admire sighed inwardly, already preparing to unseal the spiritual wall on the small bronze bottle. Just then, a blazing white flaming spear streaked across the night sky. The werewolf, who was leading, was directly pierced through the chest as if he were made of paper, and the accompanying crimson fireball instantly engulfed his painful roar. The undisguised malice in his eyes was instantly replaced by terror. After witnessing his companion's tragic state, the artificial vampire's eyes immediately became bloodshot, and the swollen, festering areas on his face completely burst open, as deep and ethereal darkness surged out from within. Under the shroud of the shadow of death, he showed faint signs of losing control. From the dense black mist emanating from his back, numerous palm-sized ethereal bats flew in all directions. A bright short blade, ignoring the pervasive black mist, continuously expanded in his bloodshot eyes. The frantic thoughts seemed to be doused with cold water, and his consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Shaking off the somewhat corrosive, viscous blood on his arm, Anderson's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned his head to look at Admire, who was hiding nearby, and hummed a tune, saying, "I've solved your pursuers for you. It seems rather impolite to just hide in the dark and peep, doesn't it?" Looking at the young man with short golden hair, Admire's palms were sweating. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly amiable person had almost instantly killed 2 Sequence 7 Beyonders in a matter of seconds. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. Considering this was the location guided by his Lucky One ability, admired Zhang Ji stepped out and cautiously asked. "Thank you for your help, Senior. May I ask who you are?" His emerald eyes swept over the 2 people and 1 bird who emerged, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on the plump owl. Anderson squatted down and retrieved a black-green fang from the surging flames, which was indeed the werewolf Beyander characteristic. Then, from the shattered head of the artificial vampire, he took out a wholly dark red, heart-like ball of light, which was gently expanding and contracting. Its surface was translucent, with faint human faces visible, and a liquid seemed to flow within it. This was the Beyander characteristic left by a Sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. Holding these 2 Beyander characteristics in his hand, Anderson lazily asked. "These 2 are my spoils of war. Do you have any objections?" Darkwill looked at the dark red heart, and a strong sense of longing rose within him, but facing this ruthless person, he still shook his head repeatedly. Anderson leisurely put away his spoils of war, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. As for who I am, I'll give you a hint. Have you heard of the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea? The expected gasp of cold air did not sound. Anderson saw clear confusion on the faces of the 2 people opposite him, and the street, somewhat damaged by the battle, instantly fell into an awkward silence. Due to being pursued by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Anderson had fled from the Fog Sea to the Sonia Sea. Although the Iron and Blood Cross Order's wanted list was not as prominent as bounties issued by official powers like the Kingdom's Church, it was still second only to pirate generals. Talking to a brick wall. Sighing inwardly, Anderson stopped beating around the bush. After running his hand through his short hair, he casually said, "My name is Anderson. Of course, you can also call me the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Duke Aaron has ordered me to safely escort you to Illusil in East Taker County. Intis Republic, capital Trier, inside a simply furnished room. A tall, handsome young man with long chestnut hair sat cross-legged on the floor, facing the triangular holy emblem carved on the wall, his hands clasped together, eyes closed, devoutly praying. On a narrow table beside him, there was a doll made of metal parts, and behind the doll, faint light intertwined. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked to the other side. A figure had appeared there at some point, its body transparent, its features reduced to a pair of abnormally cold, lashless eyes. Without surprise or any extreme reaction, he looked at the transparent figure and said calmly, almost indifferently, "What do you need me for?" The pair of peeping eyes on the invisible servant swept over the strange doll on the narrow table, and Bernadette's equally cold voice followed. "Just to ask you some questions. Where were you on the night my father fell, over 100 years ago?" His eyes, almost as blue as Bernadette's, shifted slightly, his tone unchanged. "That night, under the church's arrangement, I was performing the ritual required to advance to Sequence 3 Arcane Scholar." "Is that your question?" Bernadette, controlling the invisible servant, stared at her brother. After a moment, she shook her head and continued. "I've been going through some items my father left behind. In the year he was canonized as the Son of Steam, the one you worship bestowed upon him an item symbolizing his identity. I want to know, after my father's fall, is that item still with the God of Steam and Machinery Church?" Benoit Gustave was silent for a moment, then slowly rose, his back to the triangular holy emblem on the wall. Numerous symbols of unknown meaning flashed across his body. Then, a golden token appeared in the angel's hand, with something seemingly carved on it. His eyes were no longer cold, he seemed to have already seen through the loopholes in Bernadette's words, and he said in a low voice, "That item is now in my possession. Can you tell me who asked you to inquire about this matter with me?" The invisible servant showed no change in expression, and Bernadette's voice was equally steady, but she did not answer the question. Instead, she said firmly, "I want to exchange for this item in your hand." Slowly shaking his head, Bonnet Gustave spoke softly. "You may leave. This is his last gift to me." Seemingly surprised by Bonnet's reaction, the invisible servant did not respond for a long time. The strange doll, entirely made of metal parts, on the narrow table was now lifted by an invisible force, floating before the invisible servant. Benoit Gustave infused a flash of inspiration into the doll, then calmly lowered his eyes and said, "Father's death is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. The truth is much crueler than you imagine. This doll is a gift to you. Once you truly advance to an angel, do not come to the God of Steam and Machinery Church again. It will tell you some things on my behalf." Without waiting for the invisible servant to speak again, this Sequence 2 Knowledge Magister gently raised his hand, making the doll and the invisible servant disappear together in a flash of light. After the room returned to silence, Bonnet Gustave slowly sat down, but this time, he did not face the triangular holy emblem on the wall. Instead, he quietly lowered his head, looking at the token in his hand. On it, written in ancient Fusic, was a passage that sounded more like a blessing. "I hope you can be more human, more emotional, and more yourself, rather than a devotee of a deity." Rissel Gustave. Outside Trier, at the confluence of the Rhine and Sorrenzo rivers, Bernadette stood quietly by the riverbank, looking at the distant city, which was both familiar and strange. After standing for a long time, holding the doll with its hidden charm in one hand, Bernadette's figure slowly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight and disappearing. Backland West District, Intis Sorrenzo Restaurant, Raphael Private Room. Aaron patiently listened to Bernadette's narration, his eyebrows unconsciously rising. He naturally understood what Bonnet Gustave's words meant. Although this angel was unwilling to trade, for him, this was already the best news possible. Neither in Rissel's hands nor in the Steam Church's hands meant he avoided the risk of facing the mother goddess of depravity or the god of steam and machinery. Moreover, through Bonnet's words, Aaron also realized that he seemed to have entered a cognitive bias, which was overly trusting Rissel's diary. His habitual thinking led him to limit his impression of Bonnet Gustave to the angel who, according to Rissel, had been manipulated by the god of steam and machinery and was left with only divinity. But since he had decided to resist the seven deities, especially after gaining some strength with the support of the Twilight Hermit Order, apart from his eldest son Charles, who was indeed just an ordinary person, if Rissel could leave Bernadette 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, why would he not leave some arrangements for Bonnet? At least from Bernadette's account, Aaron had already detected some anomalies in Bonnet. At the very least, he was not the kind of fanatic who only had the god of steam and machinery in his mind, or rather, something was maintaining his humanity. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, also breathing a sigh of relief. Such a Bonnet presented an opportunity for negotiation, and the best medium for trade would naturally still be Bernadette, though it would probably have to wait until she truly advanced to an angel. Thinking this, Aaron took out a pre-prepared dark black box from his pregnant. After removing the spiritual wall, a dark, viscous liquid full of corrupted aura seeped out, instantly vanishing under an invisible force. Once everything settled, only a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks remained in the box. This was the umbilical cord of a child of an evil deity that Aaron had obtained earlier in Tingen City. Feeling the strong aura of depravity, Bernadette's expression changed slightly, and she had already guessed the general origin of the item. This is the umbilical cord of the true Creator's offspring, conceived during his descent in Tingen. With your abilities, you should be able to use it to pinpoint the approximate location where the Aurora Order is preparing the descent ritual in Backland. I must warn you that this sensation is likely bidirectional. You need to carefully consider how to use it. Also, remember to return it to me after you're done. Taking the dark black box that Aaron had sent over, Bernadette pondered for a moment, then already had an idea. A starlight cage instantly appeared, attaching itself to the surface of the box, isolating it from the outside world. After putting away the evil god's umbilical cord, Bernadette thought for a moment and asked cautiously, "Can you roughly determine when the Aurora Order's lunatics plan to conduct the descent ritual?" This would determine the urgency of her approach to the matter. Since it involved her own advancement ritual, her clairvoyant ability couldn't give her an accurate revelation. Benoit's words made Bernadette's desire to become an angel as soon as possible even more urgent. The feeling of truth being right before her eyes, yet unattainable, was unacceptable to her. Probably guessing what Bernadette was thinking at the moment, Aaron pondered for a moment and advised. The cooperation between the Aurora Order, the Demonist sect, and the Loan royal family, besides being secretly pushed by someone, is also due to considerations of interest. The ritual arranged by the Aurora Order, which allows the true creator to descend in Backland, requires a large amount of negative emotions and corrupted filth. What has accumulated in the East Borough and the dock area is far from enough. The Demonist sect can just help them fill this void. In other words, when those demonesses cause a big stir in Backland, that will be the time for the Aurora Order to prepare to activate the ritual. Nodding lightly, Bernadette seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes darkened, and her fingers tapped lightly on the table as she said calmly. I have already met the detective named Sherlock Moriarty whom you mentioned earlier. As she spoke, she glanced at Aaron, who showed no change in expression, as if he had expected it, and continued to add. I am very curious, he is only a sequence 7, why did I still see fluctuations of fate on him? Although she only saw it for an instant, Bernadette was in possession of the Wheel of Fortune, a blasphemy slate. Just by the scene she glimpsed back then, she had already guessed that it was Fate Restart, which only a sequence 1-inch snake of fate could use. And now, among the sequence 1 angels of the Fate pathway, besides Ouroboros, the Angel of Fate, serving beside the true creator in the Aurora Order, only the mysterious speaker of the life school of thought remained. A sequence 7 being simultaneously noticed by the speaker of the life school of thought and this Duke was enough to explain many things. That's not important. You just need to do what you should do. Neither he nor I can directly act in Backland. You just need to give him a hand when he falls into a dead end. Do not interfere too much with other matters. Watching Aaron end the topic with a firm tone, Bernadette pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I will be staying in Backland during this period. If you need to contact me for anything, you can directly chant my honorific name or summon my messenger. Dash 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 dash. North of Backland Street. Samuel Church. A team of people wearing black trench coats and red gloves entered the underground area. The leader was a man in his 40s, with soft facial features and long, dark hair at his temples. He wore an exaggerated standard top hat and carried a black straight cane inlaid with gold. He quietly followed behind the Nighthawks leading the way, entering a rather spacious room. The room contained bookshelves filled with many files. Leonard Mitchell, with dark temples, green eyes, and a romantic poetic aura, sat at a desk, flipping through the books piled on the table. In front of him was 1,000 paper cranes sealed under a transparent glass cover. Seeing someone enter, he immediately stood up and said to the leading middle-aged man, Captain Soest, the people Dr. Allen has contacted in the past month, collected from the police station and various channels, have been roughly screened. No records of Will-Osepton were found. I also once entered Dr. Allen's dream to inquire, and he indeed did not lie. After reporting the results of his investigation during this period to the captain, Leonard consciously stood at the end of the team, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking at the 1,000 paper cranes sealed under the glass cover. If the old man hadn't lied to him, the value of this 1,000 paper cranes would definitely exceed the captain's original estimate, and Dr. Allen might also be hiding a secret. It's a pity the old man doesn't want me to continue interfering with this matter. Leonard retracted his gaze and ran his hand through his messy short hair. Soest nodded, flipped through the files compiled by Leonard and the other Red Gloves members, and after a moment, picked up the glass cover sealing the 1,000 paper cranes and said to Leonard, You did very well. Go back and rest first. I have already received a telegram. At the latest by next week, the airship will arrive at Pritz Harbor. You can rest for a while during this period. After Miss Daly returns to Backland, you will temporarily be led by her. This is also the bishop's intention. Miss Daly, Leonard's eyes were a bit complex. He nodded silently, watching Captain Soest take the glass cover and head deeper underground, to Channy's gate where many sealed artifacts and materials were stored. After bidding farewell to the other Red Gloves, Leonard returned to his room with a complicated mood. As soon as he pushed the door open, he stood frozen at the entrance, subconsciously saying, "Duke Aaron." Nodding to Leonard at the door, Aaron casually pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Old man Pallas, how is your recovery recently?" "It's like this again," Leonard, whose consciousness was already muddled after hearing only the first half of the sentence, had one last thought flash through his mind. Leonard, who had reopened his eyes, snorted lightly and sat opposite Aaron, saying grumpily, "Do you think a worm of time clone that can parasitize a grade 0 sealed artifact is that easy to peel off? Last time, to help you distract the abomination Shia, my clone also perished in Calderon. What are you doing all day, kid? Why are the scenes recorded in the Crown of Stars all so dangerous?" Aaron smiled and waved his hand, stopping Paulez's nagging complaints. "All right, haven't I come to compensate you?" Leonard scrutinized Aaron up and down, his tone tinged with suspicion and uncertainty. "Compensation? Do you still have a high-sequence Beander characteristic of the Marauder pathway on you?" The smile on Aaron's face did not diminish. He slowly shook his head. He did indeed have a sealed artifact corresponding to a high-sequence Beander characteristic of the Marauder pathway, which was the ghost painting frame he had obtained from Amon's tomb a long time ago. However, this sealed artifact with special effects was very valuable to him, so he naturally wouldn't take it out for exchange. He looked at Leonard's emerald eyes and said leisurely, "I don't have it on me, but Eamon does." Hearing that name, as if some psychological trauma had been triggered, Leonard's forehead twitched slightly. Paulez's aged voice took on a hint of solemnity, and he asked word for word, "What do you mean by that?" Not caring about Paulez's almost accusatory tone, Aaron waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "I told you in Tingen that George III of Loan, in order to ascend to the Black Emperor's deity, conspired with many forces, including the demonist sect. To win them over, the Loan royal family took out their only sequence 1 conqueror Beander characteristic and cooperated with the demonist sect. Coincidentally, Eamon learned of this transaction, and he also had ideas about the conqueror's characteristic." Listening to Aaron's words, Pallas looked at the Duke with some suspicion. Since there was no answer anyway, he didn't bother to ask how he got this secret information. But he clearly understood Amon's character. This lunatic, who used his clones as anchors of faith, would also collect some Beander characteristics outside the Marauder pathway. However, he mostly did it out of interest, or some kind of prankster mentality. Even among his many clones, a considerable proportion were from other non-adjacent pathways, but most of those clones were weak and generally below demigod level. For a high-sequence Beander characteristic of a non-adjacent pathway, similar to the Conqueror Beander characteristic, if forcibly parasitized and transformed into one's own clone, it would be easy to be affected. Moreover, as a great noble of the Fourth Epoch, Pallas was very clear about how the Blood Emperor Alistat Tudor achieved godhood. To attract Amon's attention, and even to painstakingly obtain it, something he didn't know must have happened. Aaron noticed Paulez's tension and knew that this guy had fallen into weakness after losing an important clone, so he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "Backland is now at the center of the storm, but this is not entirely a bad thing for you. I just need you to do me one more small favor." Before he could finish, Pallas shook his head warily, refusing bluntly. "Mr. Duke, although I really want to help you, I am indeed severely injured and have not recovered. And if it's truly as you say, then Eamon, who has come to Backland, even if not his main body, is at least equivalent to a Sequence 1 angel. The location of the Jacques family treasure." Aaron calmly uttered these words, watching Pallas, who had suddenly fallen silent, and continued to add, "This is a very rare opportunity. At any other time, Amon's appearance would attract attention. Just agree to one request from me, and I can tell you the location of the Jacques family treasure. I can also deal with the Eamon clone hidden inside for you." By then, you can restore your complete sequence 1 status. After a long silence, Paulez's aged voice finally sounded again. Really? Not surprised by Paulez's reaction, Aaron smiled and comforted him. The stronger you are, the heavier my bargaining chip. A blasphemer has no credibility whatsoever. Fair trade is built on the basis of equal strength between both parties. You don't have to worry about me selling you out just like that. Dash 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 dash. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White wiped the last chair clean, straightened his body, and eagerly said to Father Utravsky, "I'm done with today's work." Father Utravsky stood there, making the vampire look like a child. He smiled peacefully and said, "You have recently been able to experience the joy and relaxation of labor with a spirit of dedication and gratitude. Go back, quietly feel the pulsation of life itself, and the pure joy that comes from it." "I haven't," Emlyn retorted reflexively. Father Utravsky looked at him with a benevolent smile, said nothing, turned around, found a seat, and began his nightly fixed prayer. Emlyn's lips moved, wanting to refute, but in the end, he didn't speak. He silently left Harvest Church, and habitually pulled the door shut behind him. He had been volunteering at the church for almost a month, but his application to the sanguine high-ranking officials to remove the psychological suggestion had not yet received a response. Just as Emlyn was feeling down, a low male voice came from his ear. "Emlyn, 2 important figures from the clan want to see you." His footsteps paused, Emlyn turned his head in surprise, and found a very elegant middle-aged gentleman standing in the corner of the outermost street of Harvest Church. After their equally blood-colored eyes met, he recognized the newcomer. Casimir Odra. He blurted it out subconsciously, and then Emlyn realized he had been a bit rude. He immediately cupped his hands. "Baron, who are the 2 important figures you mentioned?" Casimir Odra stood expressionlessly in the street alley, watching Emlyn slowly walk towards him, his body motionless as if that area in front of him was a forbidden zone, but his tone when speaking carried a hint of respect. "One is my grandfather, Marquis Nibs, and the other is Marquis Mistral, who was just promoted this year. These 2 important figures have returned to Backland from Fasak, and specifically ordered me to summon you." "Marquis, and 2 of them." Emlyn's face froze for a moment, then instantly lit up with ecstasy. He blurted out subconsciously, "Mother Goddess, the Marquis must have a way to resolve my psychological suggestion, only." As he spoke, he suddenly paused, his ecstatic expression instantly turning blank. "Mother Goddess," Casimir's mouth twitched slightly, pretending he hadn't heard anything. In the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and said, "Emlyn, don't overthink it, just follow me first." Feeling somewhat flustered and uneasy, Emlyn followed behind and entered a brightly lit villa-style house in the West Borough. Following the stairs to the underground area, Emlyn passed through several secret doors and entered a spacious grey hall. In the center of the hall was a heavy, black iron coffin, engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings. Standing beside the coffin was a tall, slender, handsome man with silver hair draped over his shoulders. Emlyn had seen this adult at a gathering when Louise first came to Backland, and recognized him as the newly promoted Marquis. He immediately stopped, facing the direction of the coffin with some trepidation and excitement, bowing respectfully. "2 Marquises, is the clan planning to help me remove the psychological suggestion this time?" His blood-colored eyes scrutinized the young sanguine, but found nothing special. Marquis Mistral frowned slightly, and after several seconds, slowly said, "I had to return to the ancestral land to recuperate due to some matters. It was only after receiving a revelation from the ancestor that I returned to Backland at this moment." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.